Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Hello and welcome in to the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Open. I am Mac Robinson here on the broadcast today. Also going to have our very own Jack Albee a little bit later on here as well. And also we're going to have a cavalcade of people coming through and helping us out here on the broadcast and giving analysis throughout the day here as well. Again, we are currently live here from Alexandria High School. Thank you for joining us. And again, just a lot of great matches here coming up. We're going to have a practice match here coming up in just a few minutes as, again, getting you all set to go here. It's going to be a full day of action. And, again, we thank you for joining us here and, again, taking in the coverage and taking you through the day here as well. Again, yesterday, big time matchups in the NMRC championship yesterday, as the winning alliance yesterday of the Thunder Robotics, the Techno Tigers, and the home Mechatronics of Alexandria here. Let's go ahead and turn it over to the MC for today.
Hosted right here in Alexandria by Team 3313, Mechatronics. Let's give them a round of applause. So today, teams will be playing a rapid react, which is presented by the Boeing Company. Before we get started, though, I want to ask everyone to please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
Emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Great people, economic viability, a wonderful place to live. Pine River, Bacchus, and PRB Schools. PRB Schools is a small school district with large district opportunities, providing activities and classes that involve students, making sure every student has everything to be successful. PRB Schools also offers a variety of community ed programs, a great way to learn new skills hands-on with others within the community, making connections with families, being involved with the community, becoming a community family. prbschools.org.
And everyone else attending today to always remember to bring your gracious professionalism with you wherever you go. So what this means is that teams can compete like crazy on the field, but they remain courteous and helpful to others off the field as well. So for today's schedule, we'll be starting our practice match at 9 o'clock, which is about 5 minutes away. And that will be followed by 26 qualification matches. So now it's time to play a rapid react. Who's ready? All right, teams, please bring your robots on the field for our practice match as we prepare for another exciting day of competition.
All right, you heard that was Sydney, one of our MCs for today, between Sydney as well as Natalie here today. And again, going to have a practice match here in about 5 minutes, so we'll have that for you. Again, we're going to have plenty of analysis here throughout the day. Again, I'm Mac Robinson. Again, a little bit later on, we're going to have Jack Albee joining me at this point and taking over a little bit later on here. But for right now, taking a look at today, I'm really excited. Honestly, yesterday there was a ton of great action between a lot of these robots, and again, getting a chance to see the different strategies that were utilized throughout the day, and how it kind of evolved as the day went on. I'm really fascinated to see how that turns out, how that ends up playing out here throughout the day as well. Again, just seeing how some of these teams are able to read, react, and again, as we get ready for Rapid React here today, again on yourliveevent.com. Thank you for joining us as well. Again, getting these opening matches ready to go. Again, you have out there, a great group of teams out here today, and getting a chance to see, Stampede out there. As well as, LQPV Robotics out there as well, and even getting a chance to see Ricori Racketeers. I think it's going to be a great group, and I think it's going to be an interesting start to the day. Let's see how things kind of start off here. Again, just a few minutes away. Again, thank you for joining us here on yourliveevent.com. But, as I was mentioning before, yesterday the Thunder Robotics, Techno Tigers, and the Mechatronics. Again, the Mechatronics being the home team here, so to speak, here with it, with the championship taking place here in Alexandria at Alexandria High School. Again, the home team, the Mechatronics, they were the last pick in the Alliance selection yesterday. They end up winning that championship there yesterday as well, and in getting a chance to talk with them, basically they had mentioned how it was just, hey, they got to yell louder, because at the end of the day, Nevis and the Thunder, or Techno Tigers, excuse me, and the Thunder, Techno Tigers being out of Nevis, the Thunder and Techno Tigers, they were having a discussion trying to figure out who they should be selecting. So, we're getting ready for action here again, and this is going to be the practice match, getting you set for the day. But again, I think that it's interesting, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to kind of play out here today. And, again, it's always a different group. It's always a different day, so it's going to be fascinating to tune into. And joining me here in just a second is going to be our very own Curtis Robertson, Robertson, excuse me. There we go. And Curtis, thank you for joining me. I always love, I always loved seeing the light on your head, because I feel like I can always pick you out throughout the entire crowd at this point.
That is an intentional design, because I do it not only just for my students' sake, but in case anybody else has a question or like, hey, I know him, and you can just see me anywhere on the stage. So,
Curtis, for you, what are you kind of expecting here today as well, for somebody who, it might be their first time checking out robotics and getting a chance to watch, what are some of the expectations for you today when it comes to the Open here?
Well, taken in perspective of the Robotics Open here, a lot of what you're going to see is rookies and veterans working together and learning. So a lot of our robots that are out on the field right now have been built and used by our teams last year for our competition. And this year, especially this fall, a lot of it is now going to be having our students who've built the robots and helping our younger students learn, okay, what are these robots doing? You're going to see a lot of driving around. You're going to see a lot of robots picking up the balls, which are called cargo in our game. And they're going to be shooting them all over the place, both high and low. You're going to see some actual contact between robots, a little smash and bash that occurs. And then at the very end, which kind of gets pretty exciting, is the climb. And the climb is a significant challenge, because not only is it just reaching up to grab one of the 4 bars, but our robots are tasked with starting on the bottom 2 levels. You can choose either the lowest or the second level to start with, but then you have to get off the ground and then reach for the 3rd, like a monkey bar, and then reach for a 4th for greater points. And I expect seeing a lot of that today.
Now, the other side of this as well is that, because it's early in the day, obviously, you feel like you're at your best when you don't have any of that damage. You don't have anybody kind of bumping into each other. But, as we saw by the end of yesterday, there were teams that, weren't necessarily able to go on the offensive. So it was just, smash and bash pretty much for the second half at that point. So, how do you feel, again, from watching, plenty of this, how do you feel like the evolution of the day also kind of gets incorporated in there as well?
Well, and I could speak from experience actually off of yesterday. We took a hit early on in the day that eliminated one of our drive motors for intaking our cargo.
Okay.
And so we spent 5 matches trying to get that to work again. And so what we had to do as a strategy then is turn around and become defensive. And so we had to go bop other robots or push the balls away from them so they couldn't get theirs and such. And so it was a little bit back and forth.
All right, let's go ahead and go down to Sydney, the in-game MC for the announcement of the teams.
For our Blue Alliance, we start with 60-45.
It's Sabre Robotics from Sartell.
Their alliance partner, Team 47-28.
The Rocori Ratcheteers from Rocori, Minnesota.
And one of our North Dakota teams from Grand Forks, 81-88.
It's Grand Force.
Practice match number 1, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go! And we will take a couple moments and try that again.
All right, well, while they get that set up, we'll go ahead and talk about this a little bit here as well. When it comes to this initial practice match, do you feel like it kind of sets the tone for the day a little bit, or kind of what do you think about this initial practice match here?
So the initial practice match is intentional design for our CSAs to make sure that the new teams coming in are actually able to connect to the field and make sure their robots are actually working as they should on the field necessary.
Okay.
So a lot of this practice match, you'll see a fair amount of robots moving, hopefully, here in a few minutes. But with the motions and such, they might not look as skilled as you would find later on in the day. And that's primarily because we have a lot of new drivers today.
Okay.
And so with those new drivers, they're learning the remote controls. And some teams use just like a standard Xbox controllers. Some have flight sticks like you use for Flight Simulator.
Okay.
And so learning the buttons, learning how the robot moves, you're going to see a lot of that early on. But as we progress throughout the day and into the afternoon, you're going to see some high scores. You're going to see some really cool things that come out of these robots.
Okay, and I'm sure it's preference, but for you, do you prefer the flight stick or do you prefer the game controller?
I float both ways. And the reason why I say that is this year our team actually uses both.
Okay.
But our robot this year was designed with a 6-wheel drivetrain. So we have 6 wheels. 4 of them face normal like a actual car, but we turn 2 90 degrees, which allows us to strafe side to side on the field. And you will see that happen. My particular team is 4480, but there's a few others that have that strafing mechanic built in. And what it allows you to do is be a little more nimble on the field. It allows you to go around a robot or go around an obstacle without having to turn, which is really cool. So we use an Xbox controller for our driving, but our shooter for the cargo is actually a flight stick. And it's just meant to be easy in that front. You have a few buttons and forward, backward, left, right to control in that fashion. Now, there are other teams here that run 2 joysticks. So similar to a Bobcat or a skid steer, they use it as a tank drive. So you have 2 joysticks forward, you're driving forward. 2 joysticks backwards, you're driving backwards. 1 forward, 1 back, you're turning side to side.
Okay.
So it's all driver preference, really, and
Okay.
what you could convince the programmer to do, too.
Okay. And do you think that, you talked about, new drivers coming in today too, I know it is, it's a kind of just, feet to the fire at that point for some of them, or?
Yes, there will be a lot of that you will see early on, and it's not a bad thing.
Okay.
Because, truthfully, a lot of the experience we get is from doing.
Right.
So how better to learn than to, hey, congratulations, we got a competition. Good luck.
Right. Well, and we got tons of action here throughout the day. Again, 26 qualifying matches that we will get into after this a warm-up match here. But when it comes down to, again, we talked about how the day kind of goes on, do you strategize early on, or is it just kind of throwing stuff at the wall, see what sticks, see what's good for you, see what's bad for you for the day?
It really evolves, and it depends on your team mechanic. So
Okay.
for us, we love strategizing early on in the day until something happens on our robot. Then we might have to change it up. So take, for instance, our intake, which picks up the cargo. The ball's off the field,
Right.
and it shoots.
Yeah.
Well, if that gets jammed or you have a piece that breaks that you're no longer able to pick up balls, you're going to have to change your strategy in that front.
Okay.
And what's commonplace amongst our alliances, these teams of 3, is before your match, you're going to go visit with the drive teams. So each person that's the driver of each team.
Yeah.
And you're going to talk, okay, what can your robot do?
Uh-huh.
And then, okay, I can pick up balls and I can shoot them, but I'm not very good at blocking the opponents.
Uh-huh.
And you'll find another team. So, for instance, on the field right there, we've got Team 4728. They have a nice giant hook and then a flat sheet of aluminum right on top of there. So I don't think they're going to be picking up a lot of cargo, which means they're going to be an incredible defense robot.
Okay.
And their goal and their strategy is going to be making friends with the opposite side and giving them little love taps every now and then, especially when they're lining up their shots.
Yeah.
Because their goal is, okay, I want you to miss, sorry, bump.
Okay.
And then in that front, the ball, the cargo, as it flies, is hopefully not going to hit its mark.
Now, I got to ask, too, because, again, at the end of the day, you could have somebody who basically can be like a bitter rival for you, and you can see 4728 right there in the middle of the blue, of the blue hanger there in the middle. But, do you strategize when it comes to, potential alliances down the road as well, where, like you said, if you're 4728, and you can ram somebody, and you maybe just go right up to them, maybe don't necessarily hit them, just get it in their head like, I could have done that, but I didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Now, and that is actually commonplace strategy. So some of our larger teams that we have here, some teams carry only 6 people. Some bring groups of 40 to 50 to these events. And those 40 to 50 students aren't always on the field driving the robot. They actually section out into groups. And what you'll find is there are scouting parties that sit and watch every match, and they watch every robot on the field going, ooh, they play great defense. We might want them in the playoffs. Or,
Okay.
hey, that team can shoot cargo into the top goal, the top of the hub, and they made 10 shots last match. That's 20 points. We might want them to help our robot in playoffs. So you'll find students sitting in the stands just crunching numbers, watching all the robots and all the action, soaking it in, so that when it comes to the end of our qualification matches and we start selecting alliances for playoffs, they're like, I want them, I want them, I want them.
Well, and I love the fact that, we talked about it yesterday on the broadcast, but, it was almost like fantasy football where you're like trying to figure out who to draft and where. But it almost reminded me in talking with some of the teams. I talked to the Thunder yesterday. I talked to Patriotics as well. And, I was asking them, like, I'm not asking to tell me who you're taking, but basically, like, what are you looking for out of a team? And the Thunder were telling me, like, oh, we want somebody who's a good climber, want somebody who's good at defense. Patriotics gave me – it felt like I was watching an NFL draft press conference where just like, we just want to get good players. And, they gave me the answer of, we got to crunch the numbers. We got to go into the back and, take a look at everything, crunch the numbers out. And, I love the strategy behind it and the fact that this is the number 1 and number 2 teams in this draft, and they are not giving you a single thing.
Yep, and that happens every time at all of these events, whether it be off-season or our large-scale regional events, that's what occurs. You have teams and you have people who do the number crunchings. And it's great that you brought up the Thunder and Patriotics, because that's what they do. They have those scouts. They watch every match. And the things they look for, number one, is reliability.
Okay.
Is your robot able to perform what it says it can do? And if you can do that and you can deliver, you better bet your top dollar you're going to be on their list of picks.
Okay.
And so they do look for that offensive capability. They also look for that defensive capability. Hey, I saw you put on that incredible block against this team that is incredible on offense, and you limited them only to 10 points instead of 30 that they got that last match. I want you. So, yeah, there is a lot of that pick and choose, and it's amazing that you bring in the fantasy football because it is a draft. You are serpentine drafting who you want. First pick, second pick, third pick, fourth pick. And it's amazing how it's relatable and it translates into this great event involving robots.
Right, exactly. And, you know, at that point, because there's so much strategy that goes into it where, you know, sure, if you're a professional team and it's just 1 to 32 and then you start over again at 1 to 32, that's one thing. But, you know, there's a little bit of strategy that has to go into it because you're only picking 2 teams for your alliance.
Yep.
Would you rather, you know, as a coach and seeing all of this, and I know that, again, it's like fantasy football, you ask it every year, but would you rather be at the beginning of that draft and get your first pick but have the last pick of the second round, or would you rather be more towards the back and maybe get a couple of similarly quality teams?
You know, that is a very good question, and I have seen it happen a few times where the number 1 team doesn't make it to the end, or the number 2 team doesn't make it to the end, and you see upsets occur. So, yes, it's nice to have that very first pick, but then you better be sure you're checking out that middle of the pack, lower end of the pack too, based on ranks, because also sometimes what happens is at the end of qualifications, you'll find rankings, but that's based on the match end scores. That's not based on your robot's capabilities. So you might see even, for instance, later on this afternoon, we're going to have ranks 1 through 6 pick teams. You might see number 7 get picked, might see number 8 get picked, you might see number 20 get picked. And it's all just based, again, how your robot's performing. So to go back to your original question, me, personally, we picked for the first time ever last night. And we kind of were deer in the headlights like, all right, what do we do? And we ended up with 2 picks back to back. But we got both the picks we wanted, which was fabulous for our team in that front. Now, it depends on strategy. If you know your robot's great in offense, and I guess we're going to be starting here, we could continue this in just a few moments.
All right, sounds good. Let's throw it into the in-ring announcer.
Go!
And multiple shots fired at that upper hub. Here we go. And all bots out there trying to load up that cargo. And 3630 gets a shot in the upper hub. $56.38 for the Red Alliance. 2 shots in the upper hub. And 60.45 for the Blue Alliance. Trying to load up on some cargo. 56.38 shoots up into the upper hub. $60.45 lines up and just misses it. And we are just 1 minute left in the match. 1 minute. And shot. 36-30 scores again for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance shoots for a try there. And we are just over 30 seconds left in the match. 30 seconds left in the match. 81-88 for the Blue Alliance, heading towards the rungs. Working on the middle rung. And is in the air. 15 seconds left. 25-38 for the Red Alliance is reaching for the high rung. Gonna start with the middle rung. 60-45, all blue bots are headed towards the rungs. 3, 2, 1.
All right, as we await the final scores here, they're tabulating all the results. And it seemed really interesting. We were talking off the air there. You know, it really seemed interesting, especially what number was that? That was strafing 47-28. Yeah, 47-28. With the way that, you know, again, it seemed like, again, we talked about new drivers kind of getting a feel for it. Again, moving a little slow.
Here's
there.
our scores.
Alliance.
All right, so Red Alliance getting the win there, and again, mainly based on cargo, but again, 26-15. But you know, I found it really interesting. Again, teams kind of getting a feel for it, feeling everything out, and you know, at that point, trying to just get an understanding of just getting a handle on the robots out there.
Yeah, very much so. So a lot of what I see here as a coach is, okay, we got kids right behind the controller that are learning for the very first time and trying to move and do. And that's great because this is the time to do it, especially in a practice match. So 47-28 there, you know, our aluminum top wonders that we had seen earlier that I had brought up, they were testing out their drive. You could see they were kind of stuttering a little bit, moving around a little shakily. But what I saw right away is they did that strafe where they went side to side without having to turn the robot. And so that was a great mechanic to have on there, and that'll be viable for their defense in the long run as long as they're able to get up and bump and be in the way, essentially.
Okay, and real quick, let's go to the overhead announcer here. Okay, apparently not.
Yeah, that's the static video of our competition here.
Explain the rules here, and again, like you mentioned, explain the competition. Teams can't be, you know, and the one thing I will say too, we talked about it a little bit, but 47-28, you know, it seemed they were just going immediately for the traversal.
Yeah, so every
climb.
year we do end up with our rule book and our list of what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, and I'm going to highlight this, you saw that their hook went and extended way up to that third, almost even the fourth rung.
Yeah.
And that, unfortunately, is a no-no.
Okay.
So they do need to reach for the second rung per the rules requirements. Otherwise, what occurs is a penalty. And that the penalty points don't necessarily infringe your team, but they get added onto your opponents during the match.
Got it. Okay. And so that's interesting as well, because at that point, again, you're trying not to you're trying not to shoot yourself in the foot.
Yeah, very much so.
Basically, when it comes down to that. But, you know, the other side of it, too, you know, you mentioned it with 47-20 or 47-28, you know, the fact that they're able to strafe.
Yes.
You know, do you think that adds a little bit more intrigue for them as a defensive team at that point, given the fact that, you know, they don't have a shooting mechanism there, so it's just the hook in order to go ahead and climb?
So it is a very good strategy idea, depending on how they built their drivetrain. So some of the drivetrains that allow you to strafe are incredible on defense. Like, I envision it a giant lead brick that won't move unless you tell it to. Where there's other strafe mechanisms, and I reference Team 4480 that you'll see later, their strafe mechanism is actually very fluid.
Okay.
And if they get bumped, you'll see them slide across the field based on the wheel choice they made.
Okay.
And so there's a few different styles you can do for strafe mechanics. Now, strategy-wise, yes, the 47-28 looks to have what's called a swerve system, and that has a very solid grip to the floor, which means they'll probably be a very good, strong defense later on this afternoon once they get some more skill behind it. Now, another team I want to reference is, it looked like Team 3630 earlier. during that practice match also has some format of strafe mechanic behind it, and they're going to be using that as an offensive component.
Okay.
So they're going to be maneuvering to try to pick up cargo in an easier essence. So say they're just left of the cargo and their intake isn't actually going to scoop it up, they could just strafe to the right and then, oh, now we're lined up, rather than having to turn the whole robot to make it happen.
Okay. So basically, instead of like me trying to, parallel park and make like a 20-point turn, instead it's just able to just swerve right into it.
Yeah, 100%. And what they'll end up doing, and barring they do have a swerve drive system, you will actually see, if you go into the pits, the wheels do legit turn under the robot like a car. And you'll see all 4 wheels turning at a time. So that's what gives them that strafe and that capability to maneuver around the field.
Interesting. Well, we're getting set to go here for the first match of the day here. Again, your first match of the day here, just kind of taking you through some of the teams that we got. 47-28, I mentioned them previously. They're going to be in this first match of the day, kicking us off, along with Grand Force and Saber Robotics. They're going to be on the blue side. And again, we'll get into the introductions from them, from our MC of the day as well, but kind of taking you through. Also starting us off on the red side is going to be the home team, essentially, is Mechatronics. Again, yesterday getting a chance to be, despite being the last pick, ended up, as they said, we were just loud enough.
Yeah, very much so.
At that point, and they ended up getting selected. They ended up winning championship there yesterday, so they're going to be in the start-off match here of the day, as well as the Plaid Pillagers.
Yeah.
Which, again, I will say this. Out of this entire thing, I love the different choices, whether it be, obviously you had the Husky Howlers with the Husky mascot, and then you had, again, Plaid Pillagers coming in wearing, obviously, rolling with the plaid, and I love it.
Yes.
But just the different choices, I'm fantastic. I love them. Love them. And then Robo-Jacks are also going to be in this match here as well. But getting everything set to go, when it comes to the qualifiers, obviously it's all leading up to the Alliance selection, but, what are some of the things that you kind of look out for, early on in the day?
So early out in the day, the first thing I'm going to credit is definitely the robots who can do.
Okay.
You're going to find on occasion, especially early on, you might see a robot stop moving on the field, and that usually is one of 2 or 3 different things, and it usually revolves around power issues, like a loose connection, and they lost power to the robot, or a radio issue. And the radio issues are pretty common practice, where either they took a hard enough hit that a cable got a little loose, and they lost their transmission back and forth to the field, so then they got to wait like 10, 20 seconds to get back connection again.
Okay.
So if you see a robot that stopped moving, something might have happened.
Okay.
And then the other thing that happened, and I saw it yesterday, is you'll find a robot on occasion that'll just spin in circles.
Okay.
And what happens is usually a motor burnt out, they lost a gear, something got bent, and they lost half of their drive capabilities.
Oh, wow, okay.
That's where they spin in circles. They drive in circles because one side won't move. It's like having your car only have power on the left-hand side and nothing on the right.
Okay. And so, with that at that point, too, because again, seeing some of those where, you had to have the restart and going through the 45-second delay.
Yep.
Do you think that I know that, again, you have the Alliance selection later on, and we'll get back into this here in just a little bit. I want to go send it down to our MC.
The home team, 33-13.
It's Mechatronics from Alexandria.
Their alliance partner, 25-38.
From Morris, Minnesota, it's the Plaid Pillagers.
And out of Bemidji, please welcome back team 46-74.
It's a Robo-Jacks from Bemidji, Minnesota.
On our blue alliance, 60-45.
From Sartell, it's the Saber Robotics.
In the middle station, please welcome back team 47-28.
It is the Rocori Ratcheteers from Cold Spring, Minnesota.
And Grand Force is back, 81-88.
From Grand Forks, North Dakota, Grand Force.
All right, so we're getting you all set to go here again. First match coming in momentarily.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. But what are some of your expectations, and what are you kind of looking for from this first match here?
So from the very first match, I'm anticipating new drivers. I'm not expecting an incredibly high score in this fashion because people are learning the new system. And that's totally awesome, but you might see a shining gem out there too. Somebody who's got it polished, they know what they're doing, and they can do it incredibly well. And they're a team you're going to probably want to watch throughout the rest of the day here too. Because they are that fine-tuned, which is amazing. And the fun thing about this event as a whole is you're going to find every student that's here, every coach, every mentor is from very different walks of life everywhere. We have a team here from Minneapolis, and we've got Bemidji. We've even got North Dakota here. I mean, there's everywhere across the entirety of this state. Looks like we're ready to go now.
All right, let's send it down to the field.
2, 1, go!
And 33-13 for the Red Alliance, scores in the lower hub. And a shot from the corner for the Red Alliance in the lower hub. And here we go, drivers. All teams loading up their cargo. 33-13 and 25-38 both have shots. And 33-13 shoots with 2 scores in the lower hub. And 81-88 for the Blue Alliance, scores in the lower hub. (81-88) lines up for 2 shots, just missed the lower hub. And 81-88 heading over to the rungs. And we are at 1 minute, 10 seconds left in the match. 60-45, both two Blue Alliance teams heading over to the rungs. And we are 1 minute left as 33-13 scores 2 points in the lower hub. And 46-74 for the Red Alliance heads over to the rungs and is on the middle rung. Working their way up to the high rung. And we are just over 30 seconds left in the match. And 46-74 working on trying to get to the traversal rung as 25-38 and 33-13 from the Red Alliance try to get into the rungs. And we are at 3, 2, 1 as 33-13 gets that last point in for the lower hub for the Red Alliance.
All right, so first match concluded here, waiting on the results, but you know, a couple of interesting ways that we've seen teams kind of implement their strategies early on. And you know, on the one side you have 46
Here's our results
coming in, and that's the Red Alliance here getting the win here in match number 1, 40-9. Interesting that you have 21 hanger points there to 6. The big one there was that you had 47-28. It seemed like they had the time to go ahead and climb up, but at the same time, as they did, it seemed like they kind of drifted back down and they didn't stay up for that 5 seconds.
That is correct. So what happens, and it all depends on the mechanic side of it.
Okay.
Their gearbox, so all right, back up 1 notch. At the end of the match, it cuts power to all of the motors.
Oh, okay.
And so if they don't have a static locking mechanism or a brake system on there to prevent it, it will gradually relax that arm and drift them back down to the floor.
Okay.
And so you might see that happen to a couple of different teams across the spectrum here today. Now, referencing the climb, so you saw the blue side here, they had 2 people up all the way on that second rung at the end of the match, and then when that buzzer went off, the relaxation happened, and 47-28 dropped to the floor, and they touched. And in order to score the points for the hang, you have to be off the ground clear for the 5 seconds after the buzzer.
Okay.
And then once those 5 seconds are occurred, the refs will be like, yep, they're not touching, they're good, here's your points.
Okay.
And so that's where you do see some of the delay in the scoring happening, because they're waiting on that hang.
Gotcha.
In that fashion.
Okay.
Now, on the flip coin, you saw that we had the 2 on the blue hang from that second rung. That second rung gave them 6 points apiece, barring they're both off the floor after the 5. But then we go to the red side, 46-74. As you saw them in the last 15 seconds there, they were kind of struggling. They made it to the high bar, which is that third one across the way. They got the connection. They were reaching and hanging on there, but they were struggling a little bit with their hook. They didn't quite get high enough, and their hook wasn't latching or pushing far enough forward. So when they relaxed to try to go reach for the next one, they were slipping.
Okay.
And that gets kind of scary when you're behind the fence, too, because if you see your robot where it should be reaching for the next one, but it's not, yeah, that's kind of a scary endeavor. And we saw one happen yesterday where it falls.
Yeah.
Nothing stops your heart more than that.
Yeah, no.
So it's awesome to see. Now, taking a look at the rest of the game, you did see a couple of teams moving around. You saw some picking up the cargo, the ball's on the floor. And then we also saw a fair number of them shooting, too.
Okay, and let's go over to our colleague Jeremy, where he is standing by for an interview.
Thank you, Mac. I'm joined by the Mechatronics, who won yesterday. I'm joined by Jason and Ash. You guys got the first win here tonight, or well, today, this morning, in the first qualifying match. What is going to be your guys' game plan going forward since you guys won yesterday? Now you're here trying to win the Open tournament. What is going to be your game plan going forward?
Honestly, we are just going to go with what we know works. Playing, like, defense when we have to, scoring points, just what we can.
Yeah, we're going to be taking it, like, match by match, seeing what works, what doesn't, and if the robot's, like, broken and stuff, we would, like, fix it. And then whatever we can do with the robot, we will do. So, like, for example, if our intake would break, we would be switching to a defensive mode and climb and stuff like that. So, like, we would focus on if we see robots trying to interfere with other robots, our team, we would go and, like, knock them out and stuff like that if we were on defense. Just, like, stuff like that. So we would take it, like, match by match to see what would work best for that match.
And obviously you guys have to scout other teams as well. And I don't know if you guys were here yesterday, but what got you guys into doing robotics in the first place? You know, high school, it's my second day ever witnessing this. What got you guys into doing robotics?
So our team actually has been, like, we had this team for, like, close to, like, 14 years now or so. So our team actually would go to the middle schools and do, like, a presentation of robotics and the robot, and I saw that in 6th grade, and I thought that was really cool, and I kept seeing them coming back and back. And then immediately after, when I graduated from middle school, I went to sign up for robotics, and I've been doing it ever since.
For me, honestly, this is the first year I've done robotics. I'm in my senior year of high school, so I kind of came late, but I just thought that it would be a really good experience for me, and, like, I saw what they did, and I thought that this was really cool, and I definitely am not disappointed. This is really cool stuff.
Alrighty, thank you guys so much.
Of course.
Hey,
Mac, back to you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate that. And let's send it down to the field for the introductions here for the game.
High school in Villager, Minnesota.
And rounding out this alliance, Team 7677.
From Swanville, Minnesota, the Bodacious Bulldogs.
On our blue alliance, we start out with Team 59.
It's the Patriotics from Pequot Lakes.
And the Stampede is back, 3630.
From Breck High School in Golden Valley, Minnesota.
And out of Uppsala, 4480.
From Uppsala, Minnesota, UC Robotics.
All right, now before we get into the match real quick, I got to ask you because, again, your team is participating
Yes,
in this.
they are.
Yeah. So what are your expectations from this match here?
All right, we're starting the match here, but
Okay.
I'd expect seeing some great motion and movement here as we begin.
Got it. And here we go.
Here we go at 36-30 for the Blue Alliance, scoring right away in the upper hub. And 2 points up in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance, 2 shots. And we are ready to go with drivers as all teams try to load up with their cargo. 45-39, picking up a few. 44-80, scoring 2 in the lower hub. Lots of shots fired in the upper hub. Both Blue and Red Alliance are scoring. .44-80 with 2 shots to the lower hub. And 59-13 in the upper hub. 36-30 shoots up the upper hub. 44-80 gets another shot in the lower hub. And 76-77 scores in the lower hub. 36-30 scores in the lower hub. And long shot from 59-13 just misses. And 36-30 and 45-39 both score in the upper hub. 76-77 shoots in the lower hub. And 84-22 scores for the Red Alliance in the upper hub. We are at 45 seconds left in the match as 84-22 for the Red Alliance heads over and is on the middle rung, shooting for the high rung. As we go to 30 seconds left in the match. 84-22 reaching for the traversal rung as all 3 Blue Alliance head towards the rungs. 59-13 and 36-30 are in the air. Red Alliance teams are also working on the middle rung. As we go to 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're awaiting the score here, and just want to say, seemed like really aggressive there from
You noticed that as well.
Yeah, good, just a little bit, from there. We'll await the score here.
Mm-hmm. Thumbs are up.
Seems like we're going to get a verdict, and
here it comes.
Blue Alliance, there we go, getting the win here. 76-51, again, the Cargo, really the difference there is that is 45 points for Cargo, and 25 for the Hangar. But, I wanted to ask you, because again, I know you had your team in there as well, but at the same time, I felt like watching 36-30. I felt like I was watching it on like 2 times.
Oh, very much so.
Because it was just dashing left and right and everything like that.
And so I had referenced earlier driver experience.
Yeah.
That's what that was right there. So that particular drivetrain was what you would call a swerve drive, and it is not an easy thing to learn because you got to remember you're driving forward always, but it's where your wheels are facing.
Right.
And how they're facing. So you can turn, you can strafe, you could turn and strafe at the same time. You could drive. It takes practice, and that's what you saw there is a lot of practice happening during the regular season and even some of the off season here that we're experiencing right now.
And then, it seemed like, Chaotic yesterday, obviously one of the top teams here yesterday. They were getting very aggressive, especially whether it be going up against your team there, obviously UC Robotics.
Yep.
But, for going aggressive on the defensive end, trying to knock you guys off and I don't know if you can technically call it broken ankles because it's robots, but at the same time, again, 36-30, just able to break out just that quick spin because of that drivetrain that you mentioned.
Yep.
And so being able to just swerve around it, juke it out of its way, and still drain the shot at that point.
It's amazing.
Yeah, but just seeing the focus on a couple of those teams like you mentioned there.
Yeah. No, and what's great about this particular game, which I haven't seen really happen in a long time, is this game is a very open field. It's very flat. We only have one major obstacle that is coming off of the edge of that hub there. There's a little bar that comes and runs cables to that center hub, which runs the LEDs, and that's about a 3/8 inch rise. Otherwise, the entire field is flat, which is beautiful for a swerve drive system and all those very nimble, fast, capable units. But other games and other years, you'll find that there's bumps, there's ridges. You gotta climb up steps. And a swerve drive might not be the best choice for that fashion because it depends on your surface. So yeah, seeing a swerve drive in that fashion is awesome. 3630 is one you're gonna wanna watch later on today, and seeing how they dial it in more and getting that experience for their shots. 5913 did another fabulous job draining those shots, especially in the upper hub with the cargo. 4480 had 4539, Chaotic Robotics. Play some solid defense on there. And I had mentioned earlier, our system is a little bit more fluid. You get a bump, you slide. All right.
Let's go ahead and toss it over to our sideline reporter here, Jeremy, where he's standing by with some of the contestants.
Thank you, Mac. I'm joined by Bodacious Bulldogs, participant. You guys were here yesterday. What do you guys have to do to win the open tournament here today?
We're going to try harder and talk to other teammates and work through it.
Also, there's a lot of scouting that has to go into it. You want to end out of here with the win, with the with at least like a plaque or something. So what do you want to do as like strategy-wise? What's going to be your strategy for the rest of the day after finishing up with a win here today in qualifying match number 2?
We're going to talk to other teammates, see what they want to do, just so we can plan it out so we aren't doing it last second.
How many years in particular for yourself have you been doing robotics? What got you into doing robotics?
I've been doing it for 4 years, and I thought it was something new and fun to try.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you.
Mac, back to you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it as they're going ahead and are they just
so right
down
now,
the middle here?
Yeah, so what's happening right now is sometimes with these aggressive matches, you'll see the field shift a little bit or get a little bopped and damaged, and that's what they're doing right now is making a few quick repairs. But it looks like we're getting ready from the MC again.
Got it. Okay, and let's see.
She's doing some introductions.
There
Here
we go. Let's send down for some introductions.
Nevis, Minnesota.
Their alliance partner, an all-girls team, 3134.
It's the Accelerators from Cass Lake, Minnesota.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, this team's name means warrior in Ojibwe. Please welcome back team 7235.
It's Red Lake Ogeechee from Red Lake, Minnesota.
Representing Lincoln High School in Thief River Falls, 3277.
It's Prodigy from Lincoln High School.
And the Iron Mosquitoes are back, 5653.
From Northeast Range High School in Babbitt, Minnesota.
Rounding out this blue alliance, they're from Waquaparo Valley, 5638.
It's LQPV Robotics from Madison, Minnesota.
So now we're just waiting on the, again, as they go ahead and go through some of the repairs real quick, we're just waiting on the opening of the match here momentarily. Again, just interesting what we've seen here so far today. Again, just kind of getting your feet wet with it, especially. And again, we want to thank you all for joining us here on yourliveevent.com for all of the coverage as always. And again, just kind of taking you through today's coverage throughout the day as well. And again, we hope that you stick with us here throughout the rest of the day and the rest of the contest. And also, just want to make sure that let you guys know our post-match interviews brought to you by Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy. Learn more about career opportunities at enbridge.com. Again, I'm your play-by-play voice, Mac Robinson, or kind of play-by-play / host / kind of just asking the questions over here at this point. I feel like as of right now, and I apologize in advance for asking any dumb questions.
There is no dumb questions with robotics. Honestly, if you're not asking the question and you don't know,
right,
that's the part that you should ask, please.
Right, and as we kind of get everything set, seems like they're good to go.
Yep, coming off the field, closing the gates now.
All right.
So we should be getting ready here for our FTA to give the thumbs up.
Okay, waiting on the thumbs up and giving the thumbs up. Let's go ahead and send it down.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And shots fired already with 31:02 and 72:35. And scoring for the Blue Alliance on the upper hub. And full driver mode, and all teams trying to load up that cargo to shoot some points. .56.38 scores in the upper hub. And 31:02 also scores for the Red Alliance in the upper hub. 31:34, the Accelerators scored 2 points in the lower hub. 56:38 also scores in the upper hub. 31:02 with another shot in the upper hub for the Red Alliance. 32:77 shoots and scores in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. And we are just over 1 minute left in the match. 1 minute left. As we have the Blue Alliance scoring in the upper hub with 56:53. 72:35 for the Red Alliance. With 2-1 in the lower hub. And 31:34, the Accelerators for the Red Alliance heads over to the rungs as we enter the 30-second mark. 30 seconds left in the match. 56:53 for the Blue Alliance heads over to the rungs and is working on the middle rung. 31:34 is already hanging, shooting for that traversal level. 56:38 getting one last shot. And we go to 3, 2, 1.
All right, a little bit of a worrying situation
Quite a match.
there. Yeah, as you have Tale of Two Bots there. As
Yes,
31-34 able to kind of get up there early, get all the way up to the traversal bar. And on the other side, 56-53, a little bit worrisome as they ended up dropping down there.
That is correct. It was very interesting. So 31-34, the Accelerators have done a phenomenal job hitting that traverse regularly, match after match after match. And 31-02, Techno Tigers, Nevis over there, doing the same. They only hang from that middle rung, that second bar there, but they're consistent at it. They do it each time. Now take a look at the Blue Alliance side, and unfortunately 56-53 is taking a nap, laying on its backside there. And me as a coach, and even from the stands, as we watched it, you heard the, oh.
Yeah.
And that's a heart drop right there, seeing it fall. So 56-53 was turning, and they were trying to reach up for that middle rung, that second bar there, and they got the hook on in place. And as they were pulling down and cranking up, their other two hooks came forward, but as they went to release the initial arm that extends up and down, one slipped. That was the intentional hanger.
Okay.
And as it did that, the whole robot shifted sideways and it threw it off balance. Oh, here's our score recap.
And that's going to go to the red team, obviously with the high traversal bar there. But let's see. So main points obviously from blue coming from the cargo.
Okay, good to know. So I just heard from our FTA during the last 30 seconds of the match, the traversal area, so those monkey bars essentially, or the 4 rungs that are there.
Yeah.
If an opponent team bumps a team that's trying to climb, they get an automatic climb to the traversal rung.
Oh, okay.
So you see 3102 there was only hanging from the second bar, that second rung, the mid rung. One of the Blue Alliance members came up and bumped them.
Oh, okay.
Intentional or otherwise, not exactly sure. But upon doing that, it granted the Red Alliance a full 15 points, even though they were hanging from that second bar.
Interesting. And you know, again, that's something that we always got to be keeping an eye out for.
Definitely.
But you know, when it comes to just the overall strategy of it too, do you have your team? Because it was one thing that I was looking out for yesterday. Is there are some teams that'll go early, and you know, just the strategy of the climbing as well. The strategy of the climbing really comes into play where you have some teams that early on, some teams will go ahead and go a little bit earlier to go ahead and climb and maybe get a little bit ahead. That way they're not swinging as much for their teammates. You know, what do you think about the strategy when it comes to the climbing?
It honestly depends on the team. So I reference my team. We're a solid 35-second robot to get to the traverse, and it's primarily because ours is based on our weight, balance, and swing.
Okay.
If we hit the swing just right, yeah, we'll nail it every time.
Yeah.
But we might get a little excited and extend the arm a little too soon, and then you hit the bar rather than actually grab the bar.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of driver skill. Sometimes it's luck, or other times it's just engineering excellence.
Okay.
And so some teams can make their climb and their traverse 10, 20 seconds, which is awesome. To me, that's an engineering marvel in that fashion. I've seen most of the teams, when I've been to the regional events and to the major competitions, it's been a typical 30 seconds from what I've noticed across the spectrum, which is the end game competition.
And, you know, I feel like just from watching it the last day or so, you know, I feel like it's just extremely high-stakes crane game.
It feels that way in this instance, and a lot of that also is based on experience, too. So we have a fair number of low hub shooters, the low goal for shooting the balls.
Yeah.
Well, that's only 1 point apiece.
Right.
And then we have a couple of dynamite, take for instance 876, 5913, and 3630, Thunder, Patriotics, and Stampede. They hit that top hub 2 points every time. And it's awesome. And if they could crank out those points and they're on the same team together, you're going to see high scores. And truthfully, it's cost variance. So hanging that low bar rung, 6 points. Well, that means if you take, for instance, 4480, who is a low hub shooter, 1 point, we have to put 6 balls in to equivalent that middle bar hang.
Gotcha.
The farther up you go, so the 4 points for the very low, 6, 10, 15 for the top, well, we got to score 15 balls to hit that top rung equivalency.
Right.
So it's a cost-benefit analysis in that fashion, and what can your team do?
Right.
How can you engineer it to not only just shoot the balls across the balls in the cargo across the 2 minutes, 15 seconds of driver, but also can you incorporate that to hang? Is it worth it for that hang?
Right.
So you'll see a lot of that, and that happens early in the season with teams when they break down the rule book. They will have large confabs, large brainstorming sessions of, okay, what do you think we can do? How should we do it? And some teams will spend a week before they start prototyping and saying, okay, this will work. Nope, definitely not that. And then there's other teams that'll prototype design and otherwise, oh, I see we're getting a thumbs up on the far side. Sorry.
All right, no, you're fine, you're fine. Let's send it over to our colleague there, Jeremy, with another Enbridge post-match interview.
Thank you, Mac. I'm here joined by Sarah and Kayana from the Techno Tigers. Kayana was here yesterday. Sarah had a cross-country meet. She's officially done with cross-country, so now she'll be with the Techno Tigers for the rest of the year. How was it to get your first robotics of the weekend in today, Sarah?
feels good. It's a little early in the morning and I'm a little sweaty, but it's invigorating. So
Now, obviously, Techno Tigers won. Kayana was a part of that team. What was going through your mind as you guys were one of the teams picked early on, and then you got the home team to join you guys, and then from there you just went all the way?
Yeah, it was awesome. We had lots of fun.
And then what will be your game plan today to end out with the Open Championship win here today?
Just push through it, try as hard as we can. Every game's a different game.
right, I'd say the same.
And then last question for you guys. What got you guys into robotics? I know that we talked with you, Kayana, yesterday, but for those people that didn't hear or were not on, what got you guys into robotics?
So all my siblings were in it, but then what was more for it is the mentors. Every single time they see me in the hallways, like, when you gonna join, when you gonna join, until one day I was like, I'm in.
So you kind of got peer pressured into it.
A little bit, but now I'm here to stay.
What about you, Sarah?
One of my neighbors is a mentor, and so every time I went over there, he would talk about robotics, and it just sounded like a really fun time. And the school that I was going to at the time didn't have a robotics program, so I ended up switching schools because of it, and I haven't turned back, and it's been awesome ever since.
Alrighty, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Mac, back to you.
All right, thanks, Jeremy. And again, special thanks to them for joining us. And again, our post-match interview is brought to you by Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy. Learn more about career opportunities at enbridge.com. Getting set to go here for match number 4 of the day. Again, 26 qualifying matches, or I should say qualifying match number 4, excuse me.
Yep.
Going to get into the alliance selection later on here as well. But, you know, we've talked about, you know, what you see early on. I meant to ask you as well.
Yeah.
How do you kind of, and I know like the team members will kind of balance out when it comes to scouting. Do you kind of look at early scouting versus late if you see something great early on, but how does that kind of weigh in your mind?
For me, that sets the tone. So if I'm sitting watching a match, and we're talking like matches 1 through 5, 1 through 8, somewhere early, that first half of the game and half of the day, and you see somebody hit that traverse, that high climb right away, I'm going to watch them and see how many times they can do that. And then same holds true with their shooting mechanisms. How many balls, how many cargo do they actually put into that hub? And so some of those are the early mechanics, and you'll even get nitty gritty. So I'm going to talk autonomous. Autonomous has its own strategy behind there too. That's the very beginning of the match. The first 15 seconds, teams pre-program their robot to do something. And hopefully that something is beneficial in that front. So you get 2 points for just backing out of that hangar zone, which is the taped lines on the floor, the blue and the red. The other points you get when you shoot into the hub are actually doubled at that point in time. So for every cargo that you score into that lower hub is worth 2 points instead of 1. And every cargo scored in the upper hub is worth 4 instead of 2 during the game.
Okay. So when it comes to the programming side of it, then I know you kind of balance. I know you mentioned the 4 points. It's all the points are doubled essentially.
Yes.
There for shooting. So at that point, you know, if for instance, again, your team is one that focuses on the lower hub there. You know, do you kind of focus on a different strategy when it comes to that side of it when it comes to the programming then?
Yeah. Oh, looks like we're actually going to get started, so we'll carry that on here soon.
Yeah, we'll talk about that here after this.
1, go!
And shot fired in the upper hub by 8878. Lots of balls flying. Oh, wow. Just missed from the corner shot. In and out. 876, Thunder Robotics scoring in the upper hub. And 8422 for the Blue Alliance scores in the upper hub. 2 shots in the upper hub for the Red Alliance. And 8878 for the Red Alliance. In and out. Oh, wow. Oh, just missed the upper hub. And we've got a lot of activity out here. These teams are very competitive today. Teams loading up their cargo. 8878 scores in the lower hub for the Red Alliance. And 876 Thunder Robotics scores 2 in the upper hub for the Red. We are at 1 minute left in the match. 1 minute as 8188 heads over to the middle rung. And Thunder Robotics scores 2 more in the upper hub. 8422 for the Blue Alliance heads over to the rungs and is up on the middle. And we are just over 30 seconds left in the match. 30 seconds. As 876 Thunder shoots another one in the upper hub. 8422 is up on the high rung, shooting for the traversal level for the Blue Alliance. All 6 teams are in the rungs trying to get that last hang. 8878 and 8188 for the Red Alliance are in the air. All 3 Blue Alliance teams are in the air. 3, 2, 1.
All right, crazy match there throughout. Obviously, any match that you have the Thunder involved, 876, you know it. We called him Steph Curry yesterday because it seemed like no matter what, they were able to turn, get the right shot, and be able to get that in. But a little bit worrisome when it came to the climbing period there at the end.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a stopper, especially on the Red Alliance side. We see Team 8188 had made it all the way up to the traverse, and then we've got 8878 on that middle rung, which is that second bar. But 876 was just trying to maneuver and position just right so they could get there. But they gave the traverse team a little bit of a bump, and as you see, they're swinging right there. They're only hanging from one of their 2 hooks for balance. But on the flip side, here's our scores.
And the red team able to get that one, and that was crucial as they win by 15 there in the cargo difference, 33-8 there. Again, Red Alliance winning 60-45 there. So the balance and able to stay on by those rungs was pretty much the difference there.
Yeah, that 15 points way up at the top. Had they actually fallen, it would have been a tie game then after that. So that was a crucial thing that they just stopped where they were at right there. But I give kudos to the Blue Alliance also. They managed to get all 3 of their robots hanging in the air. 8422, the Husky Howlers climbing all the way traverse like we saw them do multiple times yesterday. And then we also have the other 2 who landed on the mid-rung, both 4238 and
Resistance
3275.
Yeah, Resistance Robotics and the Regulators. And Resistance Robotics, you know, I know Jack talked about it yesterday, and I would still point out they have that grappling hook that I absolutely love to see each time.
It's a fun thing to see.
Yeah. And, again, at that point, I'm just waiting for them to put the Batman sticker on the side of it.
You know, did you actually tell them that? They should do that.
They absolutely should. I have not told them, but I will tell them.
Yeah, that's a fabulous idea. And, you know, what's fun about this event is you will find little coin terms, memes, or like cameos of that fashion that these teams love doing. And it's the kids at heart, both mentor and student alike, that love doing that.
Oh, yeah.
How can we personalize our robot and get a smile out of each other?
Right. And that's honestly, because that's what I appreciate the most. It's those little details that, like, you might not necessarily notice, or like the Easter eggs.
Yes,
kind
very
of going
much so.
through and find those little details, but when you do, you appreciate it that much more.
100%.
But this is going to be your last match with me here coming up.
Yes,
here in
that
just
is
a little
correct.
bit. So, you know, what have you seen so far from these first 4 matches, and what are you kind of expecting here from match number 5?
Well, definitely we're going to start getting into double and triple matches for some of our teams. This is their second go-round, their third go-round.
Okay.
You're going to start seeing the skill level increase, particularly driving.
Okay.
So how well the robots move on the field.
Mhm.
And then more so, how well they can pick up the cargo, those blue and red balls that you see around, those giant, and truthfully, they're giant tennis balls.
Yeah.
That's what they are. They're a 7-inch tennis ball. You'll see them picking that up so much more efficient and effectively and scoring. So you're going to see a lot better driving, a lot better people being able to move, and scoring more cargo points across these matches moving forward here.
Now, I know we're so early on, and so just to kind of put in perspective, you know, what's a what is a high score for for early on, and what's something that kind of seems more the usual, the average that you'll kind of get in there?
Well, and speaking of that specifically, some of these early matches you're going to find probably teens, 20s are pretty typical, especially for teams who are young, new, getting a feel for the game.
Okay.
Or first-time drivers.
Okay.
But some of these early matches, like we experienced one earlier, creeping in on the 70 points.
Yeah.
That is awesome to see, and that's what you're going to see more later this afternoon. We've got a thumbs up on the far side.
All right, let's go ahead and send it down for another Enbridge Energy interview here with our own Jeremy.
Thank you, Mac. I'm joined by Grand Force participant Zane. Zane, what is going to be your mindset going into today, trying to win an open tournament here today?
I think we're really just going to focus on, we're going to take it easy. We're not going to push our robot too hard. It broke a lot at our regionals in Grand Forks, and we're not really looking to push that hard, but we will push as hard as we need to keep going and keep winning.
Alrighty, Zane, and what got you into robotics? I know that I don't believe you guys were here yesterday. What got you into robotics, and what are you hoping to gain out of it?
Well, I just got an email about potentially joining a robotics team, and it sounded really interesting. So I just, at first it's like robots. I don't really, they don't sound that cool, but then I started seeing what it's about and realizing it's a whole lot more than just robots.
So how many years have you done robotics with the Grand Force and then over in Grand Forks?
This is my third year, and it's a third year as a team, so I started when the team started.
Alrighty, thank you, Zane.
Yeah, thank you.
Mac, back to you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate that. And again, our post-match interview is brought to you by Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy. Learn more about career opportunities at enbridge.com. And Curtis, I think he kind of hit a great point there, especially that, for me coming in, I hadn't covered one of these events previously, but for me, yes, it's surrounding robots, but at the same time, it's more than that. Out of anything, it feels more sporting event than I've experienced with some sporting events.
and that's the wonderful thing about FIRST as a whole. Not only just what we're seeing on the field here, but the LEGO League and the FIRST Tech Challenge. It is more than robots. It's all about character building. It's all about getting kids involved. When it comes to FIRST Robotics championships and competitions that we've got here, you'll find kids who love tinkering with the robot, building specifically, but they don't want to drive.
Right.
And then you'll also find others who want to be the photographer. They want to take the in-action photos, the videos. They want to do the social media aspects.
Yeah.
And they want nothing to do with driving the robot also.
Right.
But you'll find the programmers who want to really dig into the code and make it as automatic as possible. And, oh, look at this big shiny. I want to make lights flashy and everything. There's all sorts of different perspectives for this event that go on behind the scenes, more so than what you see on the field today.
Right, and let's go ahead and throw it down to the MC, introducing the teams for this match 5.
60-45.
It's Sabre Robotics from Sartell High School.
Their alliance partner out of Red Lake, 72-35.
It's Red Lake Ogeechee Dog.
And LQPV Robotics is back, 56-38.
From Madison, Minnesota.
For our Blue Alliance, we start off with a team representing Swanville, 76-77.
The Bodacious Bulldogs.
Their alliance partner, UC Botics, is back, 44-80.
From Uppsala, it's UC Botics.
And the home team, Mechatronics, 33-13.
It's a Mechatronics.
All right, we await the action here momentarily. Again, officials kind of getting themselves ready to go. I will just say this, too. I appreciate it's the little things that make the difference, and the fact that for all these official stands, they have the mats that make it so comfortable for you to stand. I will walk back and forth, and I will purposely walk on those because it feels like heaven for that split second that I take that step on
Yeah,
there.
definitely. It is actually very wonderful, especially if you're standing all day long.
Right.
Yesterday, being a part of the NMRC Championship, it was a 12-hour day for me alone, specifically being here.
Right.
I think I got about a 20-minute sit break the entire time. And the concrete, I can tell you as a coach, as a mentor, bring comfortable shoes, things you can stand and walk in. They're amazing for that fashion.
Well, and that was the other thing, too. You know, obviously we were here covering the event throughout, moving around left and right. We had our lunch break and everything like that. But let me tell you, I have never felt better about sitting than I did once we got back. It was phenomenal. But, again, love the action. It had to rest up for today.
Oh,
again,
yes, definitely.
Just another great round of action, and seems like we're getting the okay, so let's send it down to the field.
3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go as Blue and Red Alliance both score in the lower hub. 44-80 UC Robotics just scored in the lower hub. And here we go, full driver as 60-45 shoots and scores in the lower hub. All teams trying to load up on that cargo. And here comes 44-80 with 2 shots in the lower hub for the Blue Alliance. 72-35 for the Red Alliance. Shoots and scores 2 in the lower hub. Here's 44-80 back with 1 more in the lower hub. And 56-38 also scores for the Red Alliance. And 2 shots in the upper hub, 1 goes in. 72-35 for the Red Alliance, scores in the lower hub. 44-80 back with 2 more in the lower hub. 76-77 for the Blue Alliance, scores with 2 more in the lower hub. 56-38 also scores 2 points in the upper hub for the Red Alliance. 44-80 with another one in the lower hub for the Blue. 76-77, 2 more shots for the Blue Alliance in the lower hub. Oh. And 44-80, we've got 30 seconds left in the match. 30 seconds. UC Robotics already back on the rungs in the middle rung, heading towards a high rung. As all teams head back to the rungs to try to get to hang. 60-45 is working on hanging on the middle rung. Blue Alliance, all 3 teams are headed to the rungs to hang. 56-38 heads back. We've got 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so interesting match there. We're awaiting the results, but we were talking about it during the match there. 3 teams that were very similarly designed there. Your team 44-80,
correct,
as well as 72-35, and what was the
76-77 is the other one.
76-77.
So Swanville Bulldog, Bodacious Bulldogs as well on that. So taking a look at that, and you will find that across the board with all of the robots. Some designs you will find very similar, and others are dynamically different and unique. So here's our scores that just got posted.
All right, and the Blue Alliance coming away with the win again with the 7-point win there, and the crucial point there, hanger and the cargo.
Yep.
Cargo, 3-point advantage there, and again the entire difference there, as it was a 4-point advantage in the hanger. So just down to the wire there when it came to a couple there.
Yeah, and so in reference to that, you see a lot of similar designs here. So 44-80, my team, we were trying towards the very end there to do the traverse, but when you saw our arm reach out and that hook, it just wasn't quite making it right enough, and we've got a double hook, a front and a back, for that purpose, because sometimes we just are unable to quite make it all the way. But looking on the opposite side, we have 72-35 Ogeechee Dog. They have a passive climber system, and what that means is if they line up just right, they can drive straight into the bars and hang without any motors or any mechanics behind it. It's just a spring-loaded mechanism that they just drive straight in and lock in place. But then 7677, Bodacious Bulldogs, they have a single arm hook, and they made their design just for that middle rung, that second tier in that fashion.
So at that point, too, would you almost strategize with that where, you can get a couple more shots up? If you only have the one, you know which rung you're going to. So at that point, maybe get a few more shots up, try to see if you can get more cargo points at that point, and, just be able to kind of quickly go in, raise that up, and kind of pull yourself up for the last second hang.
Very much so, and that is strategy behind that in the long run. So 7677, we were partnered with them during playoffs yesterday, and that was the strategy. It takes them 5 seconds to get off the ground. So that means they have another 20 seconds or so plus to actually put cargo in, which is additional points, making up that difference for us as we are trying to reach that traversal rung.
Okay, interesting. And with that being said, I don't know if I think we should be getting somebody here coming up here briefly, but I'll let you get back to your team.
Fabulous.
And then if you want to come back later on here, feel free. We'd love to have you, and you've done great. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much for having me, and I appreciate this wonderful opportunity. And thank you for coming to the NMRC Open. This is a wonderful event for all of the kids and adults alike.
Oh yeah, no, and trust me, I've loved it. I've loved covering it at this point. Like I told you off the air, this is definitely one of the year highlights for me. So I absolutely love doing it. So, again, just great event here so far. Again, the NMRC Open here today on yourliveevent.com. As we go ahead and await all these teams kind of getting set, we're going to go ahead and take a quick timeout. As you see the team standings there here on this. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back here after this with the action here for for game number 6.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on yourliveevent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on yourliveevent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Robotics.
Joining them on the red side of the field, make some noise for 36-30.
They are Stampede out of Breck High School in Golden Valley, Minnesota.
And last but not least on this alliance, make some noise for 56-53.
From Babbitt, they are the Iron Mosquitoes.
Against them on the blue alliance, it's 47-28.
From Rocori, it's the Ratcheteers.
Next on this side of the field, it's 88-78.
Coming to you from Ashby, it's the Ashby Aerobots.
And rounding off this match, make some noise for 31-34.
They are the Accelerators out of Cass Lake, Minnesota.
All right, and as we await, get everything ready to go, get everything set straight, we await the thumbs up from the officials. And that was our other MC for the day. Natalie Sparkle was there taking it away, introducing the teams. And again, we've got great matchup here as we're heading into match number 6 here of the qualifiers. And now, at this point, I'm joined by my colleague, Jack Albee. And Jack, you were on the call yesterday throughout the day. Just day 2 when it comes to the Open, as we kind of get a look of everything and await everything getting the okay. Let's see what we have here as they go ahead and talk things over real quick. But your general thoughts from yesterday and how you're feeling going into today.
Well, I mean, from yesterday, I can only say really one thing, and that was just energy. Like, it was nothing but amazing. I loved it. It was such a spectacle to see. Just, if you have a shot, if you have time, go check out the recording on Wiley's Your Live event, Wiley. That's the shorthand for the folks that we do.
All right, let's send it down into the field for match number 6.
We are underway here in match 6 qualifications. All 6 robots moving in autonomous mode under pre-programmed instructions, trying to score as many points in the hub for double points. Drivers step up now and take control of their robots. 36-30, quick off the draw to shoot one up into the upper hub for 2 points. 45-39, chaotic, 2 up, 2 in the upper hub. 36-30, 1 up and in. 31-34, the accelerators, they get 1 into the lower hub for 1 point. Chaotic have 2 in their robot. They're ready to go for 2. They shoot 2, they make 1. Aerobots make 1 in the lower hub for 1 point. Here come the accelerators, 31-34. Shoot 2 into the lower hub for 2 points. Aerobots getting defense played on them, but they still shoot and make 1 into the lower hub. Chaotic, 2 locked and loaded, ready to go for that upper hub. 1, 2 up. Only 1 drops in, though, for 2 points. (56-53), the Iron Mosquitoes trying to line up a shot. They come up short. Their second one drops in and out of the upper hub. Meanwhile, Chaotic, they go 2 for 2 up top. We have 1 minute remaining in this round. Aerobots, 1 in their robot, lining up for the lower hub. They make that one for 1 point. Accelerators crash into the hub, trying to collect some cargo so they can score. Iron Mosquitoes going to begin their climb in the Red Alliance hangar. Going to go for that middle rung. 31-34, going to do the same for the Blue Alliance. (36-30), they shoot one last cargo into the upper hub, and they are going to begin their ascent in the Red Alliance hangar as well. Iron Mosquitoes, they successfully make it from the mid rung to the high rung. So do the accelerators. We have 15 seconds left in the match. Stampede has successfully made it from the high rung to the traversal rung. So does the Iron Mosquitoes. We have 2 red robots hanging on the top rung, and that is the end of the match. Incoming scores for match 6. The Red Alliance takes it.
Alrighty, it looks like the Red Alliance is going to take this one.
The Red Alliance will take 3 of the 4 ranking points, and the Blue Alliance will get 1 of the 4.
Alrighty, look at this. So, ranking points, that means, and again, this is Jack for those of you just tuning in. I know I just stepped in for Mac Robinson. I'm also joined here with Sydney, who is the MC, how do you want to call, what would your position be titled, I guess?
Yes, thank you, Jack. So, like you said, my name is Sydney Mosier. I am the Master of Ceremonies, but MC for short. I would say I am kind of the face of the event, where our game announcers are the voice of the event.
Ah, okay, so the face of the, so let me ask you this, how did you get into it? Like this is something I didn't know this existed till like 70-something hours ago?
Yeah, for sure. That's a great question. So I was actually on a first FRC team in high school. So I started out, I'm not even going to say how many years ago because I don't want to date myself, but I was on a high school team up in Warroad, Minnesota, northern Minnesota for 2 years. So I was a part of the team, and then the last year I was their team captain, and after graduating high school, I then started my volunteer career. So I've been volunteering with First Robotics at their events, both off-season and regionals, ever since then.
And so you got into it in high school. Like, what drew you to it, or how did you even figure this out? Because I'm learning, because all of a sudden after yesterday's events, I was like, this is so awesome. Where was this when I was? And I'm starting like texting and calling my friends from high school, and they're like, I'm pretty sure we had one of those at, blank, blank, blank. And I was like, it's a robot. Why wouldn't I like this? So I was like, wait, how didn't I hear of this? So how did you hear about it?
Yeah, so growing up in Warroad, it's a pretty small school, pretty small community, so I knew about our First Robotics team, but that was about it. I knew of the name, a couple of the people who were in it. The big driving factor of myself being recruited was that our main mentor was also my volleyball coach, and he kind of knew that I was good with talking with people and could be a good advocate for our team, so I was recruited to do more of our PR work. I submitted some of our awards, our chairman's award videos, which is more of an outreach. I would kind of book all of our trips and do a lot of the planning. So I wasn't really the technical building side of the robot, but I helped organize a lot of the other events that our team did as a part of being in first.
Well, that's awesome. And I'll say this, obviously, the schools that I went to way too many high schools, moved a lot. But not a good PR person, because I never heard about it. I was like, okay, whatever. But we're actually getting set up here for the next match. Now, and being the face and coming in and not knowing what to expect whatsoever here, I mean, is it always like this? I mean, yesterday, I'm looking at like a laser light show that, some WWF people would be jealous about and stuff like that. So I'm like, this is crazy. So is it always like this?
So the NMRC, the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference, always puts on a great show, both for the students and the teams and also the spectators and everyone watching online too. They receive quite a bit of funding from sponsors, so thank you to our sponsors that help to make this production such a great event. Usually our off-season events, which are smaller events like today, aren't always as spectacular as the NMRC, but the NMRC really likes to put on a nice show. Our bigger events, our regionals are what we call them, have up to 60 teams, and those are also a really big production. They're usually at bigger venues, even big sports arenas, and stuff like that. So it kind of depends, but we are very fortunate here at this event.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, we have an interview down with Jeremy. Jeremy, it's all you.
Thank you, Jack. I'm joined by Josh and Sam from the Chaotic. Guys, back here for day 2. What's it like here so far?
It's been amazing. It's awesome to see the other teams come in for open and to see everybody return from yesterday. I think it's going to be a great day. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm pretty excited for what a robot's going to do, and happy we get to play today.
Now, what's funny is that our volunteer, Susan, they call you guys our golden stars. You guys have tiny little stars on your shirt. How do you guys earn those?
So we earn them just by being good deeds. We got out of bed this morning. We got here. There we go. We win a match, help a team. There we go.
Yeah, we usually get them when we win a match and for waking up.
mainly just waking up then. All right. And then what has gotten you guys into the robotics here? Like, what got you into doing robotics? Why have you been doing it?
I joined because I've always been interested in programming, and that kind of went hand in hand with programming the robot and stuff. And I've always been friends with him. We're cousins, so it's fun to work with him and make something move, I guess.
Well, there you go. Family affair right there, right?
For me, it's the mechanical side of things. Love working with my hands, love getting a task and making something perform that task.
All righty. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Josh and Sam from the Chaotic Robotics team. Jack, back to you.
Alrighty, thank you, Jeremy. Well, we are still waiting on the next upcoming match here. It looks like we have some folks on the orange caps, which again, these are officials kind of making sure everything is up to date. And with that being said, we actually have the intros going on right now, so I'm going to let you guys listen to that.
Regulators.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, make some noise for 2538.
They are the Plaid Pillagers out of Morris, Minnesota.
And rounding off this alliance, make some noise for 876.
The winner of yesterday's competition, it's Thunder Robotics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, I want to give a warm welcome to 3102.
Coming to you from Nevis, it's Techno Tigers.
Joining them on this side, we have 3277.
Coming to you all the way from Thief River Falls, it's Prodigy.
And rounding off this alliance, make some noise for 4238.
Out of Belgrade, Bruden and El Rose, it's Resistance Robotics.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thunder Robotics backs out of the tarmac, picks up that extra piece of cargo. They go 2 for 2 in autonomous mode for a total of 4 points. We have a human player throwing in from the Red Alliance all the way from downtown. Drivers step up and take control of their robots. All 6 teams moving and grooving, trying to gather cargo to score. Thunder Robotics has 2 in their robot, ready to shoot for that upper hub. 2 in the air, 1 in the upper hub. The other one just bounces off the rim. Meanwhile, Prodigy goes 2 for 2 up tall. Prodigy again, quick off the draw. They just come up short. Techno Tigers has 1 in their intake. They're lining up under the hub. 1 up, 1 in. Thunder Robotics, 2 up, 1 in. Prodigy, 1 in the upper hub, 1 goes long. Techno Tigers and Thunder Robotics going toe-to-toe, 1 for 1 in the upper hub. Prodigy lining up, getting ready to fire. 1's in the air, 1's in the upper hub. Another 1 in the air, another 1 in the upper hub for 4 points. Thunder Robotics locked and loaded. 2 in the air, 1 in the upper hub. 1 bounces off the rim. Plaid Pillagers has 1 in their robot. They're getting ready to fire. They just come up short. Thunder Robotics drains another 1 up tall. We have 45 seconds remaining in the round. Thunder Robotics again, 1 up in the upper hub. Thunder Robotics locked and loaded with 2. They go up top, 2 for 2. Prodigy just going off to the left side of the upper hub. 30 seconds remaining in the round. Teams are going to begin their endgame strategy of climbing their hangar. 876 starting off on that middle rung. They're going to try and jump to that high rung. They do that successfully. Nevis is on the middle rung. 876 is on the traversal rung. They are up for 15 points. 2, 1.
Alrighty. Well, we're seeing some, at least, again, this is kind of the first game. This is the first match I'm here.
Red Alliance takes that match.
Alrighty. Red has
With
it.
a score of 68-47, Red Alliance is awarded 3 ranking points for their efforts.
So 41 cargo points and the 21 hangar. So, and we're seeing some familiar bots. I was about to say faces, but they really don't. Actually, you know what? That's a really good question. I've noticed, like, really, everything here is very practical. And me, just being me, I think the only thing I'd be able to do is be like, all right, we're going to make this thing look as loud and crazy as possible. Like, the thing would have a beard, some Viking horns on it, and it'd just look crazy, right? Like, talking with Ryan, he's like, yeah, I know they get to that point, but I guess what is the craziest like robot you've actually seen like going in here? You don't have to say the name, but like if it's like, oh yeah, it was this highlighter pink thing, which was just awesome, and it kind of rolled around and just did nothing, but it looked great.
Yeah, so it kind of depends. A lot of the teams have their own style, their own color scheme that they try to emulate. You can see on that last match, the Techno Tigers 3102, their whole bot is painted neon green, because that's their color. They're from Nevis. In the cities, we have the Robotics. They're an all-girls team at a private school. Their robot is always all bright pink, and they love to do that. So it really depends. They try to have their own unique colors and scheme shine through so that you can look at what the team members are wearing and you can tell which robot is theirs on the field.
Oh, absolutely. I've definitely noticed that. Now, with that being said, we actually do have an interview here. So, Jeremy, I'm going to toss it to you. It's all you, my man.
Thank you, Jack. I'm joined by the Thunder Robotics, Ethan and Trevin. Ethan, I love that bucket hat. What made you go all crazy out with your bucket hat?
This is just the drive coach's hat. It's just one that we've had and collected the buttons all over the tournaments and the years, and it's just a hat the drive coach wears.
Now, leading off of that, Trevin, would you like to have that hat on your head at some point?
Personally, I think it fits him well. I don't see myself being a drive coach, but I prefer to drive the robot, but I'll leave that up to him.
Alrighty, guys, what got you guys into doing robotics, from like childhood to now? What got you guys into going into robotics?
I first got interested in robotics when my sister joined. I've been in with it for 2016 since then, so I've been sticking with it, trying to do my best.
I've always loved building things with my hands. I joined Lego League, and that led into robotics naturally. And then I ended up just trying out for the drive team, and I'm wearing the hat now.
And then what is going to be your guys' game plan going into today? You guys won yesterday as one of the 3 Alliance members to win. What's going to be your what's going to be your game plan to win here today to get the Open tournament win?
Hopefully the same thing as we did last time. Just put up points and hopefully just do what we did last time.
I think the key is going to be being able to communicate with teams and seeing the new teams that are here from yesterday, if they're going to be worthy enough to go against us or be on our alliance.
Alrighty, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack, back to you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Now, he brought up something, and we can still see, and they're walking away right now, but the driver hat. I will say this, and we kind of were talking about it during, I'm going to say our break, but during the interview there. And you were saying, like, hey, I love getting somebody's, like, first, like, opinions on, the whole event and everything else. And I've noticed that a lot of people, like, have come up to me and been like, hey, what do you think? And everything else. And all I can say is energy, energy, energy. The culture is amazing. So if you could actually remember your first... Oh! I'm going to come back to that. We're going to jump to the match.
59? 59?
On a Pequot Lakes, they are the Patriotics.
Joining them is going to be 56-38.
It's LQPV Robotics out of Madison, Minnesota.
And last but not least on this alliance, it's 81-88.
They are Grand Force.
Over here on the blue crew, make some noise. It's 46-74.
They are RoboJacks.
Joining them on the blue alliance, make some noise for 44-80.
It's UC Botics out of Uppsala, Minnesota.
And rounding off this match, it's going to be 88-78.
It's the Ashby Aerobots.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
59-13, the Patriotics. They go 2 for 2. The human player shot bounces in and then bounces back out again. Patriotics goes 3 for 3 in autonomous mode. Welcome to Teleop, where human players step up and control their robots. Aerobots 1 down low in the lower hub for a point. Grand Force, they have 2 locked and loaded, ready to shoot. Both of them score in the lower hub for 2 points. Patriotics, that one just twists in the upper hub. That one lands up there as well for the Patriotics. UC Botics has 2 in their robot. They're trying to get lined up on the lower hub to score those. They get that done. Patriotic shoots 3. They only make 1 of them, though. LQPV lining up with 2 cargo in their robot. 1's up and in. 2 just bounces off the rim. Their teammate, the Patriotics, they go 2 for 2, though, in the upper hub. 1-2 up for the Patriotics. They get bumped during their shot, and both of them actually miss. Grand Force going to begin their climb in the red hangar. Aerobots tries to shoot down low. They come up short. They pick up that cargo. That misses, though. They're going to try that again. UC Botics has 1 in their robot. Their intake is down. They're trying to look for another piece of cargo to score. Meanwhile, Grand Force makes it from the middle rung to that high rung. We have 46-74. They are traversing from the middle rung to the high rung. Can they get to that traversal rung? That whistle means we have 30 seconds left in the match. 46-74 Robojacks. They make it to the traversal rung. So does Grand Force on the Red Alliance. Patriotic still trying to score as much cargo as they can with the open field. We have 3 robots hanging on the Blue Alliance, excuse me. Can 44-80. UC Botics makes it to the traversal rung to join their team. We have 1 second left in the match.
All right, we got 3 hanging for the blue. We got 2 for the red.
Here come the scores. The Red Alliance takes it.
Wow.
With the score 61-51.
Oh, yeah, no, the Red Alliance just kind of ran with it when it came to the cargo. 34 to the 11. Hangar, wow, it was a lot tighter than even the score's really tight, but yeah, no. Again, talking with Ryan yesterday and just explaining to me like how the different ways you can score and optimizing your bot to do one or the other, but being able to also do the other thing. It's just absolutely crazy, especially when you start breaking down scores like that. But to get back with our with the conversation that we were having last time, do you remember your first robotics competition? Do you remember like going in, maybe like what your thoughts was like? This is gonna be this, but then it's this.
Yeah, I definitely do. I was actually back in 11th grade, if you can believe it. I was a part of the team, and everybody who's been on the team before really hypes up these events. So you're really excited when you go in it, but it is nothing like you can picture. People's descriptions do not do it justice. I just remember being a little 11th grader walking in the Mariucci Arena down in the Twin Cities, and it's a huge venue, and they have this huge field set up with spotlights all on it, the lights every which way, music's playing, every team has their mascots dancing, There's numbers for each team. All the teams are sitting together, cheering. Fans are everywhere. The costumes, the lights, the excitement. It's just a whole nother world at one of those big events.
Oh no, that's the thing. Like, absolutely. And it's hard for me to grasp. Like, this is a very impressive event, but like again, it seems like there's it can get a lot bigger and everything else. And like you said, just the crowd reaction. Not just the crowd. It's everybody. It's that culture that Ryan and I and we've been talking about the entire time, where it really is like the pits. There's dance. I've never seen as much dancing in any type of sporting event or competition than I have here. I mean, yesterday, the entire crowd was dancing at one point, especially during the tournament, which that's at the end of the entire day. So they've been there for, it ran almost like 10 hours yesterday.
It did, yeah.
So like they just stored energy for 10 hours. They're just like, all right, let's get crazy, right?
Usually it kind of pumps up as the day goes. During alliance selection, a lot of nervous teams, nervous members. But after that, once you head into the tournament schedule, everyone is just so pumped and so excited. And even if your team didn't make it, you usually choose an alliance that your team is cheering for, whether they're close to you in location, to your school, or maybe they're a team that you just became friends with because your pits are next to. You kind of team up. And that's one of the great things I love about First Robotics is really this emphasis on gracious professionalism. So what that means is teams can compete crazy against each other off the field, or on the field, excuse me, but off the field, they're willing to help each other. They'll help each other program stuff. They'll give each other their tools that they need. And it's really a really good community for these students to work together.
Absolutely. Now, with that being said, we do have Jeremy with another interview. Jeremy, I'm tossing it to you, my man.
Thank you, Jack. I'm here with Charles and August, guys. Guys got the win here in qualifying match number 8. What was your game plan going into that match?
Just shooting and climbing. Yep. Scoring points and winning.
Yes, the big one, winning. As every team says, right? Winning. We want to go in and win. Yep. All right, so it's the open tournament. What do you guys have to do to continue on winning, to get into the qualifying, or into like the matches to win the open championship?
Maybe just better game plan with our teammates, try to figure out what we're doing.
Yeah, the biggest thing is communication between teammates, so we know what's going on, so we can figure out how to win.
Alrighty, guys. And then what got you guys into doing robotics from like early childhood memories, so like family members doing? What got you guys into doing robotics?
Well, I just thought it was cool, so I wanted to. And when I was a freshman, I joined robotics, and yeah.
Same with me. When I was a freshman, my brother joined, so I joined as well, and I've just stuck with it.
Alrighty, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Jack, back to you.
Alrighty, we're gonna join the action right now.
33-13.
From right here in Alexandria, Minnesota, it's Mechatronics.
Joining them on this side of the field, it's going to be 45-39.
It's Chaotic Robotics out of Frazee, Minnesota.
And rounding off this match, we have 31-34.
They are the Accelerators.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
The Bodacious Bulldogs in Team 3-3-1-3 Mechatronics, they shoot and score in the lower hub. Meanwhile, a human player on the Red Alliance shoots one from way downtown and scores in the upper hub. We are now in the teleoperated period of the round. Mechatronics shoots and scores down low. Meanwhile, 45-39, Chaotic Robotics, they're lining up. Gonna go 1, 2 in the air. 1 makes it in, 1 just goes long. The Accelerators score 1 down low. Meanwhile, Chaotic goes 2 for 2 in the upper hub. Audacious Bulldogs, they score 1 for the Red Alliance in the lower hub. Chaotic getting ready to line up. 1-2 in the air. 1 goes long, 1 drops in. 76-77, the Audacious Bulldogs, they score 2 down low. So does Mechatronics. Chaotic 1 up, 1 in the upper hub. The Accelerators and the Audacious Bulldogs go 1 for 1 in the lower hub. Chaotic 1 up, 1 in the upper hub. Mechatronics gonna line up for 2 in the lower hub. They get that done. We are under 1 minute left to play in this match. Audacious Bulldogs, they have 2 cargo in their robot that they dispense into the lower hub. Chaotic goes 2 for 2 in the upper hub. Accelerators hanging out in the Blue Alliance's hangar. They're gonna begin their climb off that middle rung. That whistle signifies 30 seconds left in the match. Mechatronics has 2 cargo. They are gonna get those into the lower hub for 2 points. Plaid Pillagers and Bodacious Bulldogs, they're gonna begin their climb for the Red Alliance on the middle rung. We have 10 seconds remaining. Accelerators fall off the high rung. Can Mechatronics scavenge some points for the Blue Alliance in the dying seconds of this match? We have 1 second remaining.
All right, we had a lot of stuff going on there. My goodness, we saw a bot fall. And it seems like there might be, we got people on the field right now kind of checking stuff out. Seems like there might have been and again, just me not knowing much, there was some contact between the two once the 2 fell, but
Yeah, so we have our FTA out there, who's kind of the manager of the field, and then our head ref, who's the manager of scoring and also looking for fouls, stuff like that. I believe right now they're trying to see whether those robots are going to get their hanging points, whether they're completely in the air, only in contact with those rungs, and not in contact with anything below it. So you can't be held up by a robot on the ground. It has to be completely in the air. So they're trying to figure that out right now so that they can put in the official scores.
wow, okay.
Yeah, so sometimes it's not easy to tell, and sometimes you have to get out on the field and really take a deeper look so we can make the right calls.
Here come the scores for match 9.
Here we go.
It goes to the Blue Alliance. With a score of 56-47, the Blue Alliance walks away with 3 ranking points. The Red Alliance gets 1 to their name.
Okay, so now with ranking points, you see 1 ranking point RP or to 3 ranking points. Now what's with the ranking points?
Yeah, so the ranking points are actually more important than the scores themselves. Whoever the winning alliance is awarded 2 ranking points for that victory, but they can also earn an additional 2 ranking points throughout the match. So on the score, one of the teams, the Blue Alliance, earned the cargo bonus. So what this means is that they scored 20 pieces of cargo throughout that entire match. So they get an extra ranking point, which is why they have 3. But additionally, the Red Alliance didn't walk away empty-handed. They also earned 1 ranking point, but instead of the cargo bonus, they had the hangar bonus. So this is accumulated during the last 30 seconds of a match, and they have to score at least 16 points in their hangar zone. So that means you usually need at least 2 robots hanging at the end of the match with their total points 16 or more for that additional ranking point. And the reason why ranking points are so important to these teams is that that's how the final rankings come out. So the top 6 alliances are the top 6 teams with the highest number of ranking points, and those will be our alliance captains as we move into alliance selection and the playoff bracket. So these teams are trying to get as many ranking points as they can throughout today's qualification matches.
Okay, so is there a way for a team, it almost sounds like there is, but is there a way for a team to get outscored and it's probably going to be close if this happens, but get outscored, but tie with ranking bonus.
Yep, exactly.
Wow.
So the winning team automatically gets 2 ranking points, but a team can also earn the 2 additional. So 1 for the hangar bonus and 1 for the cargo bonus. So at most we can have 4 ranking points for that alliance, but if you lose at most, you can still get 2 ranking points, which is a huge thing. I don't know if I've seen any matches today get up to the 4 ranking points, but if somebody is able to do that, those teams will probably move up quite a bit in our team rankings for the day.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Now, I just kind of lost my train of thought there. Just had a brain fart. It happens. It happens. But we're getting set up for the next competition, or the next match here. We do have 876 Thunder. Yep, Thunder, who honestly, and again, obviously, when we're done here, I mean, the crew, myself, Jeremy, and Mac, I mean, we laughed, and we're still talking about this, and we're going like, dude, that 876 out there looked crazy, like just how it rolled around, and not only that, like Mac was even saying during interviews and everything else, like, hey, get a little bit of Steph Curry in there, just shoots, and when it shoots, it looks like it goes in all the time. It's absolutely a wonder. So definitely take watch out for 876 there.
Yeah, so Thunder Robotics, they're from Hatton Northwood, one of our North Dakota teams. I think we have 2 teams from North Dakota. And as you can see from their number, they're not even in the thousands. They're 876, so that's the lowest number team that we have here. And that is significant because as teams are created, they increase in numbers. So the higher the number, the less time that team has been around, the yet less years they've been competing. So I believe Thunder Robotics, 876 has been around for over 20 years, which is a lot more than the rest of the teams, especially as we look at the other North Dakota team, Grand Force from Grand Forks. They're 81-88. So just comparing those numbers, Grand Forks has been around maybe 2 or 3 years, if I'm remembering correctly, but just having that experience from the mentors, having those sponsors be around for so long, and also everything else that the team can kind of accumulate really gives them an edge being a returning team for all those years.
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to toss it to Jeremy real quick. He has an interview for us. Jeremy, it's all yours.
Thank you, Jack. I'm here with the Resistance Robotics team. I'm joined by Savannah, Kobe, and Jeff. Guys, welcome. What is going to be your game plan moving forward here today?
Our shooter's working pretty well. We're having a little bit of issues with some of the adhesive we put on it, but otherwise it's going really well. The arm's working. We're climbing pretty well. Just a little finicky with that, but otherwise our robot's doing pretty well.
Our tank drive's working pretty well. We're not able to be pushed around like the swerve drives are. The arm's working well. We haven't had to retie the knot yet.
We've been having a pretty good consistency of competing and playing. The arm's working well, the shooting's working pretty well, everything's working pretty decently and good.
Alrighty, and then what got you guys into doing robotics? Was it like family? Was it mentors just asking you, hey, come join? What got you guys into doing robotics?
So for me, it was learning the life skills of building and electrical. Those are the 2 main things I did. And then my one friend in 7th grade, his dad was the coach. So that was another factor. But it was mostly learning those life skills. I didn't know much before I joined robotics, and now I'm fairly handy when it comes to mechanical and building stuff. So
it'll help you build your own computer when the time comes.
I still got to buy it from a friend, so.
It's really the same reason as him. He did electronics and engineering.
It was actually my older brother who's actually a senior this year, but he couldn't come to this competition because he's in football. And one of the reasons why I like doing this stuff, I don't really work hands-on on the robot, but I want to work on code, and I'm going to be working on souvenirs and all that stuff.
Alrighty, thank you guys so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Jack, back to you.
And we're going to bounce right to the action.
75.
It's the Regulators.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, please help me welcome 3102.
One of the teams that took the championship yesterday, it's Techno Tigers.
And their alliance partner, 59.
It's Patriotics out of Pequot Lakes.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 876.
From Northwood, North Dakota, it's Thunder Robotics.
31. 31. 31. All right, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Red Alliance human player swoops it around the upper hub and it bounces out, unfortunately. Blue Alliance gets 4 cargo in that upper hub. 876 lining up 2 more shots. They go 1 for 2 as one bounces out. Regulators on the Red Alliance, they are gathering cargo on their side of the field. Meanwhile, the Patriotics go 2 for 2 in the upper hub. 7235 or Ogeechee Dog, they go 2 for 2 down in the lower hub. Patriotics yet again 2 for 2. The Regulators 1 for 1 in the lower hub, trying to get that second cargo out of their robot. Red Lake Ogeechee Dog again down low, 1 for 1. Regulators go up tall, they get 1 in there. 876 in the Patriot, they go 4 for 4 in the upper hub between the two teams. Patriotics 1 up in the upper hub. Nevis Techno Tigers, they match them. Ogeechee Dog down low again for a 1 cargo score. 876, 2 for 2 in the upper hub. They have 1 left in their robot, but getting defense played against them. Patriotics goes 1 up, 1 in. Regulators goes 1 up, 1 in the upper hub. Thunder Robotics drains 1 in the upper hub for 2 points. We are under 1 minute left to play in this match. Red Lake Ogeechee Dog gonna line up 2 for 2 in the lower hub. 876, 1 for 1 in the upper hub. Techno Tigers, they get 1. Their alliance member, Patriotics, they go 2 for 2. That's 3 cargoes in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. 30 seconds left in the match. Patriotics gonna begin their climb in the Blue Alliance hangar off that middle rung. Regulators gonna do the same for the Red Alliance. Patriotics move from the middle rung to the high rung. 876 Thunder gonna join them. Techno Tigers still scoring cargo on the field. We have 5 seconds remaining. Can the Blue Alliance get 2 in the traverse rung? They get that done just before time expires.
All right, we got 2 hanging for the blue. We got 2 for the red as well. Now,
here come the scores for that last match. It goes to the Blue Alliance. 103
oh,
to 29.
there we go.
The Blue Alliance
4
takes
ranking
home 4
points
ranking
for the
points
Blue
with that
Alliance.
victory.
Look at that score as well, all the way in the hundreds at 103.
I was going to say, it took a while to get in the hundreds yesterday, but my goodness. And just like you were bringing up before, we hadn't had 100 yet,
Nope.
and we hadn't had a 4 that we can recall.
Yes, exactly.
Ranking points. So, hey, you want to know what? We ask and we receive, apparently.
That's right.
My
Congratulations to that Blue Alliance.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Now, you're bringing up something beforehand with the lower numbers just means they've been here longer. Like we've been saying in the one that's kind of, at least, and you can tell they're a veteran, and that's Thunder. That's They're
76.
876. Thank you. And I cannot believe I can hardly remember my own phone number. So everybody being able to be like, oh, that's this, that's this, that's this. That's absolutely outstanding to me. So like just memorizing the numbers is amazing. But I mean, they're the oldest one here.
Mm-hmm.
What's the lowest number you've seen? If you could even be like, hey, it's been in the 500s or something like that.
So Thunder is one of the lowest numbers we have around here, especially in North Dakota, Minnesota, but there is definitely numbers under 20. Most of them are on the East Coast, though, so that's kind of where First Robotics was started, was
Right.
out there. So most of our lower numbers, hundreds, are more out that way, not so much in the Midwest.
So, and that number is the team number. It's not the because Thunder isn't 20 years old.
There's something like that. They're 20-something.
Or the robot.
No.
Okay. I was gonna say. I was like, really? Oh.
Most teams make a new robot each year. A lot of times they will recycle quite a few parts. Maybe they'll keep their drivetrain the same. Usually bumpers are the same. Some things they'll update and switch out depending on what the tasks are for that year and for that game. But some teams also have two robots. One where they'll practice driving the whole year, even when they're working on their new one. So it kind of depends on what funding they have. Some teams like to keep their old bots, but yeah, definitely updating those robots every year.
Oh, absolutely no. I mean, it's absolutely crazy the amount of time that like this is put in. But I mean, even with Jeremy's last interview, I mean, with every interview, we've heard from the competitors, we've heard from the students, like just the awesome skills that this is just really pushing and everything else. And I think that is such an interesting thing because I was a big sports guy. I played football, played basketball.
Sure.
I was forced to play soccer because the soccer team stunk. And I'm not afraid to say that. I was not good at soccer, but they told me just to run around and kick the ball. And I was like, I got you. But yes, you're always going to pull things from it, right? And take it on. Be that working together and teamwork and all that fun stuff. But like here, you get that, then you get on top of it all this actual like, hey, I can bring this into the work world and everything else. So like, it really is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, a lot of these students will go on to be in the STEM fields, whether that's computer science, engineering, maybe biology, and employers as well as colleges love to see First Robotics on resumes, on applications, and they get a lot of scholarships as well. First Robotics has a ton of scholarships specifically for these students to attend certain colleges, and it's really a resume booster.
And that's amazing. And if you gotta, we got a few people coming up. If you gotta go, that's completely fine. That's okay with me.
Yeah, well, it looks like I will be out on the field, so we'll catch you guys later. Thank you so much.
There we go. I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, she was having so much fun. She didn't even realize what match it was. My goodness. But again, thank you guys all for watching wherever you are. Again, this has been one heck of an experience, just personally from myself. If you have a shot,
and we are back with qualification
make sure you're
match
coming in and
11.
checking it out.
Hope, tell me about
Let's
our
actually
first
go and
team,
listen
Team 60,
to the action.
45.
It's a Sabre Robotics from Sartell.
And the Stampede is back, 36-30.
It's Stampede from Breck High School.
Their alliance partner from TRF, that's Thief River Falls, 32-77.
From Lincoln High School, it's Prodigy.
For our Baloo Alliance, the Husky Howlers are back, 84-22.
From Pillager, Minnesota.
In the middle, we have our team in plaid, 46-74.
It's the Robojacks from Bemidji.
And their alliance partner, 56-53.
The Iron Mosquitoes from Northeast Range High School.
Drivers behind the lines. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves. We'll be right back with the match. All right, we have all of our cargo in place now on the field, and we have a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go with an early score in the lower hub for 60-45 on the Red Alliance. Balls flying, and 56-53 for the Blue Alliance scores in the upper hub. Another score for the Red Alliance. And in full driver mode, all bots are loading up their cargo to score some points here. In match number 11, 36-30 for the Red Alliance scores in the upper hub. And 36-30 scores in the upper hub. 2 shots, 1 in. And 36-30 again in the upper hub. 2 shots for the Red Alliance. And another one for the upper hub for 36-30 for the Red Alliance. And another shot for the Red Alliance goes in the upper hub. And that was from 32-77. Oh, near miss for the Red Alliance in the upper hub. And one goes up there for 36-30 again. We've got some wild bots here, shots everywhere for the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance. As we go down to almost 1 minute left in play, folks, 1 minute left. And 32-77 and 36-30, shooting and scoring for the Red Alliance. 60-45 shoots in the lower hub for the Red Alliance. And 32-77 again in the upper hub. 46-74 for the Blue Alliance is already overall, reaching up for the high rung, getting those points. And as we come down to 30 seconds left in the match, and another point up there in the upper hub for the Red Alliance. 46-74 for the Blue Alliance is trying to reach they are on the traversal level. 84-22 reaching for the higher bars. And 36-30 reaching up for the high. And 32-77 trying to join them as we go down to 3, 2, 1. And the end of match 11.
And that's the end of match 11 here, as at least we're waiting on the scores coming in. Again, thumbs up from one of the refs, 2 of the refs, and let's see the verdict.
End of round 11. Red Alliance.
Red Alliance getting the win here again.
With the score of
62-37 there. Again, 62-37, just a major dominance there when it came to the cargo, as you can see, as 48 points going for the Red Alliance. That really makes a ton of difference there at this point. Again, and now getting a chance to see how that played out, just fascinating to watch. And so at this point now, going to be joined by one of the coaches here, Olaf, joining me. And Olaf, thank you for joining me. I love watching your team yesterday. Again, I love the energy from the Techno Tigers. But what did you see there from a couple of these teams? It seemed like it was kind of getting aggressive out there, and the one thing I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, but getting a chance to see 36-30 kind of feels like I'm watching it in fast forward with the way that they're able to quickly move across the field.
Yeah, the games evolve early on. People are getting a feel for strengths, weaknesses. The game does evolve. In the very beginning, you're just trying to get your machine to do what you intended for your machine to do, and the defense picks up as the day goes on, and that happens all the time. And teams have to evolve and adapt. When you get to the finals, you're going to have robots that are pretty darn equal on paper, but there's a certain level where they can't do the same exact thing. They get in each other's way, so then you have to redefine.
Okay, and you know what? Let's go down to Jeremy for our post-match interview, and we'll dive into that a little bit more here in just a bit. Take it away, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mac. I'm joined by Saber Robotics, Isaac, Josh, and Paige. Guys, welcome. How is it to get your matches in early to check out all the other competition?
It's pretty exciting.
I would say excited. I would say it kind of gives us an advantage that we have something breaking, you know what it is, and you got time to fix it versus, going in late, you're not sure, and it's later you fix something, the worse it gets.
Yeah, I would just mainly say that it gets us a chance to get to where we want to be as soon as possible rather than later in the competition. So.
And then what will be your game plan moving forward as it's going to get closer to getting picked or be a captain to get to pick teams for the playoffs? What's going to be your game plan going forward?
Currently, we're planning to be picked by one of the top teams or higher up teams, and kind of main role would be more defensive mixed with climb. So,
As stated, kind of deciding whether we go that offensive route if we can fix stuff or go defensive.
Yeah, I think right now we're really just trying to fix any problems that have come up so far.
Alrighty, and what has gotten you guys into robotics? Was it family members, was it friends, or was it just mentors looking for teams around the school and said, hey, come out and join?
For me personally, it was just I found a passion for programming, and then a friend came up to me and kind of gave me the offer. I thought it'd be a great opportunity. So,
I was freshman year. They put it in our school newsletter, and I was just looking for something to do, and here I am, passionate about it.
Teacher I trusted, like 3rd grade elementary school, got me into it. Just kept doing it.
Alrighty, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mac, back to you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. And great stuff as always. And our post-match interview is brought to you by Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy. Learn more about career opportunities at enbridge.com. And, Olaf, I was talking with you a little bit off the air here, but, it really feels like when it comes to just robotics in general here, obviously the first thing that people would say, oh, it's BattleBots. But, there's so much more to it. And at least from seeing the kind of crossover almost from a true sport as well.
Yes, absolutely. When this first started, Dean Kamen, is the founder of this, and he took the sports model because people understood that, kids understood that, parents understood that, and all of the qualities, all of the excitement, the opportunities, the wow factor of an athletic competition. And he said, how can we do this technologically? And so that's how it's kind of grown and evolved. You're seeing here, you have a team, and these teams are from schools, and from towns, and they have fans, and they have, it'd be great to have a robotics booster clubs.
Yeah, right. Well, and I was talking to a couple of fans that were saying, do you interview fans too? Because they tuned in for the entire day yesterday, drove down from Bemidji today just to be able to watch. And so just seeing the fanfare of it all as well, it's been tremendous to be able to cover. I know I've been saying it. This is definitely a highlight for me for the year at this point when it comes to coverage. So, the other side of it too, obviously, we talked as well, you've not only been a coach only in robotics, but also in athletics too. Do you feel like the strategic side of it too is just as fun when it comes to that and the planning that goes into it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. It's a chess game, and every match is a chess game. And you'd ask about defense and how the game evolves, and the game evolves in every game. I don't care if it's a baseball game, a football game, a basketball game, it evolves. And,
right.
As a mentor, you have to advise and mentor and coach your team, and the same thing in robotics. And sometimes you fail and sometimes you succeed, and you need to inspire and motivate and truly mentor your team.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and see how these teams are going to play out here in this next match. Let's send it out of the MC.
Thunder Robotics.
And rounding out this alliance, let's give a big shout out for UC Botics 4480
from Upsala High School.
Yeah, so just waiting on this match here. Again, just taking a look over everything, making sure everything's right, awaiting the thumbs up from the officials, checking their list, making a list, checking it twice, going full Santa with this, and again, just taking a look, waiting the referees here.
Let's start
getting the thumbs up.
Match number 12.
Let's send it in
Drivers
down
behind
to the
lines,
field.
please. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And shots from 88-78 for the Red Alliance. 2 shots for 876 Thunder Robotics in the upper hub. And 2 more from 876 in the upper hub. And here we go with full driver mode. 88-78 scoring in the lower hub for the Red Alliance. All teams fighting for those cargo balls. And here we go. 876, 1 more shot in the upper hub. And oh, just a miss with 1 for the Red Alliance. And 4480 UC Botics with 2 shots in the lower hub. And 2 shots for 876 Thunder Robotics in the blue Alliance in the upper hub. And everyone trying 2 more for 876 as we near the 1 minute mark. 1 for 32.75 for the Red Alliance. 1 minute left in play. Two shots for 876 in the upper hub. Team scrambling for those cargo balls. 876, 1 more in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. And as we get down to 30 seconds left in the match, 30 seconds. And long shot for 876 Thunder Robotics. For the Blue Alliance, teams heading to the rungs, 4480 UC Botics up on the high rung, 876 following on the middle rung. As we are down, all 3 bots for the Blue Alliance heading to the rungs, and we are 3, 2, 1. And the end of round 12.
And that's the end of round 12 there. As you know, at this point, we're keeping an eye out again, waiting for the results here, getting the thumbs up from some of the referees. We'll see if we're going to get the result here in just a second. Getting the thumbs up. And awaiting the result. Going to the Blue Alliance here. And, you know, Olaf, we were watching here, and it seemed like, you know, obviously 876, they were very aggressive yesterday, and, you know, we called them Steph Curry throughout the day because it seemed like no matter what, they were able to perfectly angle themselves to drain in that upper level there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They're very, very talented. And they're also a veteran team. They have a lot of experience, and sometimes it just becomes a mindset. I mean, it's an expectation for your team.
Right.
And veterans do that in all aspects, in all sports. And, there's that legacy team out there. Of course they're going to perform at that level.
And then, the other side of it as well is, obviously all of the qualifying matches, this is all leading towards that alliance selection.
Right.
And for somebody who's coached this as long as you have as well, I'm always curious about the strategy behind it. And I know it kind of ties in. It almost is very similar to a fantasy football style draft where, you select early and you can get that number one pick, but also as it kind of snakes back, you can get two teams that are kind of similar. If you had your choice, I know it's everybody has the different answers every single year. What do you prefer when it comes to, do you want the higher pick so you get your choice, or do you want to get somebody a little bit lower so that you can get two teams that are similar quality in your eyes there? Your two choice that you prefer?
Yeah, it's a great question, a strategy question. And think about it as a mentor standpoint, and again, we're working with our students, and a win-loss, 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 and win-loss does get the first, 1, 2, 3 ranking, and that's very much the case. But then you need to look at the individual aspects. And, and the top tier teams will scout and they will know what a team's strength is, no matter what the win-loss record is. So ranking, sure, 1, 2, 3, you're in control, you're picking. But after that, it comes down to what does that other team have that can complement where our weaknesses are.
And then does familiarity with the other bots as well, does that also, tie in? Is that another factor that you're looking out for?
There is some truth to that too, because in anything, relationships and understanding and trust, you might ask a team to do something totally out of their, just what they had no expectation of doing that. But will they agree and say, yeah, we'll go do that, and then carry it out?
Right.
So can you rely and trust in that? And maybe that question is going to be in robots. We got 3-on-3. Maybe we really need your robot to go out and do 1 or 2 things and then go sit in the corner and stay out of the way.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing to ask.
Right.
But if you have 2 incredibly offensive robots, that third robot might simply be in the way.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And let's go ahead and send it down. Jeremy is with some of the contestants here. Jeremy, take it away.
Thank you, Mac. I'm joined by Ken, Ben, and Reed from the AeroBot 8878. Guys, welcome. And how does it feel to get one match under your belt?
It feels good. I think we all enjoy being here and playing the game.
Tons of fun. It's fun.
All right, what's going to be your guys' strategy moving forward, going into trying to get picked as a team to get into the playoffs and hopefully win the open tournament here today?
I'm not really sure. I think these two can answer that a whole lot better.
We're going to try to climb on the second bar to the bottom and keep scoring the lower goals.
Yeah, and then just be consistent and make sure stuff doesn't break.
Alrighty, guys. And then what got you guys into doing robotics? I know that some people have family be in it. That was like their whole entire family done robotics. What got you guys into doing robotics?
I think it was mainly just like our coach. So we were in like our science class, and he just invited us to it, and that's basically how it started. We started from nothing, and now I've got everything. So it was pretty easy.
I kind of want to go into engineering, so I thought this might be good.
I figured it would open more opportunities for me down the road.
Alrighty, and thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mac, back to you.
All right, thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate that. And, Olaf, we were talking here, and the interesting thing when it comes to a lot of these events, obviously, this one. Obviously, a great off-season event here, but with 24 teams, you were mentioning 64 teams at that point for some of these major events during the season. When it comes to some of those matches, and you mentioned the possibility of, you might only get out 6 times. How do you scout when it comes to that as well as a team that, might be looking to form their alliances here? And actually, I'll get to that after this next match. Let's send it down to the MC.
Perfect.
It's a Resistance Robotic.
Their alliance partner, the Iron Mosquitoes, 5653.
From Babbitt, Minnesota.
And 4728.
from Cold Spring, Minnesota, Rocori Ratcheteers.
On our Blue Alliance, we start off with 59.
It's the Patriotics from Pequot Lakes.
Prodigy is back, 3277.
From Lincoln High School, it's Prodigy.
And the Robo Jacks, 4674.
From Bemidji High School.
All right, now just getting yourself ready as we're getting the doors closed up here, battening down the hatches, getting ready to go. And let's go ahead and send it down for this match.
In 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go. 4238 shoots in for the Red Alliance on upper hub. And shot from the corner in for the Blue Alliance in the upper hub. And here we go, full drivers. And we've got, for the Red Alliance, 4238 getting ready to shoot in the upper hub. Just misses it. And 3277 trying to shoot to the upper hub and was stopped by 4728 from the Red Alliance. And 5913 shooting 3 into the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. 3277 shooting for the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. All teams scrambling to get that cargo in their bots. And a bunch of blue balls flying from 3277, 5913 for the Blue Alliance as we come down to 1 minute left in play. 1 minute left. And 4674 for the Blue Alliance, already on the, heading towards the high rung. And 3277 with 2 shots, 1 going in for the Blue Alliance. And we are almost down to 30 seconds left in the match. 30 seconds left. And 56-53 for the Red Alliance. The Iron Mosquitoes heading towards the middle rung here. Couple last minute shots from both alliances as 3277 heads toward the rungs, making their way up to the middle. All 3 Red Alliance trying to get on that rungs for the final points. 3277 and 4674 in the air on the Blue Alliance as we go to 3, 2, 1.
And as time expired there, getting the thumbs up from the officials, we'll wait for the final score. Think it's going to be blue that ends up coming out with this one just because it was 36-14 based on cargo. And, you know, I want to ask you, because, again, it comes down to strategy. We were talking about it before, but 46-74 really kind of getting the early jump start, and the result, blue team getting the win there. 46-74 went early to go ahead and get up to that traversal bar and kind of calm down their swinging when they finally got up there, because, again, just hightailing it up there and get the swinging down so that their teammate can get on there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it depends on, again, teams have strengths and weaknesses. Bemidji that is their strength. They are a consistent climber. If you were to look at strategy and what do you do well, that's what they do well. Not all games allow you to do that. Some games, you cannot even attempt the end game until the final 30 seconds. So we see the horn, or we hear the horn go off, and they all of a sudden, everybody scurries and runs to the end game. There's a couple different philosophies. So many times those close matches can be won if a team can do a very quick end game and continue to go out on the floor when there's no competition, there's no traffic, and continue to play the game. So in this case, if you're going to go out and continue to shoot cargo, if you can shoot 2, 3 more cargo in that last 30 seconds when the floor is empty, and then dart in and do a 10-second climb, even if it's fewer points, when you do the math, the cargo and the addition with the lower point total climb, you're actually numbers ahead. And these matches do come down to 1-2 point matches when it really gets down to it, and we see it often where they're that tight and that close. So again, game philosophy, game strategy, and sometimes robots are designed that way. If you have a fast end game, you can continue to play the game after everyone else's kind of mentality is, oh gee, we need to stop and we need to go play the end game.
Yeah, and I think looking at from yesterday, even. I believe Patriotics, 59-13, they were another team that would, once 30 seconds start going off, they would just start picking up some balls, throw them up, knowing that they can just go up to that first run, quickly get themselves on there and call it a day.
Absolutely. And based on team history, we've had robots in the past where we will, in the design and the game analysis, everybody thinks, oh gee, you designed and created this great robot, but before that happens, you have to analyze the strategy of the game, and you have to kind of predict and forecast. The game is brand new every year on the first Saturday of the new year, and you have 6 weeks to analyze the game, create a strategy, hope you got it right, and then go build a robot to play that strategy.
Yeah, and the other aspect of it too that I'm curious about as well, do you think that's just another wrinkle in that alliance selection strategy that you have to keep an eye out for?
Absolutely. Again, strengths and weaknesses. Yes, strengths and weaknesses. And it comes down to the driver. We talked briefly during the break about, there's still a human operating this machine. And again, a sports analogy, if you've never stood on the free throw line with 0 seconds on the clock for the game-winning shot. And so you'll have seasoned drivers who are not phased, and you'll have new drivers who will drive erratically or make poor choices. And your scout team, you don't often talk about the scout team, but there are teams out there crunching data on everything that every robot does. And the scout teams will tell the drive team what the strategy should be. And the scout teams will, basically, they're the playmaker.
Yeah. And that's the one thing too that I'm always curious about, because again, I love the strategy aspect because there's so many different wrinkles and everybody trying to find the meta of everything here when it comes to the game. But the other aspect that I love too, like you said, it's the human element, because again, if we talk about the fact that you have the automation time there, the first 15 seconds, right. But at the end of the day, again, you're still the one controlling it, and so there's so many different factors that can even come into play. And I know that people would talk about, you'll shoot baskets in your driveway, and just 5, 4, 3, and throw it up. You don't necessarily have that when you're having the controls in your hand, and it's a whole different beast when you have another 1,000, 2,000 people in the stands that you have no idea who they are. They're just faceless people in the crowd at that point. Just makes for an entirely different challenge.
Yes, we do have every team has a coach, so somebody stand over their shoulder.
And let's send it down real quick for an interview with Jeremy.
Thank you, Mac. I'm joined by Patriotics, Mason and Brock. Guys, you guys got finished in second yesterday. What do you guys have to do to win here today?
Just try and drive better. I feel like we've been doing, yesterday at the start, we were doing okay since, our drivers are new. But then we started doing a lot better. And the manipulator was pretty good and fast and good at shooting and pretty accurate too, which is good. But we just continue doing that.
Just keep our team spirit up and stuff.
Alrighty, and then what got you guys into robotics? Obviously from either like a young age, family members doing it, friends, or maybe just like the mentors walking around at the school saying, hey, come join.
My brother was in it. He was the driver for 2 years, last year and the year before. He was just really into it, and I'd gone to a couple like events with him to watch, and it was a lot of fun, and I thought I might as well join.
That robotics was really cool. A lot of my friends were in it. It's a cool community.
Alrighty, and then what will be your game plan moving forward today after getting the win here early on, win your last match, which was just the last match that was just played?
Try not to disconnect. We did twice last match, but just keep shooting good, moving around fast, and try not to get in other people's way. So
I would say communication stuff. Just try not to disconnect.
Alrighty, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Mac, back to you.
And full driver mode as all bots try to load up their cargo. And here we go, 36-30, shoots 2, gets 1 in. And 31-34, the accelerators. Shoots in the lower hub. We have 3 balls go up in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. And 2 blue balls for the Blue Alliance in the upper and the lower. And again with 36-30 for the Blue Alliance. And the Bodacious Bulldogs trying to make it back with 2 shots in the lower hub as 2 shots for the Red Alliance as well. 2 shots by 36-30 as we go down to 1 minute remaining in the match. 1 minute, and the accelerators are in the rung area working on getting to the middle rung. And 81-88 for the Red Alliance is already in for Grand Force, shooting with that middle rung. As teams compete for more points as we narrow it down. 31-34 in the air. 31-02 making their way as we get down to 30 seconds left in the match, and 36-30 for the blue is in the air. All 3 Red Alliance robots are in the wrong area. And here comes 76-77 for the blue. 31-34 on the traversal level. As we get down to the last few seconds here, 76-77 in the air. 2 Red Alliance in the air as we 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of match 14.
All right, as we await the result here, again, thumbs up from the officials. We'll get the result here. And it's the Blue Alliance getting the win here. Again, 31-34, able to get all the way up to that traversal bar. But, you know, coming down to it, again on the hanger, 27-16, but the main difference there, the cargo points, 50 points going for the Blue Alliance, just really seemed like they were able to fire up a lot of those shots, especially, I mean, when we're talking about 36-30, just able to constantly fire those.
Right. And a strength of theirs. And you talk about 31-34 in their climb. Consistent. Watch their stats. It's a specialty of theirs. Again, it's co-opetition. It's working as a team and capitalizing on everyone's strengths.
Now, the other side of it, too, you know, we were talking off the air, obviously, you know, you had your squad in here as well. And again, just kind of going through, the, you know, for you guys, Techno Tigers, you know, you guys trying to go ahead and get that climb in there as well. You know, kind of take us through, you know, what you as a coach, kind of what your thoughts were watching that there.
Well, I can't lie.
I'm not.
I was watching our robot, so
yeah. No, you're good. I get it.
and I wanted to do well, and I get tunnel vision watching our robot.
Right.
One of my roles is as a mentor is that I'm in with the pit crew, so you know. Our robot actually struggled there. We had a chain come off. I saw it go off. I saw one nice shot, and we didn't get the second shot. It was behind the hub. I couldn't see the reason. And then I noticed that we weren't collecting. And then I started to look closer, and I saw that we had a chain come off of our collector. So now, at that point in the game, we cannot do what our primary task is. And so driver kind of tried to play a little bit of defense. She made a quick second decision to do that. But then she also made sure that she guaranteed our climb. She went to the climb a little bit early, in fact. I think she was headed over there probably 5 seconds before the 30-second bell went off. But and then made the climb and hung for a lot longer than it needed to be. But we had to contribute to our alliance the best we could at that point.
Yeah, and, you know, that's the one thing that, you know, I've actually really appreciated is the in-game adjustments, you know, that you have to make, obviously, because nothing is going to be 100% clean. You're never it's going to be rare where you have 0 problems the entire time. And for these students to be able to think on their feet and adjust on the fly, I think it's really impressive.
Oh, very, very. When that robot will come back to the pit too, your immediate reaction is, what did happen? What did you do wrong? But no, you have to kind of pause and let the drive team say, here's what happened. And then the pit crew will then fix it. So we always joke, drive team, go up and break it. Pit crew will fix it, and we'll get it back out on the floor the next time because things break down. These robots have had a lot of plays too, and so these moving parts. I was in the pit a little while ago, and I saw a sprocket on our collector. The teeth were worn almost completely off. So go take your bicycle and ride it millions of miles to the point that the chain erodes the teeth on the sprocket, and then wonder why your bicycle doesn't perform like it did when it was brand new.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it's not going so well. And that's where, again, just those adjustments. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record all day when it comes to that, but I love the strategy side of it and trying to figure out and having to adjust the entire day because, again, this isn't just like any other sport where it's, hey, we got one game, we're in, we're out, we're done. It might be an hour, 2 hours, maybe 3. This is one where, hey, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and it's going to be adjusting throughout the day. And, what worked for you yesterday might not work for you the next day.
Right. Yesterday we had a great day. I mean, we were on the winning alliance. We took it. We did not get ranked in the top 6. However, we were picked by the number 1 alliance, and they did that based on our data. We had a really, really nice day. Today, it has not been a repeat necessarily, and we're starting to see some fatigue in the robot and some breakdown, and we'll adjust and adapt. I know exactly what it is from talking to the pit crew. A motor mount is starting to kind of get a little loose, and so the shaft is not true, and so therefore the chain doesn't track straight. And so do we have enough time to rebuild that motor mount? And when you have, potentially 12 minutes, you have to prioritize, like, what can we do? It'd be great to tear it apart and spend a couple hours on it. We don't have a couple hours. We have maybe 12 minutes.
Well, and actually, I'm glad that you mentioned, too, obviously you guys were on the Champion Alliance yesterday, and I'm always curious because of the fact that you mentioned the short amount of time in between matches and trying to get that fixed. But, I also noticed the short amount of time between, hey, you're an alliance now, we need to get on the same page. What's that like as a team to kind of get on the same page and make sure that you guys are all working together as a team?
That's very humbling. That's very humbling for adults, students alike. And so you do have scouts. Teams are out there scouting, and they know people's strengths and weaknesses, and we often remember what we did well.
Yeah.
And we often think, gee, I'm really, I'm a great pitcher, I'm awesome. Well, really, world-class pitchers are effective 1 in 3 times.
Yeah.
Or, 2 in 10, and you're a Hall of Famer. So
the best batters bat 300.
Exactly. That's right. Right. Yeah, they're going to miss 7 out of 10 times. There's a human element of it as well in the negotiation, and so you get into these pre-match meetings and identify what we can do to help each other out the best and work together.
And let's go ahead and send it over to Jeremy for another post-match interview real quick.
Thank you, Mac. I'm joined by the Plaid Pillagers. Guys, welcome. How does it feel to be here?
It feels great. Feels great. We had a few seasons off because of COVID, so last season was our first one in a while. Most of our teammates are brand new this year, so this is their first meet.
This is my second year on the team, but this is the first meet I've been to because I haven't been to any of the competitions before.
Alrighty, so how do you enjoy the feel of what's going on right now since this is your first meet ever and your second year of doing robotics?
I think it's really well run, and I just like the feel of everybody. I didn't know there was this many people interested in robotics. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, and this is my second day doing this, and it's just amazing to see how the crowd gets into it, how the announcers do everything, and of course then you got the team. So with that being said, what got you guys into doing robotics?
I've always been really interested in science and mathematics and STEM fields, and I have an interest in engineering and building things, and I just really wanted to be part of robotics from a young age. It's a dream come true.
I worked with Connects when I was younger, and I liked building and engineering stuff, and then I had his brother talk me into being on the team, and their sister's really into it too, so I just joined. Why not?
Alrighty, there you go. Make a friend while at it, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Alrighty, thank you guys so much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mac, back to you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Let's go ahead and send it down to the MC as we go ahead and get ready for action.
Cass Lake, Bina, 3275.
It's the Regulators from Cass Lake.
And again, as they go ahead, batten down the hatches, get everything ready to go, talk things over, getting things ready. Officials. And I got to say, too, I love the different flags. It's almost like twirling, basically, kind of going through. And let's go ahead and send it down to the field.
And here we go. 59-13 shoots. Gets one in the upper hub. 45-39 gets two in the upper hub. And 59-13, another one in the upper hub for the Red Alliance. And here we go, full driver mode. And 59-13 for the Red Alliance, shoots two in the upper hub. 56-38 for one in the upper hub. 59-13, two more in the upper hub for the Red. 45-39, scores two in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. And two more shots for the Red Alliance, one in from 59-13. And 56-38 gets a shot in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. Two more in the Red Alliance for 59-13. And two shots fired, one in for the Blue Alliance for 45-39. Two more from 59-13 from the Red Alliance. From the Patriotics as we get down to almost the 1 minute mark. 1 minute left in play. And shot from 32-75 for the Blue Alliance. From the Regulators. And 84-22 shoots, just misses for the Red Alliance. We have two up from 56-38 for the Blue Alliance. From LQPV as we get down to the 30-second mark. 30 seconds left in the match. And we have 84-22 for the Red Alliance from the Husky Howlers up on the high rung. 32-75 for the Blue Alliance, heads over and makes their way up to the high rung as well as 45-39 is also in the rung area. 56-38 trying to get some last minute points for that Blue Alliance team. And two more shots tried for 59-13 as we get down 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of match 15.
All right, so as we await the final decision here to see who wins, or let's go ahead and see the result coming in. And the Blue Alliance there getting the win here. And, you know, it's interesting. Again, we talk strategy. You have three robots, two on the second rung there, one on the first one. You had one that on the red side that made the entire traversal climb up there. You know, kind of the points kind of adding up there as, you know, with the hanger, it's 1 point more for the blue team at that point. So just an interesting strategy side of it.
Oh, absolutely. And also I noticed 59-13 fired a couple shots right at the horn, you know, kind of the buzzer beater. And so maybe that was a strategy. Maybe their climb is not effective. Maybe they don't have a climb. And they're going to try to pick up those points. Two more balls, that's some points. Two more balls might equate more points than that low bar hang.
And, you know, we were talking off the air a little bit about, you know, the pits. Yes. And, you know, what do you kind of look for when it comes to the pit area? And what's something that you kind of monitor when it comes to that entire area and, you know, the teams that are kind of adjusting and repairing?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great conversation. So there's so many immeasurable things. It's easy to measure points. It's easy to measure shots. It's easy to watch a team climb. But as you're going into the, you know, when it really starts getting tough, you can walk through the pits and get a feel for a team as far as how are they? Do they handle the pressure? You know, are they going to crumble under pressure? Are they going to handle the pressure? And the drive team and the pit crew are sometimes the same students, and sometimes it's totally different teams of students, and different teams have different takes on how they handle that. But if you've got a pit that's fighting and arguing and they're just struggling to work together in the first 5 matches of the whole 100-match game, what are they going to be doing when the time comes later on? And is that just going to escalate, or do you have a calm, methodical, problem solvers, take a breath, count to 10, let's figure this out, and get back out on the floor?
Yeah, and we got a special guest joining us with Jeremy. So let's send it down to Jeremy here real quick. Jeremy, take it away.
Thank you, Mac. I'm joined by Nicole, who is the regional director for North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota. Nicole, how's it going?
It's going amazing. How about you?
It's going fine. It's enjoying it. It's my second day in a row doing this. It's my first experience with robotics. So, Nicole, want to explain to the watchers and viewers that what you do specifically?
So I am in charge of all of the large regional events that happen, the 5 that happen in our 3-state area. I also work with Ken Rosen, another regional director in Minnesota, to support the teams. And then in North and South Dakota, I am the team support for them as well. So whatever our teams need to do to support their students, that's my job to do.
Alrighty, and so they asked you to come here. You don't really have anything specific to do other than just talk to people and just say hi. So then with that being said, how does it feel to come to an atmosphere like this here in Alexandria, Minnesota?
I love coming to things like this because at a regional event, I'm the one in the background who typically doesn't get to see the fun and the dancing and the energy because I'm behind the scenes making sure we have enough cookies for our volunteers. So being able to come here and spend more time really just talking to our students and our mentors is absolutely an amazing experience.
Is there maybe a chance that we get to see you dancing around later here today?
I haven't seen anybody dancing, but I am all about getting that. Just let me know where to stand.
Well, it is early in the morning, so people are still trying to wake up. I know that we are, especially since we were here for a while longer than what we were told. And so how do you enjoy your job as a regional director for North and South Dakota as well as for here in Minnesota?
I am really excited about it. I've told many people that I hadn't ever heard of FIRST before I started my job here in January. So I have been learning a lot from so many people. But it is exciting for me. A lot of my work history is in youth nonprofits, and more specifically in helping our teenagers find their path. And so for me, this is so rewarding to see students who are finding a home that not only it's a place where they fit, but it helps them prepare for their future. So I get goosebumps just thinking about it. It's really exciting.
Have you ever been in robotics before, or is this your first time ever learning about robotics since January?
I have never been in robotics before, because when I went to high school just a few years ago, they didn't have this. They didn't have this as an option, so I had never even heard of it. I used to be an event planner, and I'd been to a couple of FIRST events just simply because I was touring locations and was wowed by like the Super Bowl playoff atmosphere, but that was all I knew. That was it.
Alrighty, thank you for your time, Nicole.
Absolutely, thank you.
Mac, back to you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Let's send it down to Natalie here on the field.
35.
They are Red Lake Ogeechee Dog.
And their alliance partners, 81-88.
Out of Grand Forks, North Dakota, it's Grand Force.
And also help me welcome 42-38.
They are Resistance Robotics out of Belgrade, Minnesota.
All right, again, as they go ahead and lock the side doors here, get everything checked out, you know, just a really interesting atmosphere. And when it comes to this crowd especially, too, you know, crowd's been energetic. Day 2, again, you had the warm-up a little bit yesterday, but at the same time, it was still a school day. So, you know, you still had a little bit of time for them to for the people to kind of file in. Today, get the action early on, and you get that crowd energy early and often.
And the crowd's tired, too.
And the crowd is tired as well.
It's a long day. It's a long day to be on. Imagine any competitive activity that starts at 8:30 and gets done at 8:30.
Yeah.
And you need to focus for those 12 hours.
Right, and especially at that point, I mean, the crowd at that point is getting involved with it. And so we're awaiting the seems like they're checking out one of the robots here. Trying to see if I can get a number on that one, but seems like that's 3630 over there that they were checking. And officials coming off. Getting the thumbs up from Rory. And let's go ahead and send it to the field.
Go.
We are underway for match 16. We are in autonomous mode. 36-30 Stampede. Quick to launch one, just goes short. They score two. That sound means we have a field fault.
And that sound there, that's a field failure there. So we're going to get some people taking a look at some of the bots, but kind of take us through what we see here at this point when it comes to a field failure.
So you've got 6 drive teams out there that are excited and ready to go, and they're their nerves are up. They're ready for the tip-off, and we're going to wait. And we also had a little bit of autonomous. So if your autonomous worked great, you're fired up, you're pumped, and now we're not. And we'll have to go again and reset and make that happen again. So especially if you had a 100% shooting in your autonomous, and now we're going to take it back and hopefully it goes 100% this next time.
And, do you think that, I know we talked about the human element, do you think that also kind of, it's almost, to liken it to another sport, NFL, icing the kicker a little bit maybe, you get some of those nerves out immediately, but now, again, you have to restart all over again. I know we saw, 36-30 able to get at least one of those in the autonomous portion there, so does it add a little bit of the nerves in there as well?
Oh, absolutely. We had a replay yesterday where our autonomous went out. We have a 2-ball autonomous, went out, hit 100%. And you thought, but that didn't happen all the time. But that one it did. And then we got to replay it, and you're thinking, oh, geez, I hope it happens again. Come on, give me the 2-ball autonomous again, and the 100% shooting. So yeah, very much like icing. Call the timeout when somebody's, just a crucial part in the game.
Yeah, and as we see the teams working on their bots here, getting everything ready to go. They're going ahead and working through that. We're going to take a quick timeout, actually. And when we come back, we'll get back into the action as the teams are taking a look over their bots. And we'll take a quick timeout here on YourLiveEvent.com. Again, stay with us for more robotics coverage of the NMRC Open here on your Saturday, again, on YourLiveEvent.com.
I'm dreaming of a world where thinkers and doers collide. Where technology creates pathways for new opportunities and ideas. I want to ask questions and shape the answers that lead to real and meaningful advancements in this digital era. I'm going to innovate the world someday.
All right, and everybody getting back to their stations. Everybody ready to go, dancing along. Now, I'm a believer, and I agree with them. I'm here for it. But everybody getting ready. We have the walls coming up, and let's go ahead and wait for the thumbs up. We got the thumbs up from Rory, so let's go ahead and send it down to the field.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 16, take 2 is underway. 36-30 Stampede. Again, quick off the draw of 1 in the upper hub, 2 in the upper hub. They're going back trying to grab some more cargo to score some double points. Drivers step up and take control of their robots. 47-28, they're going to go play defense on 42-38 on the Blue Alliance. 36-30 Stampede, 2 up. They both bounce out, unfortunately, out of that upper hub. They're quick to respond, though, with 1 in their robot. It's up, bounces off the rim yet again. (42-38) scores 1 up top. That's Resistance Robotics. Stampede lining up, 1 in the air, 2 in the air. They both fall short, though, off the rim of the upper hub. 36-30, Stampede successfully gets one in that upper hub. Stampede shoots 2 for the upper hub. 1 drops into the lower hub. The other one bounces out. Rocori Ratcheteers playing heavy defense on 42-38. We are just under a minute left in this match. $46.74 Robojacks for the Red Alliance. They are starting their ascent on the hanger bars. They've already made it to the high bar. Oh, their hook slips off. Are they going to try to get to the traversal rung or just hang out there to score points? That whistle signifies 30 seconds left in the round. Stampede scoring 1 cargo in the upper hub before they start their ascent. We have 81-88 hanging on the traversal rung for 15 points for the Blue Alliance. Stampede trying to make their way from the mid rung to that high rung before time runs out. They have 10 seconds to get that done. Red Lake Ogeechee Dog for the Blue Alliance hangs on the low bar. We have 3, 2, 1.
All right, as we await the result there, again, that concludes the match there. And really interesting to see a little bit of a slow start when it came to 36-30 as we await the result. Again, Fish was tabulating everything, but getting the thumbs up from 1, getting the thumbs up, and awaiting the final thumbs up there. And thumbs up given over on the other side. We'll await the result, and it's going to go to the Red Alliance there. But you know, we were keeping track over here, especially, and slow start there for 36-30 when it came to their upper shooting there. But you know, they were able to really kind of get onto a hot streak there at the end of the match.
Yeah, not to pick out one robot, we took the opportunity here to just watch one and focus on it. And you know, in the early stages, their shooting percentage was pretty low. They were shooting a lot of balls up from the crowd. It might have looked amazing because wow, this team keeps harvesting and shooting and harvesting and shooting and harvesting and shooting. But that's where your scout team comes in, because if you do the math, you know, in the beginning, I think maybe you agreed with me. It was like, oh wow, this is a pretty low shot percentage. But by the end of the match, they kind of picked it up, dialed it in, and they ended up with 50%. So they did make 8 out of 16 shots. 16 shots is a lot of shots.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, at that point, that's where you're getting into, you know, NBA term, volume shooter. Yeah. You know, again, you might put up 27 shots. You know, if as a Cavs fan, seeing Trae Young put up 27 shots and only making 8 of them, I'm not necessarily going to like that as much. But again, he might dazzle to people because he'll have some of those pull-up shots. But comparatively, you know, you have somebody like a Steph Curry that, you know, can put up 18 shots and he'll make about 8 or 9 of them. So at the end of the day, all of a sudden you're seeing that point total kind of rise up. And when you see the high point total, that's one thing. But when you see the actual breakdown and inside the numbers, it gets interesting.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it is, you know, we have a projectile here. You know, we're shooting. We're throwing a ball. We're making a sphere fly through the air and with a machine. And so, yeah, that's the importance of data and scouting and knowing.
And so with that, we're gonna there's a lunch break currently, so we're gonna take a timeout, and we're gonna come back here and we're gonna come back after a brief break. So stay with us, and we'll have the rest of your qualifying action here, and then get into the Alliance selection and so much more here again from the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Open here today on YourLiveEvent.com.
Well, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. You are listening to YourLiveEvent.com's coverage of the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Open. For those of you who've been watching the entire day, we're happy to still have you. For those of you just tuning in, hey, you're late. Where have you been? But we're happy to have you. My name's Jack. I'm here with Jeremy. I'm here with Mac. We're going to be covering the rest of today's events. Today's been kind of going pretty darn quickly. As of right now, we're kind of just coming off of the lunch break that the competitors and we had. We had nice tacos. Now, we're actually going to jump right into the action right now.
Robotics.
And their alliance partner is going to be 45-39.
It's Chaotic Robotics out of Frazee, Minnesota.
And rounding off this alliance is 25-38.
It's the Plaid Pillagers.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 31-34.
They're the Accelerators out of Cass Lake, Minnesota.
Joining them on this side of the field, it's 876.
Coming to you from Northwood, North Dakota, it's Thunder Robotics.
And our final team in this match is 56-38.
It's LQPV Robotics out of Madison, Minnesota.
All right, teams, let's get this going. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Chaotic Robotics, 2 red, cargo up in the upper hub, and they score for 4 points. 8-7-6. 2 up, 2 in the upper hub. Now we move into the teleoperated period where drivers step up and control their robots. 876 has 3 cargo in their robot. They're going to get flagged for a penalty for that. They make all 3, though, and get maximum points out of that. Chaotic Robotics, 2 up, 2 in the upper hub. Blue Alliance scores 2 more in the upper hub. That's 56-38. That's LQPV. (48-40). They score 2 in the lower hub. UC Robotics. Thunder Robotics, 2 up, 1 goes long, 1 drops in. LQPV helps out with the Blue Alliance and scores 1 up tall. UC Robotics shoots 1 down low. It shoots across the lower hub and bounces out. Meanwhile, 56-38, LQPV, they shoot 2 up in the upper hub and make both of them. Heavy defense being played between Chaotic Robotics and Thunder Robotics. UC Robotics on the far side of the field all by themselves. They have 1 cargo in their robot. Gonna try to grab 1 more before they try to score those 2 in the lower goal. Meanwhile, the Accelerators deposit 1 into the bottom. Well, we have a big collision with Chaotic Robotics and Thunder Robotics. Their intake is a little crooked. Thunder Robotics from deep. 1 bounces out, 1 stays in. That horn signals 30 seconds left in the round. We have UC Robotics on the high rung, gonna try to get to that traversal rung. Chaotic is able to climb still after that big collision. Thunder Robotics on that high rung. They're gonna try to clamp on and get to that traversal rung. UC Robotics is up and stable. We have 5 seconds left in the round. Thunder Robotics makes it to the traversal rung. 1 second.
Well, it seems like we're pretty even when it comes to the bots hanging with the traversal part of the match. But, I mean, we saw a little bit of everything there. I love, again, I'm a very simple man to please. It's robots going around, banging into each other, everything like that. I love defense. It's my favorite part of any sport, to be quite honest with you. So, seeing some really hard-nosed defense, we even heard from the commentators that there was a big collision between 876 and another robot. Oh, wait, we got some... Looks like people are jumping onto the field a little too quickly here. Let's see what happens. Oh, we're definitely checking something out. From my point of view, it looks like you just got two hanging. 876 on the top rung for the blue corner, and then our blue side. We got refs on the field. Let's see what's going to happen here. But we did see a lot of good play here on the track or on the field. Now, one thing that we didn't see a lot of yesterday, we actually did see a wee bit of a slip up from 876 Thunder out there, apparently. And again, we just haven't seen it. I don't know if there's a lot of robots out here that can contain 3 cargo. And again, cargo, that's those are the balls, right? But the robot itself was containing 3 cargo. There is going to be a penalty for that, but with him scoring all 3 of those cargo, he did get the maximum amount of points, even with the penalty. The penalty is going to be assessed and taken, those points are going to be taken away, but he still made at least 2 of those points. So, we're still waiting for the final decision here, but like I said, there's a lot of commotion going on the field here on both sides. Wow. This one could get interesting. This one could get very interesting. Well, once we get a ruling here, I'm actually going to toss it to Jeremy. He does have an interview ready, but I do not want to pull from the action quite yet, just because we haven't seen the final score. And actually, they're allowing Thunders to take their robot off the climbing surface, and you got a little bit of everything going on here. What? Huh. Again, Thunder was a part of a very big crash, but it looked as if it rolled. It continued to play just fine. And
want me to jump off for a sec?
Oh, absolutely. And my goodness, we actually have probably my favorite person from the last 24 hours. We have Ryan here from yesterday's tournament
event.
Yeah.
It's good to be back. I'm with the team today, so I'm coaching, and I can't be doing this the whole time. It was super fun yesterday.
Oh.
I watched back the playback, and I think it turned out not the whole thing. It was 8 hours long.
I was gonna say, I was like, oh man, I crashed and burned the instant I got to a bed. It was horrible.
I can give you a little inside baseball on this.
I was gonna say, what's
match.
going on?
My team is in this match, and I can tell you that it'll be interesting. So we have 3 teams that can all do a mid-rung climb. We're gonna try to get all 3 of them on the middle bar, which is something that doesn't happen.
I was gonna say,
very often.
we didn't see it yesterday.
No, I don't even know if it's happened in first. It's a rare thing to get 3 robots on one bar, and I don't know that it's happened on the mid-rung before.
Now, are you going to be able to do that because of how the hooks are set up? Are you going to be able to almost triangle your things on
exactly.
it? Huh?
The cool thing is, so 60-45.
That's allowed.
Yeah, if you can fit them.
Wow.
So my team, 60-45, we're going to climb against the wall. This is all theoretical. Things could break, and more than likely they will, but in a perfect match, what will happen is 60-45 will be on the left side. We'll climb up fairly early, and then our alliance partner 33-13 will climb in the middle, and 31-02 they actually have their climber kind of off to the side, which will allow them to, be underneath the bar and kind of like reach out and climb while the other two are already up. So we have a shot at getting, 3 6-point climbs because none of us can go higher than that, which, try to maximize your climb points.
In 60-45, that's the one.
That's
the one we got to watch. Now,
No,
real quick, do you know what was going on here? That was with Thunder.
Yeah, I don't know. That was interesting. I don't have good insight into that. No intelligent commentary from me there.
Oh.
What I will say is we've had a heck of a time with 60-45, working through issues. But you know what? That's why we're out here, teaching the students. Here's a can wire. Here's the broken can wire. Here's how you fix the can wire and what it does to the robot. It's been a great experience, and I should get back.
I was going to say
to go coach.
I think you guys are about ready to get on it again. That's 60-45.
Yeah, you got
60-45.
Don't watch too closely at this event, but no, it's cool. We've recruited actually 2 new mentors while we were here at the event.
Oh.
I ran into a volunteer, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I live in St. Cloud," and I'm like, "Whoa, have you heard of us? We live in Sartell. We're right by you." And he's like, "Whoa, okay, let's do something." And I exchanged contact info, and we'll have a new mentor for our team.
Oh, that's absolutely crazy.
And we're excited. It's a great
coach's
group of
job
kids.
is never done, huh?
Oh, definitely not. Great group of kids, great new group of mentors, and with that, I should probably get back.
All righty. And with that, we do actually have Jeremy. Jeremy, we are going to toss it to you real quick and let you rip through these interviews. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you over there?
Hey, doing good. It's all you, my man.
Alrighty, I am joined by UC Robotics, Allison. You guys, we're still awaiting the results, obviously. It was just a lengthy conversation. So how does it feel to be part of this team here today?
It's definitely exciting because this is my first competition with any robotics team.
Alrighty, and with that being said, how did you get into robotics?
I've been wanting to do robotics for a few years now, and I noticed that I was able to join a bit later in the year, so I didn't have to worry about missing it this year.
Alrighty, and want to talk to me about that sword that you guys carry around all the time. I see it wherever you go. I have Curtis here. I'm going to talk with him in a little bit, but we want to talk, so apparently that gives you a confidence boost, apparently? According to Curtis, that's what he told me.
Well, I've never really been a mascot or anything, and I just found that I'm able to talk to people a bit more easier when there's a subject to talk about. There's a bit of history behind the sword with how it was made and stuff, but it was just it's just a fun sword.
Alrighty, thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
Alrighty, now Curtis, I know you were doing some color commentating for us early on today. Now you have your light. You got your light fixed.
Yep, I did.
From yesterday to today, and so how important are these qualifying matches right now?
Well, right now, especially towards the second half of our qualifying matches and such, ranking points are going to matter for everybody across the spectrum. More ranking points you earn, the higher up you go. And right now, a lot of our rookie drivers, first-time drivers, are getting the experience. So you're going to see a little bit more quick moving, and there was a pretty hard contact just now, too. So some mistakes are going to be made, but hopefully we work through it all.
So was there any damage done to your robot? I'm not so sure about that. Was there any damage that would need to be assessed to be fixed with your robot?
Not this time around, thankfully. We had a little bit, especially yesterday, that we needed to modify, but today we're looking good so far.
Alrighty, thank you for your time, and thank you for joining us, Curtis.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Jack, back to you.
And thank you, Jeremy. Now, it looks like we're about ready to start. There are just the final little bits there. During the interview, we did figure out the Blue Alliance did take that one. The important part, the important points, the position points, or that they have, or the tournament points. One was awarded to the blue team, or 3 was awarded to the blue team, 1 was awarded to the red team. For those of you keeping track at home. Now, what you're seeing here on your screens, that is just a rolling standings again, once we get closer to crunch time and the finals and the tournaments and everything else, there's going to be a draft. There's going to be things that this list that you're seeing in front of you is going to play big parts in. We'll get into that more and more in depth once we get closer to it, but just a heads up, you do kind of want to, I don't want to say position watch or ranking watch, but with that being said, let's join the action real quick.
Let's make some noise. It's 32-77.
All the way from Thief River Falls, it's Prodigy.
Joining them on this side of the field, it's 88-78.
They come out of Ashby. It's the Ashby Aerobots.
And please give a round of applause for their alliance partner, 84-22.
They want to hear you howl. It's the Husky Howlers.
Against them on this side, make some noise. It's 33-13.
It's Mechatronics.
Also on this side of the field, it's 60-45.
Out of Sartell, Minnesota, it's Saber Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance, it's the one, the only, 31-02.
The Techno Tigers.
We have that thumbs up. We're ready to get started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 18 of the day is underway. We're in autonomous mode. Techno Tiger scores one up tall. Human player for the Red Alliance sails one over the upper hub. Techno Tiger's gonna pick up another piece of cargo, trying to score that one. They run out of time. We are now in teleop mode. Techno Tigers gets that cargo into the upper hub that they were trying to score during autonomous. Husky Howler shoots one tall over the upper hub. Meanwhile, Prodigy goes 2 for 2 in the upper hub. Techno Tigers lining up. One tumbles in. 2 bounces out. Ashby Aerobots trying to score one down low. That one just misses outside. Techno Tigers are ready to go again. 1 up and in, 2 up and in. Prodigy shooting 2 cargo up tall. They just missed to the right of that. 84-22, Husky Howlers tries to score a cargo in the upper hub. They just missed short. Techno Tigers again lining up for 2 cargoes shooting into the upper hub. 1's in, 2's in. Prodigy dispensing of other alliances cargo across the field. Prodigy cargo shot is up, just missing short. Techno Tigers 1 up, 2 up, and in. Prodigy trying to score in the upper hub from way downtown. First shot misses short. Second one rolls in for some points. 88-77, the Ashby Aerobots. They score down low for the Red Alliance. Techno Tigers again, 2 for 2 in the upper hub. They are consistent from the base of the hub. Prodigy, they're up and in. We are just at 30 seconds left in the round. 84-22. That's the Husky Howlers. They have begun to ascend in their hangar, already making quick work onto the high rung. Prodigy still trying to score cargo for the Red Alliance. We have 10 seconds left in the round, and the Husky Howlers have made it to the traversal rung. Meanwhile, Techno Tigers depositing 2 more cargo into the upper hub. 1 second. Here come the results of that last match. It goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 50-38. The Red Alliance will take 3 ranking points with them.
Alrighty. Again, Red Alliance is getting the 3 RP. Again, that is ranking points. And I'll say this, when it comes to the Blue Alliance, something a little bit rare. I don't think I saw it too much from 3102 actually going for a climb, it seems like. I didn't see a lot of that yesterday, but I'm very happy to be joined back once again with Sydney. Sydney, how you doing?
I'm good. We had lunch, so usually starting back up is a little bit slow. We're all full bellies, but excited to be back at it for this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. I will say this. I was smarter today because yesterday, like, whoever decided, like, you know what, we're just going to carbo load, folks.
The pasta bar, it was tough.
The pasta bar, it was delicious. But I came back and I was like, all right, everybody, it's night time. Like,
yep.
Everybody, it is night time. Now, what we got going on right now is that we're in that midterm. Folks are bringing the next contenders, the next competitors are bringing in their robots and everything else. Now, what you've seen from today, I mean, I talked to you earlier in the morning, but again, that was like right when things were kicking off and everything else. What do you think the temperature is here? Is it going good? Is it going exactly how it should be? How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Like I said, usually after lunch, the first couple matches are a little bit slow, and then we start to get back into things, and then it usually ramps up the last 5 to 10 matches. Everyone's trying to squeeze in as many ranking points as they can. They start to strategize. If they're in the top 6, who do they want to pick to join their alliance? They'll start talking with those other teams and seeing which other teams best complement their own team and their own robot. So it's kind of exciting to see that happen, especially off the court or off the field in the pits, is when they go and talk with other teams. They're working with their own coaches, their own students, trying to figure out the best strategy for themselves to put them in the finale.
Yes, absolutely. Now, while this is actually going on, what's on the screens right now, it was yesterday's awards. Now, we kind of talked a little bit, I think it was off air, so it's one of those things, okay, might as well bring it up now. With the chairman's award and everything else like that, like, you did kind of focus in on the chairman's award. So what is the Chairman's Award?
Yeah, so the Chairman's Award is actually the most prestigious award that FIRST gives out. Yeah, so FIRST is about building robots, but it is actually more than robots, and that's one of their taglines. So for the Chairman's Award, it's pretty much a team talking about what they've done in their communities, their outreach, their volunteering, how they've made an impact, not only on their students and their school, but the community as well. So whether they volunteered at a nursing home, maybe they went and colored some robots or made some Lego robots with elementary school students. So they want FIRST teams to not only build robots and work on themselves, but they want them to bring STEM to everyone around them as well, and even starting up new teams, maybe FLL teams, which are in our elementary schools, or helping other first FRC teams at other schools. So it's a chance for them to kind of brag up all the hard work that they've put in during the season and during the off season to spread STEM and to spread the spirit of FIRST Robotics.
And that is absolutely amazing. And I just want to go back real quick. Elementary schools do this?
Yep. So it's much smaller.
You have no idea. Like, I never thought I'd be this guy because, like, when you're a kid, you always hear either parents, maybe uncles, aunts, maybe babysitters, maybe just going like, hey, you guys got like the best new toys. You got this. I am legitimately angry right now.
Yeah, it's
elementary schools have this.
It's pretty exciting. They start much younger, but the field is much smaller. The cost is a lot less, and the robots themselves are smaller. They're actually made with real Legos. So it's kind of fun in a way to
That
get
seems
kids
like more
interested.
my speed.
Yeah.
You want to know what? I think I'd be the only quote unquote legal adult, maybe not mentally or anything else, but Lego robots, I think I can do that. But with that being said, we do have Mac Robinson down with a interview right now. Mac, it is all you.
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. I'm here joined by Prodigy here. And guys, just what's been your strategy and your thought process here early on? And, what's been the focus for you guys as the day has kind of come along here?
Well, our main focus is we do a lot of offense. We like to get as many balls in the high goal as we can, and we've been pretty consistent at getting at least 8 balls cycled through and have been hitting them pretty consistently. We don't do much defense because we're a pretty light bot, and we got shoved around earlier in one match. It didn't do so hot. For ranking points, we haven't been doing very good, but we're just trying to look good and hopefully get picked in the finals.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And, for you guys each as well, I'm always interested, how'd you guys kind of get into this and, what really kind of sparked that interest for you guys?
Well, for me, my mom's the coach, so even before I was on the team, I would help out. I'd come to the competitions. I don't know about these two.
I was told I could get some more industry-like experience in programming and networking, and I did, so I stuck in it for all 4 years.
What's the question?
So what kind of got you interested in robotics, and how'd you kind of get started?
Kind of just the degrees that I could get from it, just like the general area of just robotics and building stuff, and just the metalworking.
Nice, and that makes sense. And guys, I do want to just, one suggestion from me. I see the grappling hook, and I feel like you guys need some kind of Batman thing on, just a suggestion, you don't need to take it from me, but I feel like you guys need a Batman symbol on there at some point. You need the bat hook.
The bat symbol? Oh, I think it needs to become a full-on grappling hook. I think you should be able to shoot out and retract. I think that'd be a great mechanism, you know?
It might as well incorporate that. And I don't know, I know you said you like working on metal. I don't know, how feasible, am I off base on that, or what do you think?
It would be pretty easy. We just have to get like a plasma cutter or a CNC machine. And we have them at our school. It wouldn't take that long. We could.
Okay, all right, well, hey, I'm looking forward to it, and like I said, just a suggestion, you don't need to take it, but I'd love to see the Batman symbol on there, but again, Prodigy, thank you guys so much for joining me. Great stuff out there. Looking forward to see how you guys do the rest of the day.
Thank you for your time.
Jack, back to you.
All righty, Mac, thank you so much. Now, going back to the awards, right? And the chairman's award is the highest honor, which is awesome. And I'm just kind of realizing, and there might be something that is just called something different, but there really isn't. And again, I'm from, football, basketball, soccer, things of that nature, where like there's an MVP. That's the one you want to go get, and everything else. Like, it doesn't seem like that. Like, the single player is not, or the single robot is not the important thing. It's everything around, which is just absolutely crazy. And again, just talking about crazy, the crowd seems to have grown since last time we've been up here. So like it is just absolutely crazy. And it, again, going back to what we've talked about, they're starting younger and younger and younger and younger, where, I mean, and just like we heard from the interview from Mac, and it's a big thing to put on a resume. So it is just so awesome, so awesome. Now, we're just kind of waiting to start this next one. I'm not 100% sure what is going on, but we do have some talking from
Yeah, I see a couple of our orange hats, as I believe you called them earlier,
Yes.
our CSAs. So they do more of the programming, connections.
They're physically in the pit. I didn't even see them in the pit. I've never seen them in the pit.
They're over on the red aligned side. I think that's 5913. Sometimes connection issues happen for one reason or another, and those are kind of our experts here on the field to help us out and make sure that teams are ready to go and all connected before our matches start.
Okay. So, and again, it's all like, for the folks, obviously I know everything about this, but for the folks who don't, I mean, it's all Wi-Fi based, it's all Bluetooth, it's all stuff like that. So, and you can think of it that way. I guarantee it's 1,000 times more impressive than like, oh, it's Bluetooth or something like that, but it's supposed to work the same way.
Yep, exactly. And we definitely want to make sure all of our robots are connected and their computers as well, because otherwise when we hit the start button, their robot won't move.
Right.
And that's really important, especially the first 15 seconds of the match are all autonomous. So robots are working on pre-programmed settings. The students are behind the driver's line. They are not physically driving the robot or touching it. Instead, they've set a program in place to tell the robot what to do, whether that is to move around the field, maybe pick up some of those cargo off the field, or shoot those cargo into the hub at the center of the field, either in that upper or lower. And any points scored during the autonomous is actually worth double points. So that's really important and can have an alliance really jump out in front of the scoreboard if they have a good first 15 seconds of the match.
In the autonomous mode, and again, that's the first, like you said, it's the first 15 seconds, and it's, and the easiest thing to kind of equate it to, if you have a Roomba, it's basically, it's just going to do its own thing.
Yep.
But instead of a Roomba just going around and being like, okay, I'm just going to pick up whatever, like, these things are doing, like, it's going, okay, go back 5 feet, turn around, find blue cargo, find red cargo, depending on what squad you might be on or team.
Yep. So they have that all measured out, so it tells them how many wheel rotations is usually what they go by that can move it. And then you can also see on that upper hub, it has that strip of LED lights. Some of these robots do have cameras on there that can trace those lights so they know where to aim.
Oh, I didn't even notice that some of these robots have, so like they physically can see.
Yep. So it's all in the programming of it, and it helps them line up so that when they do shoot the cargo up, that it hopefully finds its way into one of those hubs.
Right. No, that's absolutely insane. Well, while we have a little bit of a break in action, we are actually going to take a break as well. We're going to get some. We're going to get a little bit of breather. Hopefully we have a little bit more information when we come back. But stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The PRB Boosters are happy to sponsor coverage of the Tigers. Like them on Facebook for events and fundraisers. The PRB Boosters could use your help. Be part of great events and fundraisers, all built to give back and present more opportunities for the students of Pine River Bacchus schools. For information or to get started, email prbboosters.club1.com. Meetings are the first Monday of every month at 6 p.m. at the school. Good luck, Tigers, from the PRB Boosters.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's Jerrid.
Alrighty, like I said, the instant we're able to, we would jump right back in. It seems like it was a connection just like we were talking about, but we are going to jump right back into the action.
Match number 19 is finally underway. We have Patriotics going 2 for 2. Their human player stashes that one in from way downtown. Drivers step up and take control of their robots. 76-77 Bodacious Bulldogs trying to scavenge some cargo off the ground. They have one red and one blue in their intake. They got to get rid of the red. Meanwhile, 56-53, the Iron Mosquitoes go 2 for 2 in the upper hub. 81-88 Grand Force, they score 1 in the low. The Accelerators score 1 down low for the Red Alliance. 81-88 Grand Force laying the smackdown on Patriotics over on the far side of the field. 76-77, the Bodacious Bulldogs scored 2 in the lower hub for the Blue Alliance. 81-88 playing heavy defense against the Accelerators. Meanwhile, the Regulators on the Blue Alliance, they go 1 for 1 in the upper hub there. Iron Mosquitoes shoot 2, miss 2 in the upper hub. (56-53) being defended by 81-88, the Grand Force. Regulators are lining up some shots for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, 56-53, they're able to cash 2 in the upper hub. The Regulators score 1 for the Blue Alliance in the upper hub. The Accelerators are up on the high rung for the Red Alliance in their hangar. We have 30 seconds remaining in the round. Grand Force is on the middle rung for the Blue Alliance, trying to make their way to the high rung. They get that done. Accelerators get to the traversal rung for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, 56-53 trying to get from the mid rung to the high rung. That's the Iron Mosquitoes. Can Grand Force get to the traversal rung before time runs out? They have 8 seconds to do so. They get that done. The Patriotics still scoring cargo for the Red Alliance. 3, 2, 1.
Alrighty. Well, we got, it looks like blue has all 3 hanging. We have red 2 hanging.
Results for match number 19. Here it comes. It goes to the Red Alliance.
Oh, wow.
With a tight score of 71-65.
Yeah, that was a really close match. If you look at it, the Red Alliance had 40 points from scoring that cargo, where the Blue Alliance only had 28. With that 40 points from the cargo, the Red Alliance also earned an extra ranking point for that cargo bonus, and they did earn all 4 ranking points. This will really help out those 3 teams in the ranking.
And honestly, that's very impressive with the Red Alliance now, and we're kind of seeing it on the field right now. 59-13. That was the one that was having trouble connecting everything else, and unfortunately, and we see it sometimes, that one actually did, I want to say, almost for a minute, just did not connect, wasn't moving around. It did get going at the last second there, but I mean, that is very impressive to pull that out. with a robot down. My goodness, good on them.
I agree. If you watch that match, there was tons of cargo going into that upper hub, and those are worth 2 points apiece.
Now, even the hub itself, that is actually a big old thing of technology as well. And it took me, honestly, not until the playoffs of until there was finally a stoppage, which I can't believe there isn't constant stoppage because of this piece of technology. Like, it's able to count, because it's not going to lie, I thought somebody on Media Row here was manually counting all the points.
No.
And I'm like, that's impressive. Like, good on you.
They try to do as well as they can is real-time scoring so that these alliances know where they're standing, especially as we get towards the end of the events. So not only do they count how many pieces of cargo go into both hubs, but they can tell which color they are, whether it's blue or red.
Which, again, is just absolutely crazy. Just absolutely crazy. But with that being said, we are having some robots come on for the next match, everything else. Like you said before, we are getting into that nitty-gritty of like, hey, these points are going to become very, very important and everything else. But, I mean, again, just having way too much fun. It's been and this has been a different amount of fun because we are seeing a lot of bots that we saw from yesterday. But this is the Open. The biggest difference is it doesn't have to be part of the division you're in. Am I saying that right, or is it a conference?
So it's a conference, but anyone can join NMRC, so Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference. You pretty much pay a fee, and then you're a part of them, and what you get is a couple of the benefits, and one of that is being invited to the NMRC Championship, which we held yesterday on Friday. But like you said, today's the Open. It was open to anyone, but like you said, we are seeing a lot of the same teams competing here again today.
Which, again, is awesome. It just shows how much fun you guys are actually having here. But with that being said, we do actually have an interview with Jeremy. Jeremy, it's all you.
Thank you, Jack. And I'm joined by the Accelerators, Carrera and Kalen. Guys, you finished third yesterday. What do you guys have to do to win here today?
We have one more match left, and we're just trying to get as many rank points as possible. We're going to see who we're teamed with, and we're going to make a plan.
Yeah, we have a nice scouting system, and the scouters have been pretty good. So we're able to get good information to pick the best people.
Obviously, in your last match, it was a losing effort, but you guys were quick to climb early. How important is it for you guys to climb? You guys always climb around the 1 minute 15 range. How important is it for you guys?
Climbing, a lot of times, as we've seen, it's like the points that put you over the top. Like, you could be tied, but if someone has those true traversals, that gives you the winning points. So we usually go around a minute, because if there's no balls around us, we're not going to go all the way to the other side of the field, grab a ball, and waste like 15 seconds. We want to make sure that we're for sure up there.
Yeah, always make sure we're in the air. Yeah.
And then, again, what got you guys into robotics? I know we asked this yesterday, just in case if there's any new viewers. What got you guys into robotics?
I was always interested in it. My brother was in it, and I saw a competition in like 7th grade. That's when the NMRC was at our school, and I thought it was really interesting, and I'm like, that seems like something I would like to do.
Yeah, my older sisters were on the team, so I just joined with them.
All righty. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Jack, back to you.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. Now, again, we do want to apologize for a little bit of technical difficulties. We're trying to catch that, but I'm glad you guys were able to hear it. With that being said, we are going to jump right into the action right now.
Have Team 8422.
Out of Pillager, Minnesota, it's the Husky Howlers.
And rounding off this match, it's 72-35.
It's Red Lake Ogeechee Dog.
All right, we're ready to get going. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 20 is underway. We have all 6 robots moving and grooving, trying to score some points for their alliance. Chaotic Robotics goes up top for 2 for 2. Human player for the Blue Alliance. The ball goes in, swishes around the rim, and pops out. Drivers step up to control their robots. Chaotic fixed their intake from their last match with a big collision from 876. 33-13, 2 down low for the Blue Alliance. Chaotic lining up, 1-2 up top. Their teammate, 3102 Techno Tigers, scores 1 for the Red Alliance as well. Red Lake Ogechi Dog is stalled in the middle of the field. Techno Tigers again, 2 for 2 in the upper hub for the Red Alliance. 33-13 Mechatronics playing heavy defense on Chaotic, and 46-74 the Robojacks. Chaotic and Techno Tigers lining up for the Red Alliance. They go 3 for 3, combining between the two teams for the Red Alliance. Techno Tigers lining up at the base of the hub for the Red Alliance. One's up, one's in the upper hub for 2 points. 33-13 scores down low for the Blue Alliance. We are just under a minute to play in this match. Robojack's going to begin to climb for the Red Alliance in the hangar, starting off down that middle rung, making quick work of that and already getting to the high rung. 84-22 on the Blue Alliance. The Husky Howlers, they begin to ascend in the Blue Alliance hangar. That whistle signals 30 seconds left in the round. Chaotic still trying to score points for the Red Alliance. 84-22, the Husky Howlers, they fall from the high rung. We have 10 seconds remaining in the round. Chaotic Robotics trying to get 3 robots hanging for the Red Alliance. They get that done. All 3 red robots off the ground in 2, 1.
Well, my goodness, we saw some high drama at the end of that with that is probably the biggest and gnarliest drop from the hang. I mean, it almost looks like one of their hangers is completely dislodged. I'm hoping it's dislodged and not like welded on, or I don't know. Again, me just seeing metal sticking to another piece of metal, and I'm like, welding, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately sometimes this does happen, especially when you're lifting your robot off the ground. These can weigh up to 120 pounds, which is quite a bit of weight for some of these robots, and if they're not lined up perfectly too, that can always add an extra wrinkle to it as well. But I just want to point out on our Red Alliance side, we do have a 3 robot climb. So congratulations to that Red Alliance. We haven't seen too many 3 robot climbs, but especially something that I like to point out as a positive. We even have 1 robot all the way to the traversal rung, which is 15 points apiece, and then the 2 other Alliance members on the mid rung, which is 6 points apiece. So as you can see, those points really add up.
Big.
Yep, and they'll also be getting that extra ranking point for the hanger bonus.
Oh, absolutely. Now, yeah, we do have some action on the field, but while we have action on the field, we actually do have Jeremy with a interview. Jeremy, it is all you.
Thank you, Jack. I'm here with Michael and Drew. Guys, how's it been? Second day here today. What has the atmosphere been like for you guys?
It's been pretty great here. We're doing a lot better than we did yesterday. I think like the dynamics here are like, well, they feel way more alive than they did yesterday. Like, so we've been like learning how to do everything, and we've actually been doing a lot better.
Alrighty, now Drew, obviously it's a 2-man crew with you guys for the second straight day. Drew, how has that been like for you? You know, trying to get familiarized with the system. How has that been like?
It's been good. We're like getting with our dynamic better. We're learning how to like work better as a team, like between us, and we're talking more and just like really strengthening the bond.
Alrighty, and then what got you guys into robotics? Drew, I'll start with you. What got you into doing robotics?
I really like shop classes and engineering classes and electrical classes, and so my shop teacher is Jesse Frost, the NMRC president, and he told me that he thought I would really like robotics. I wasn't sure about that. I didn't think I would like it, but I joined the team and
And then Michael, what got you to join robotics?
I'd say the biggest thing that got me into this would be just the complexity and all the interesting types of like concepts that can come with this. Like I've always been interested in figuring how stuff works and like taking it apart and putting it back together again, and then studying that and whatever else.
Alrighty, thank you guys.
Yep.
Jack, back to you.
And thank you, Jeremy. I actually believe we're going to toss it back to Jeremy here in a wee bit. But while that is happening, during that interview, it was made official. The Red Alliance did take that one. Like Sydney said, when you have 3 hanging, it's hard to beat, especially when you're hanging on the top traversal, which is, again, I believe 15 to 16 points. I mean, those are big numbers. Now, we actually have Jeremy with another interview, so I'm going to toss it right back to Jeremy. Jeremy, it's all yours, man.
Thank you, Jack. I'm here with Matthew. Matthew, you guys just finished up a match. How did it go for you? You know, you have that broken hand, but mainly here, importantly, what is all this on your plaided shirt?
So last match went pretty well. And then hand, I broke it playing tug of war, broke 2 fingers. And this velvet pins on here from previous regionals from other teams, things that we've just collected over the years.
Alrighty, Matthew, and what do you want to see continue going forward to get picked for a chance to win the Open tournament or championship?
Really, I don't particularly know what our team plans to do and help get us either picked or to get us into the top 6 picks to be an alliance captain. All what I'm seeing is really, as long as we keep up the work we're doing, we'll keep defending the other team's spots and then also climbing to the traversal.
And then what got you into doing robotics, Matthew? You know, was it like family, was it friends, or was it just mentors, or you just showing up one day and said, oh, this is really cool, I'm going to do this for the rest of my time?
So a few years ago, I joined First LEGO League, and that's really what brought me into First Robotics. I don't remember why I joined First LEGO League, but since then I've enjoyed it, and so far I'm enjoying First Robotics.
Alrighty, thank you for your time, Matthew.
Thank you.
Jack, back to you.
And thank you again, Jeremy. And I'm actually, I will introduce him when we come back. That's called a teaser. But we're gonna join the action right now.
60-45.
Sabre Robotics from Sartell.
Their alliance partners, the Iron Mosquitoes, 56-53.
It's the Iron Mosquitoes from Babbitt.
And from Uppsala, 44-80.
From Uppsala, it's UC Botic.
Taking a look at our Blue Alliance, they gave me this nice hat. Thunder Robotics, 876.
From Northwood, North Dakota.
And their alliance partner, the Stampede, is back. Please help me welcome
Golden Valley, Minnesota, from Breck High School.
36-30. And rounding out this Blue Alliance, let's hear it for Team 42-38.
It's Resistance Robotics from Belgrade. All right, remember, audience, don't forget to cheer for your favorite team, right? Let's try it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go, already scoring for the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance. Balls flying everywhere, here we go. Thunder Robotics shooting and scoring in the upper hub. And here we go, full driver. Both teams scooping up those cargo balls, and 2 up in the blue upper hub for the Blue Alliance. All right. 2 shots from 42.38, 1 from 36.30. We got some competition out here. And 2 shots from 36.30 for the Blue Alliance. 1 from 42.38. And 3 shots up there for the Blue Alliance. And 36.30 scores upper hub for the Blue Alliance. Two attempts from the Blue Alliance. And we are at 50 seconds left in the match. And UC Robotics heading towards the middle rung. 56-53 heading towards the middle rung as well. 36-30 for the Blue Alliance was in the rungs. 42-38 for the Blue Alliance scores 2 last shots. We are down to 30 seconds. 2 Red Alliance spots hanging. 1 Blue Alliance spot hanging, 36-30. 42-38 headed over to the rungs, and we are down to less than 10 seconds. We are at 4, 3, 2, 1. With 2 blue and 2 red hanging. That is the end of match 21.
Alrighty. And again, we saw some hard hits out there, some defense. And honestly, it seems like the Red Alliance just said, anyone can beat us besides 876 out there. And again, that is Thunder, and that is who is actually getting attended to right now. Hopefully everything's okay with that bot. But I'm actually joined with a coach. Whoa. Brain fart, but James, right? Jason. I had the J right. I'm so sorry. But Jason, you're a head coach, everything else. Obviously you're here. What's the team number? What's the team?
I'm the head coach for Team 76-77 out of Swanville, Bodacious Bulldogs.
Oh, so what is it called again?
Bodacious Bulldogs.
Bodacious Bulldogs. That I've heard it said like 5 times today, and I'm like, I can't catch it. I can't catch it. I know it's just a whole bunch of bees, but I'm like, bulldogs. It's something bulldogs. Bodacious bulldogs. Okay, cool. Love the name, and I actually like the shirt. Very cool shirt. I like the logo. Very old school, Transformer-y. Honest. That's cool. But how did you get started up doing? Coaching, things of that nature.
This is the 5th year for Swanville's robotics team. Started it from a recommendation from administration, and ended up getting first year was a little.
All right. Yep. Sorry
the
about
Blue
that.
Alliance.
All right. Blue Alliance takes it there. Even with 876 down, they still got more than enough in there with. Cargo 43 points and the Hangars 21. They're getting 3 ranking points off of that. Red Alliance aren't going to go home empty-handed. They're going to get 1 ranking point off of that. Good for them. But sorry about that. Go right ahead and continue. Continue with what you were saying.
No problem. So Swanville's team. This is our 5th year around. Started it with a recommendation from administration, and then we try to proceed to figure out how we're going to make this team. Was a really it's a very steep learning curve. Right. After 4 years completed, this being the 5th again, we're kind of getting into it now. Not so much a rookie team anymore. And so asking questions. I know Curtis Robertson of Upsala Team 4480. He was an excellent mentor to me, being only 15 minutes away. Having a team coach that was also there for several years before me was an awesome help to have his guidance to build the team.
Oh, no, that is awesome. Yeah, being able to have, and it seems like you kind of had an open door policy with the old coach as well, or with your old coach.
For Swanville's?
Yes.
I started the team.
Oh, you started the team. Oh.
Yep. So, number 1.
Number 1. No, and that's good. So, what's the difficulties of starting a team like Robotics and like trying to introduce that to the school? I mean, again, it's one of those things, like, I'm looking back at it now and going, like, where was this when I was in high school? Because, like, this is awesome, but in the moment, it might be hard to sell for the kids, or is it really easy to?
Yeah, definitely recruiting younger kids into the program. It's difficult for some of them, but a lot of them buy right into it. Getting this, here in Alexandria, for example, when they host the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championship yesterday and the Open tournament today, the kids in school yesterday, that was a regular school day. I mean, I'm sure there was hundreds of them coming into the building here, so that's great for Alexandria's program. And you have to put on shows for that to get recruitment in for it. We always do demonstrations for the elementary programs. So after our winter season is done, usually in about March, depending on how far we make it into either state or worlds. We haven't done that yet. But then we do a demonstration in May and just pull in all the elementary kids, put the robot out, have fun with it a little bit, try to make sure we don't have too many crazy drivers from the younger kids.
Oh, so you physically go like, oh, hey, kids, like maybe a little track or something for them to try to like traverse, or is it like, here, kids, drive around with it, or is it
a little bit of driving? More so it's like, hey, press this A button, that'll shoot the ball out. Hey, cool, you did that. Or try to get them involved, but not don't be too crazy with it sometimes.
Right. Oh, I bet. Now, we actually have Mac Robinson with an interview, so I'm going to toss it to him real quick, and then we'll be right back. But Mac, it's all yours.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. I'm here with the Stampede, and for you guys coming into today, what was kind of the mindset that you guys kind of had? What kind of strategy did you guys try to implement here throughout the day here so far?
Oh, well, we just tried to, play full round swerve. A lot of the robots here are tank drive, and we're one of the few swerves, so we tried to play a bit of a ring around the rosy, just going wherever the balls are available. And, it's been working okay for us. It's just we're having some lighting issues with our limelight.
Yeah, and, the one thing I got to say, too, and credit to you guys as well, because I feel like when I watch you guys, I feel like I'm watching, a podcast that's going on two times, basically, because you guys are just spinning around the field the entire time, to the point where I think I saw you guys, I don't know if you can technically call it broken ankles with a robot, but I've seen you guys juke out a couple of your opponents. Is that something that you guys try to focus on with your guys' build?
I mean, because we have swerve, we are automatically able to move around super quick and break those ankles, so.
And then for all of you guys as well, and actually, did you want to add something in?
We design everything for speed. with our robot. So our intake is full width, so we don't have to be precise. We can kind of just throw it at balls and just move around as fast as possible. Same with the disposable hood.
And, you know, for all of you guys, because I'm always interested to see, you know, how people get involved with this, because I'm jealous of you guys. I didn't get a chance to do this. I would have loved to have done something like this when I was in high school. So how did you guys kind of hear about it, and how long have you guys been involved, and, you know, how long have you guys been involved with this, and how do you like it so far?
Well, I mean, I did FTC in middle school, so it was just kind of a natural progression for me. When I was younger, I figured out, you know, some RC cars with some hobby scale stuff, and it just kind of led me into the FTC program, and I've just taken from there. I mean, we have a few FTC.
These three are FTC.
Yeah, I started in like the FLL Lego League, just progressed through FTC and FRC, and I always played sports, but never really felt that same connection that I do to robotics. I think it's really my place.
And I am right there with you, man. This is my first event I've gotten to cover. I'm right there with you. So what about you, Andrew?
I'm pretty much the same as Evan. I started in 2nd grade with FLL and worked up till FTC. I did take a 2-year break where I did not do robotics, and that was 9th and 10th grade, and then I came back to it in 11th grade. I loved it, so I'm continuing to do it through high school. I'm going to study engineering in college.
What about you? Well, I'm different from these three because I joined in 9th grade. So I think I heard about the team by just passing by our lab like every day, and it's always insane in there. And so just joining the team has been really fun.
And then last question for you guys, too. I'm always interested in the team dynamics and, you know, each and everybody's pit. And so for you guys, what's it been like being able to work with each other in this?
I mean, I think we've been a really fun team.
Yeah.
We make a lot of jokes. We have a lot of fun in the lab, but we also work hard. We're always in the lab till like 9 p.m. So.
Yeah. Pretty much whenever the mentors go home is when we're forced out. Otherwise we'd be there. So.
Well, hey, we love to see it, and you guys have been doing great so far. Looking forward to seeing how you guys do the rest of the day. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Jack, back to you.
Alrighty. Well, we're about ready to get rolling here, but it seems like the Bodacious Bulldogs, you guys are up, huh?
Yeah, we are. Go Red for this
go,
round.
Go Red, baby. Alrighty, we're gonna jump into the action right now.
Good job, Josiah.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go, 76-77 for the Red Alliance, scoring already in the lower hub. Balls flying all over, trying to get those points in autonomous play. Lower hub shot for the Red Alliance. Team 88-78. And here we go. Another shot, lower hub for the Red Alliance. Here comes 76-77 with 2 shots. 32-77 for the Blue Alliance with 3 shots, 2 in. 76-77 for the Red Alliance with 2 shots in the lower hub from the Bodacious Bulldogs. 2 red and 1 blue Alliance ball up in the upper hub. .32-77 with 2 shots in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. All teams scrambling to get that cargo to shoot those points. 56-38 with 2 shots, 1 in. Here comes 76-77 for the Red Alliance again with 2 more lower hub points. We are down to 1 minute left in play, 1 minute. And we've got Prodigy already back in the hung area. And we've got less than 40 seconds left. 76-77 again for the Red Alliance. 32-77 for the Blue. Here we go, 30 seconds left in play. And nice long shot for the Blue Alliance in the upper hub. Got 2 Blue Alliance back overhanging from the middle rung. We've got left 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of round 22.
Alrighty. While we're waiting for the final results here, 76-77. How do you think they did?
It looked like a driver was going around and picking up balls. I noticed on the opposite side that obviously we're on the red side hub, and there seems to be quite a few of the red balls just get stuck. It's random and it's part of the game, but it's stuck on the outside. So that was a little tough trying to get red balls for that.
Yeah, well, let's see the results. Seems like the blue team's taking it. 33-44. It was close. 2 ranking points to blue, but it looks like we got Cargo. Cargo was neck and neck, 23-24, and it's the hanger. The hanger's the thing that just kind of took it.
Goes to the Blue Alliance.
I was like, oh, we got the wrong score here then.
If it was red, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Not that I'm biased.
Not that I'm biased. But, okay. Now, I do have a few questions for you, but before we get to that, we do have a interview with Mac down there. So, Mac, it is all yours.
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate that. I'm joined by guest MC here for the events this weekend, Natalie Sparkles. And Natalie, thank you for joining me. Came a long way to come out here for these events.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm an MC from out in Oregon, and one of the mentors from a team approached me and said, do you want to come out here? And I said, you're crazy, but yes.
So how long have you been MCing these types of events, and how long have you really been involved in robotics?
Yeah, so this is going to be my 6th year being an MC, this next season coming up. But actually, I started robotics 15 years ago, so I've been doing it for over half my life now.
Oh my goodness. And, for you, when you were in robotics, you were participating, what roles did you normally have, and, what were really your passions when it came to it, and what really kind of stoked that flame for you getting involved with everything?
I really love this question. So I started doing engineering and coding mainly, but I fell in love with chairmans. I fell in love with being a business leader in the team. And actually, if my advisor hadn't pushed me to do chairmans, I wouldn't be here today. I was a very shy freshman student, and I really love being a role model for all of the people who do media, showing you that even though you're in robotics, you don't have to do engineering to make it far.
See, you could have fooled me with you being shy with the way that you've been out there. You've done a great job so far. And, you know, when it comes to being able to, you know, you obviously you participate in robotics. You know, for you, what does it feel like to be able to kind of give back to something that you're so passionate about and you've gotten so much out of already?
Oh man, it honestly means the world to me. I mean, I looked up to my MCs when I was a student, and so I really just want to be a role model to students and especially to women, just showing you that if you keep at it, you can go really far. It means a lot.
And then, I mean, you've done a great job with that as well. And I've noticed, again, you've gotten pictures and everything like that, picture opportunities here so far. And, you know, for you, what's probably been the biggest difference that you've noticed, whether it be going from a, you know, participant to then a mentor and also to an MC, seeing kind of all sides of everything here?
The funniest thing is that I don't notice much of a difference. I just notice passion in different ways. I mean, as you're a student, a mentor, a coach, a volunteer, years and years, I mean, 15 years later, you are just so enthralled and wrapped into FIRST in just such a different way. And I feel like there's this saying in FIRST that there's no exit strategy. Once you're in FIRST, you really can't leave because you just fall more in love with it.
And then what's been your favorite aspect? I feel like when it comes to being a competitor, you know, obviously you have that competitive spirit and you're seeing all these games go on. You know, does it almost get a little bit difficult to kind of contain the competitiveness as you're watching these games go on?
It does and it doesn't. There's this thing in FIRST Robotics called gracious professionalism and cooperation, basically saying that you'll cooperate and compete at the same time. So one match you might be against somebody and the other match they're your teammates. So honestly, you kind of root for everybody. It's not really a contest.
All right, well, hey, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate the time.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just so happy to be here.
And we're glad to have you here. And Jack, we'll send it back to you. That was Natalie Sparkles.
And thank you for that there, Mac, and thank you, Natalie. Now, real quick, we just saw your team, your robot go out, and I was so happy when we were talking during the match itself, because it was something I wasn't able to ask yesterday, but I'm going to call it scoring mechanism, right? What's going on with that scoring mechanism? Because it seems like it's a very much just like boom, boom, boom. It's reliable, but it's not flashy.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like a tractor bucket. It just actuates down, so it starts out in a high position, goes down to a low, picks up off the ground. Just all it is a whole bunch of wheels that are married next to each other. They spin together to pull in the ball into the bucket area, and then we put the arm up and just spin it backwards and push the balls out.
So there's motors in there actually turning those bars, because I honestly did not realize there were wheels and that thing was moving. So that's why it's able to like it real quick, and that sound effect is obviously the thing getting the cargo. But I'll have a few other questions about that mechanism here shortly, but we're going to jump right into the action right now.
Team from right here in Alexandria, 33-13.
It's the Mechatronics.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, one of our North Dakota teams, 81-88.
Grand Force from Grand Forks.
If you take a look at the board, here's our team standings. Teams are put in order by their number of ranking points. All of these teams are trying to be in the top 6. That would mean that they would be one of our alliance captains during the alliance selection that will take place after qualification match number 26. Again, all teams need to have one student representative ready to go for the alliance selection after qualification match number 26. And those students can stand right behind the red alliance side.
But alrighty, while we're waiting for the action to start here, we're going to jump back on. Now, we got the box on the court. We got the field. We are just waiting for, I think, the final check here. The way this is the way this goes is you have, what is it, 5, 6, I count 5 referees around. They will give the thumbs up, and that will be the thing that goes, hey, we're ready to go. Now, before all of this started, and we talked about it a little bit, where it's like, oh, 56, 53 seemed to do what I would call a me mistake and just didn't turn the thing on.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes the kids bring the robot out there and, forgot to turn it on.
Oh, absolutely, where it's just everything. There's so many checklists that, I mean, just carrying it from the pit area to here, let alone putting it on the field and getting it ready. There's so many things that you got to go through and everything like that. Now, pit area, what is your, being a coach and everything else, how do you like to kind of keep the attitude or the atmosphere in your pit? Is it pretty loose? Is it like, hey, you want to know what, we got to do X, Y, Z? Or what's your style of coaching the pit?
Sure, it varies a little bit depending on exactly how pressed we are for time. The schedules come out, it's kind of a randomly generated one, so sometimes there's a gap, like, oh, you got a 5-match break. Yeah, we can take it a little easier. Oh, guess what, we're back up in 2 and we had something break. Move it, let's get this thing fixed immediately. So sometimes it varies, just try to make sure that our team's going to be in their best position to compete. So,
oh wait, I'm not sure if there was a mistake there or if something just happened, but we'll figure it out here shortly. Hold up.
21, during that match, a red card is being given out to team 56-53 for deliberately contacting another robot and causing that robot to be unable to drive for the remainder of that match. And we're now going to get ready to start qualification match number 23. And we have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go. Starting off with the Blue Alliance. One shot on the lower hub from 33-13. 56-53 takes a few shots. Also shots for the Red Alliance already scoring. And here we go with driver led. And there we go, 33-13 with 2 shots in the lower hub, 81-88 with 1 shot in the lower. And 56-53 with 1 shot in the upper hub. Red Alliance 45-39 with 1 in the upper. All teams loading up on their cargo. 56-53 with a shot in the upper hub. 45-39 with points in the upper hub. And 2 shots from 42-38 of the Red Alliance in the upper hub. And got some scoring in the lower hub for the Blue Alliance. And 2 more shots for 33-13 with the Blue Alliance as we go down to 1 minute remaining. 1 minute. And 2 more shots for the Red Alliance in the upper hub. Couple more shots for the Blue Alliance in the lower hub. .42 seconds left. And we've got 2 members of the Blue Alliance, 81-88 and 56-53, sorry. Already hanging in the rung. We've got less than 30 seconds left in the match. Few more points for the Red Alliance. Two Blue Alliance members are hanging on the high rungs. We've got 13 seconds left. 45-39 for the Red Alliance is hanging on the middle rung. As we go to 4, 3, 2, 1.
There is so much to talk about during this entire thing. I'll say this.
And at the end of round 23, match 23, we have the Red Alliance.
Ooh. Three ranking points for the Red Alliance to the 1 for the Blue. Cargo, Red 52, 16 for the Blue. Hanger, Red 10. And Hanger for the Blue is 30. You get 2 hanging for the Blue on the very top one, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's 15 each, right?
Yes, the top one is 15 points.
I'm listening. I'm learning little bits by little bits. But before we get too much in here, because there was some hellacious defense going on in this game as well, and throughout the entire time, I love defense. I love the defensive side, but there was an announcement that came on before the match started. There was a red card awarded to a robot. What is a red card? What does that mean?
So during the match, there's a lot of rules you got to follow, not just in building it, but in how you play. The entire rule book is about 120 some pages long, and how you play defense, you can play defense like some, you can't like others. You know, this is not battle bots.
Right.
And when a red card is issued, it's because there was deliberate damage in a certain format. You know, it can change a little bit, but it's where you're not just bumping and, you know, just kind of, you get way too much action on the defense where there was a damage, you like physically damaged the other robot, not just got in the way.
Oh.
And not accidental.
Oh.
Is the usual cause on that, so I'd be curious to see the exact reasoning for that. So I know for our robot has that arm that comes down and it goes out in front of us. We can't use it as a spear. We can't,
right.
When we bump into them, we have to have our arm up for the most part. Otherwise, it's going to be probably a bad penalty against us if we use that as a weapon against other robots, not just for picking up the balls and scoring. So
sure, and it's actually like, whomever is driving and everything else, I mean, kudos to them on your team, because I haven't seen one penalty for that. And I just thinking about controlling something like that, even if it wasn't on purpose, I'd hit somebody with that thing all the time.
Yeah. if we have it hit them once or twice accidentally, and then we just back off right away, and so
Right.
we're probably getting kind of small penalties for that.
Okay.
But not the yellow or red cards. Yellow card is where there's damage, and I believe it's incidental or like accidental, but then red card is like a, hey, that's not how you play this game.
Right. Okay.
It's kind of like a tech foul in basketball. It's
Yeah.
like that was, intentional, and so that pretty much wipes out any points they got for that match on their side.
Really? So that's is that all the points plus
all the ranking points?
All the ranking points are.
So that's a pretty big penalty. So if
That's rough.
I don't remember if they won that one, but if they did,
They did. They had to switch it.
So it was 3 ranking points that they got, which then they get all the teams on that side get that I believe is taken off, or at least that team that committed the foul does.
Wow, that's rough. That's rough. That's rough. That's rough. But let's get into the game we just saw. Some really, really good defense. It seems like clean defense. I didn't see any foul points. I didn't see any of that penalties or nothing like that out there. Now, it was nice to see, because I'm the same way, where I'm like, yes, there it is. There's some defense. There's some good, clean defense. Now, in your opinion, how big is defense in this game?
So every year the game changes, obviously. So sometimes
Right.
defense is absolutely useless because you can't actually play defense according to the rules. And some other years it's like, yeah, you can just go up and practically crush them as much as you want, and obviously without damaging, but you can really get in their way. So during the qualifying rounds, these first ones where everyone's switching teams and switching sides, you're against someone one round, you're with them the next. There's usually not as much defense until the later ones. A lot of times if a robot has a major break where they're no longer able to play the rest of the game, they'll go play defense because, well, they can't really
Right.
score points, so I can stop the other team from scoring points. When we get to the playoffs, a lot of times one of the teams that is chosen to be on the Alliance will be a very good defensive bot because, hey, we got 2 really good offense bots chosen. We're going to face some really, everyone in the playoffs is generally pretty good. Get 1 good defense bot, and you go shut down their top scorer.
And again, like, and we'll see it when we get to that point with the Alliance picks and the playoff picks and everything else like that. But let's jump right into the action.
5.
They are Red Lake Ogeechee Dog.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 76-77.
It's the Bodacious Bulldogs out of Swanville.
Over here on the blue alliance, make some noise for 88-78.
It's the Ashby Aerobots.
Joining them, we have 60-45.
It's Saber Robotics out of Sartell, Minnesota.
And rounding off this match, make some noise for 25-38.
It's the Plaid Pillagers.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 24, autonomous mode is underway. The human flare for the Blue Alliance bounces off the rim of the upper hub and hits a referee on its way out of the field. Drivers step up to control their robots during the teleoperated period mode of the round. Red Lake Ogeechee Dog being defended heavily by 60-45. That's Saber Robotics. Bodacious Bulldogs picking up cargo off of the ground, trying to score that in the lower hub for the Red Alliance. They're 2 for 2 in the lower hub. Red Lake will get you, dogs. Same tactic. Red Lake will get you, dog, and Bodacious Bulldogs for the Red Alliance. Score 3 cargo for the Red Alliance in the lower hub. Ashby Aerobots trying to score some cargo for the Blue Alliance. They're being defended by 46-74. Red Alliance, 2 cargo in the lower hub. 1 minute remaining in this match. Aerobots able to score a cargo for the Blue Alliance in the lower hub. $46.74. The Robojack's going to begin to ascend in the Red Alliance's hangar. $60.45 Sabre stopping 76-77 from scoring 2 cargo in the lower hub. That whistle signifies 30 seconds left in the round. Red Lake will get you, dog, scoring 1 red cargo in the lower hub. They're going to go for another one. Meanwhile, their alliance member, 46-74 Robojacks, they make it all the way to the traversal rung for the Red Alliance. Will the Blue Alliance be able to match any of the hanging points from the Red Alliance? We have 3, 2, 1. 3 red robots hanging. Judges, or the referees, excuse me, will have to figure out how many of the blue robots are hanging in the Blue Alliance's hangar.
Well, as we just heard, we're going to need to figure out if, I see 38 at the very end. 25-38 is actually hanging. They're actually connected to the bottom rung here. But I am rejoined. Again, she just can't quit it. She just can't quit commentating. It is Sydney once again. How you doing? How's everything going?
Good. It's been a really busy day, kind of back and forth, and I feel like the excitement is definitely building.
That last match, it's going to go to
absolutely.
The Red Alliance.
There we go. Goes to the Red Alliance and
score of 51-24. They're also taking home 3 ranking points.
Yeah, and after that match on the Red Alliance, 46-74, they move up into the number 6 ranked position. So again, for Alliance selection, the top 6 ranked teams will be our Alliance captains, which means they will for sure be in the playoffs.
There we go. Big points. Well, we have Jeremy has another interview for us. So let's jump to Jeremy real quick. Jeremy, it's all yours.
Thank you, Jack. I'm joined by Haley and Natalie from the Iron Mosquitoes. Guys, your day's done so far. As of right now, you may get picked for the competition, championship, tournament, whatever you guys want to call it, the chance to win the open tournament. How about that? What do you guys have to do to make sure that you guys actually get picked?
Well, it's a lot of strategizing and a lot of interacting with other teams and other people on your alliance, and it's really good to be in communication with those people so that you know exactly what you need to do to have connections and be able to be picked.
Yeah, kind of what she said. Sometimes we'll have teams come to us and be like, hey, what do you say, would you say yes if we asked you to be on our alliance? So it really just depends on the team and what's going on.
And how many years have you guys been in robotics? What got you guys into doing robotics?
So we've been a team since 2015. This is this upcoming season will be my 4th year and her 2nd year. And really, we just wanted to start a team in the Iron Range because our area is very small. We're very up north. We're Babbitt, Minnesota. So we wanted to start a team in the Iron Range. There was only a few at the time. So, and we want to promote STEM in our area.
Yeah, we have 3 different schools on our team. Yeah, we work together to do what we do.
So then that must make it interesting. You have 3 different schools on your team. your school and then 2 others. So there's like a little, is there like a little rivalry between you guys a little bit?
No, actually, I'd say we have more of a friendship. We are in cahoots quite a bit, and we love giving like advice to other teams around us, or they'll come and help us in any way that they can, and it's really nice to be able to like kind of have a coalition.
Yeah, we've had like kids from the other schools reach out to us. They're like, "Hey, when are you gonna come back and like do a demo? Because we want to join your team." So I think it's not really a rivalry.
All righty, thank you guys.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Jack, back to you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Now, again, as I said before, I am joined with Sydney. Sorry about that. I had to switch some stuff and everything else, and honestly just lost my place in the entire universe there for 5 minutes. Oh, my goodness. But you brought something up. I was like, oh, yeah, we can talk about this. But then you brought something up, and it was one of the cutest things I saw. You had a little buddy helping you out doing your MC duties. So, how did that happen? And it was just absolutely adorable.
Yeah, so we always like to encourage our littles that are at the event and kind of show them what it's like to be out on the field, so maybe encourage them one day to be a part of a team. And I think it's just a good opportunity too, because they get a really good view. So after the match, I had him and his parents sit with me, and I kind of walked him through the game a little bit, and they got a really good seat for the match. But that's what FIRST is about, always inspiring STEM, especially in our younger population as well. So we do whatever we can.
And like I said before, you just can't quit doing emceeing or at this point calling games and everything else. You're just built for it. It sounds like you were just doing it for a kid and everything else, but yeah, no, that's perfect. Again, absolutely adorable. Kids when they're out in public and everything else, and showing them around. There's a point, and just because we're in the backside, which I would call it, because we're in the backside, I was able to see he did something very adorable. Like, he pointed to his mom and he does the little like finger like wag thing to be like, no, you need to come out here too. And then he just went to you at the instant. You're like, here's a flag. Ooh,
yes,
okay, cool.
Yes, he did very well. I would say he was my youngest helper I've ever had out with me. At first he told me he was 2, but his parents did inform me he was actually 3.
Already lied about his age. Good on him. Good on him. My goodness. Well, we're going to join the action right now.
Shout out to make. This team's engineering team built a whole new arm in 15 minutes after this last match. So I'd like to give a shout out to Daniel and the engineering team up there. That's 84-22.
Out of Pillager, Minnesota, they're the Husky Howlers.
And their alliance partner is going to be 47-28.
It's the Ricori Ratcheteers out of Cold Spring, Minnesota.
And rounding off this alliance, make some noise for 31-02.
They are the Techno Tigers.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 24 autonomous mode, here we go. It's 84-22, going up high for the Blue Alliance. Human player on the Red Alliance just misses short. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance's human player misses long. Techno Tigers trying to get a shot off before time expires. They do not. We have entered teleoperated period where drivers step up and drive their robots. 47-28, playing heavy defense on 44-80, UC Robotics. Accelerators lining up, trying to get a shot off from the Red Alliance. UC Robotics gonna score 2 cargo in the low hub for the Red Alliance. Both of them tumble out. Accelerator scores 1 in the low goal for the Red Alliance. Techno Tigers have 3 cargo in their robot, 2 blue, 1 red. They got to try and get rid of that red cargo. (84-22), the Husky Howlers just shoot long over the upper hub. Meanwhile, the Accelerators, they score 2 in the lower hub for the Red Alliance. Rakoria Ratcheteers playing heavy defense. Meanwhile, the Howlers score again up top for the Blue Alliance. Regulators trying to score up top for the Red Alliance. They just come up short. We have 1 minute remaining in the match. UC Robotics scores low for the Red Alliance. Here come the Techno Tigers with 2 pieces of cargo in their robot. They're going to try and park at the base of the hub to try to score some points. Meanwhile, Husky Howlers ascending in the Blue Alliance's hangar. They are on the high rung already. 30 seconds remaining in the match. 32-75, the Regulators, they score up high. 1 more time for the Red Alliance before beginning their climb. Techno Tigers better be careful not to obstruct their teammates' climb, otherwise they will not be able to get to 15 points. 44-80, UC Robotics trying to go for the traversal run. Can they get it done in time? They have 7 seconds. They get it. Meanwhile, the Howlers get it done too. We have 1 second remaining.
Alrighty. We got some drama and some excitement there at the very end with 84-22 making it all the way to the top rung.
The Red Alliance.
There we go.
With a score of 48-35. 3 ranking points awarded to the Red Alliance, 1 to the Blue.
And with those 3 ranking points on that Red Alliance, 31-34, that's the Accelerators from Cass Lake Bena. They move into that number 3 ranked position. As long as they can hold within the top 6, they will be an Alliance captain for our Alliance selection, which is going to take place after our next match.
And that's big. Now, because I have you right now, because I'm pretty sure it's this is possibly your last, unless you just can't stay away, and I completely understand it. But the Alliance selection, could you go a little bit deeper into that? What is that for the folks that weren't here yesterday watching the stream? What is the Alliance selection?
So the Alliance selection, it starts with the top 6 ranked teams. Those 6 will be Alliance captains, and from there we'll start with the number 1 ranked team, and they will pick somebody that is not already on an Alliance to join them and form their own Alliance. And we'll go down 1 all the way down to 6, and then 6 will turn around and pick another team, and we'll go back to 1 until every Alliance has a total of 3 teams. And so once an Alliance is built, then we will take a look at the playoff bracket, and they will see who they will play first. And it's also important because the first and second ranked Alliances get a bye during our first round of playoffs.
Okay, yeah, no, and like we saw yesterday, it really did. Rankings. The only thing that rankings really shows is like who's going to be the captains when it comes to picking, because it's not just like, oh, because if it's the top 6, if it's the top 7, it's the top 6. It doesn't mean 7 is going to be the first pick.
No, not at all. Usually teams have a ton of strategies, so a lot of times they have team people out in the stands, and they'll be scouting. So they'll be seeing how many points does a robot usually score? How many points do they get during the final part of the match? How many hanger points can they get? Do they think that team's strategy will work well with their own, where they're not getting in each other's way? Because sometimes when teams do the exact same thing, that's not the best. You need to find somebody that's complementary to what you're already doing. And you also can't pick another alliance captain. So if you are a captain, you have to pick outside of those top 6 teams.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that was something that was, I know Ryan caught it very, very early, where he was like, "Oh yeah, no, you can pick another captain and everything else." I was like, "Oh, that's crazy. Why wouldn't you just be like, yeah, one's going, 2, or you know, everything else?" But no, the instant not being able to do that, like you said, it's about the team. It's about what you're going to be able to do within that 3-person squad or alliance. I mean, it does get really interesting to see the strategy, and it really does come down to who is in that top 6, because it's not always going to be the top 6 scorers.
No.
It might be somebody who just is really good at climbing and really good at defense. It might be XYZ. So it's going to get very interesting once the selections come down. Now, the bots are back on the field.
So this is our final qualification match of the day. That's qualification match number 26. Again, after this, we'll take a short pause, and then we'll go right into that alliance selection.
Yes, absolutely. And with that being said, we do actually have a little, not insider information, anybody that's been following and watching and everything else, we do have number 1 ranked and number 2 ranked versing each other right now. So you never know. We might get this in the playoffs. We might get this in the championship round. We might get this again. So you just never know. But with that being said, we are going to take a wee bit of a break, or you'll know what? We're actually just going to toss it right to the action.
Are you excited? There it is. All right, let's welcome your team. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 3277.
Hailing from Thief River Falls, it's Prodigy.
Joining them on this side of the field, we have 876.
It's Thunder Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance, make some noise for 3313.
Our host team, it's Mechatronics.
It's hard to run in this thing. On the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 3660.
It's Stampede out of Golden Valley, Minnesota.
Joining them is going to be none other than 5638.
It is LQPV.
And rounding off this match, make some noise for 2538.
Out of Morris, Minnesota, it's Plaid Pillagers.
I love it. I love it. Ah!
Alrighty, wow. We have a few referees on the court right now, just kind of making sure. Well, it actually looks like 50.
25-38 there was having a little bit of work done.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And as you can hear, I am joined with Mac, and it seems like the gates are closing. Seems like we're ready to go. So we're going to join the action right now, and then we'll be right back.
All right, let's get this thing started. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Final qualification match of the day underway. 36-30 Stampede, quick to score, 1 up tall. They score 2 up tall. Two more drop in for Stampede on the Blue Alliance. Stampede dropped 2 more in that upper hub for the Blue Alliance. Prodigy, 1 for 2 for the Red Alliance. 33-13 Mechatronics pulling a huge wheelie as they try to change directions. Stampede 1 for 2 up top. Mechatronics 1 down low. Stampede making quick work of all the cargo available to them on the floor. 1, 2 for Stampede. Stampede has a red piece of cargo in their robot. They have to discharge that and go pick up 2 more. LQPV locked and loaded with 2 pieces of cargo. They shoot 2, miss 2. Stampede, though, 2 for 2 again in the upper hub. Stampede getting defended by Prodigy. They missed both of their upper hub shots. Mechatronics trying to intake a piece of cargo that is not theirs. Stampede again. 2 in, 1 rolls out, though. LQPV, 2 up, 2 in. We have 45 seconds remaining in the match. Stampede again up high. LQPV trying to get 1 in the upper hub. It just falls short. Stampede bounces off the rim. 30 seconds remaining in the match. Mechatronics going to begin to climb for the Red Alliance. Stampede doing the same there. Both going to start off on that middle rung. Stampede going to make their way from the middle rung to that high rung. They get that done successfully. We have 4 seconds remaining in the round. 2, 1. Stampede gets to the traversal rung in the dying seconds of the last qualification match of the day.
Well, we got some drama here in the last few seconds. It looks like 36-30 Stampede. There might be some deliberation about did they make it up in time on the last rung. Again, that last rung is 15 points, so that's a big swing. Again, I'm joined with, well, let's see.
Result of the last match, it goes to the Blue Alliance.
The Blue
With a score of
Alliance.
66-16, the Blue Alliance has taken 3 ranking points along with them.
And it looks like they didn't get that top rung there.
No, they didn't.
They didn't give it to them there because again,
they did.
Well, you have two other bots that were also.
No.
Oh no.
No.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
My view over here is a little obstructed.
We have to go
here.
on the tippy toes to see the view on the floor here. But yeah,
you less so.
Yeah,
I need the booster seat.
Yes.
But the main focus that I was having with them, and earlier I was talking with head coach of the Techno Tigers there, Olaf, and we were keeping track of the shot attempts there for 36-30 for Stampede, like you mentioned. And they were a volume shooting team. They're a team that will go ahead. Yes. They're very quick. Talking with them, they said that they are fully built on speed. And so for them, they got a chance to, again, move around quite a bit. You saw them basically zooming around the field, like giving a 2-year-old some coffee.
Yes, absolutely. And you saw that, and the reason they're able to do it, again, from learning from Ryan, learning from everybody today, they have those swerve wheels that they're all powered. Think of it like, again, think of it like a shopping cart. It's those first two, and they all spin. That's why you're able to see almost a drift-like driving from them.
But the key for them especially, again, with them being a volume shooting team, it's not just about the volume, it's about the efficiency.
Yes.
And so earlier on, again, when we had Olaf on, we kept track, and they went 8 for 16 in their match earlier. And just then, I was keeping track of them. They shot 14 for 20.
Needs to make sure that they have one student representative.
They went 14 for 20 there in that final qualification match. Again, 14 for 20, shooting 70%. So again, pretty high, like a higher clip as they're getting better.
That's absolutely big. Not only like 70% on shooting, and again, you have the numbers, you just told the numbers, but on top of that, then saying we can get to that top ring, and honestly, like that was the biggest thing. Where it was, did they actually get up there at the top at the last seconds? We just, again, they were given the points. I guarantee what we saw with the hang at the last second, that's not what they were deliberating about. It was more, are these two other bots actually off the ground? Again, you do not just putting the hook on there and, hanging.
Yeah.
You have to be hanging. Your bot has to be off the ground, everything else. So that was probably more what they were looking at, and they had the right call there for sure.
Right.
But
and the reason why that was key especially is because 36-30, they're a team that's vying for that top spot here. And again, they're vying going up against Thunder Robotics, who again, out of Northwood, North Dakota, they were the #1 seed yesterday.
Yes, they were.
So at the NMRC Conference Championship there yesterday, again today, they're vying for that top spot. So again, facing off against each other in that match. So that was a very tough matchup. And again, maybe that possibly, with them getting the win, maybe that vaults them into that #1 spot. So very, very big implications here from this final match.
Absolutely. And like you said, you actually came up and told us, and we did relay it, so thank you so much for the information. It was 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
On there. And just like you brought up Thunder, which we just talked about all yesterday, and a huge reason on why they won and everything else. Like, really just kind of slid and danced around anything whenever they wanted to.
Right.
Thunder and Stampede, very similar. They both have the swivel wheels.
Mm-hmm.
They both shoot, and they both shoot at a high percentage.
Yep.
Now, it is very interesting because we just... yesterday, there's always give and take. There isn't well, then why isn't everybody doing what they're doing, right? It's, okay, if you're just, and it seems like those bots are really just designed to hit the top ring, or the top rung on the scorer here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the big drawback, big points. You get the big points there, but it takes longer for that cargo or that ball to come back down, right?
Right.
When you have something like the lower rung where it's a 1 point versus a 2 point, right?
Yes.
The 1 point, it gets down, and it gets down quick.
Yeah.
So you do have a lot of bots who are just specialized in, hey, we're never going to shoot for the 2 point. We're going to suck that sucker up, we're going to dump it in the 1 point, and then we're going to go back and do it again. Again, there just is not a pure this is the correct answer. There's always some sort of there's always different answers to the same solution, and that has been shown more so than ever, at least in my opinion, here in the robotics tournament. be that the conference that we saw yesterday and the Open today. What we just heard over the loudspeakers, that we are going to
I believe we're getting to that selection time here.
Yeah, we are getting to that selection time. But before we do that, we are going to take a wee bit of a break. We're going to catch our breaths. We're going to figure out what's going on, who's on what team. We're going to have the selection for you, absolutely. But make sure you're staying for that. Make sure you're telling folks, tune in. It's wiley.com.
YourLiveEvent.com.
Again, I am the worst because that is short term for us. We work for YourLiveEvent.com. We call it Wiley.
YourLiveEvent.com. You can find us on Twitter at YourLiveEvent1. That's right, the one place to go ahead and get this robotics competition.
Absolutely.
Go to YourLiveEvent1 on Twitter and go ahead and check that out as well. We're also on Facebook.
Absolutely, and hashtag Wiley. You want to know what? Let's just make it a thing.
Well, you can also look up hashtag NMRC to go ahead and look at some of the latest action from today as well.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, we're going to get into the Alliance selection right now. We're going to join the action right now.
Numerous matches, and they've also worked really hard, both on and off the field. So let's give a round of applause for all of the teams that have competed here today. So a little bit about today's Alliance selection. The highest 6 ranked teams will be our Alliance captains for playoffs. Of note, the Alliance captains cannot select another Alliance captain to join their Alliance. And the Alliance selection order will be from the highest to the lowest seed for the first selection, and then we'll make our way back from the lowest to the highest seed. So with that, let's start by meeting our team. So we start with the number 6 ranked Alliance. When you're called, please join me here on the field, and that's team 4674.
Out of Bemidji, Minnesota, it's Robotics.
Next, I'd like to invite our number 5 ranked Alliance captain, and that's team 4539.
It's Chaotic Robotics out of Frazee, Minnesota.
Next, our number 4th ranked Alliance captain, and that's team 876.
From Northwood, North Dakota, it's Thunder Robotics.
And now moving on to our number 3 ranked Alliance captain. Please join me on the field, team 59.
From Pequot Lakes, it's Patriotics.
All right, we're now moving on to our number 2 ranked Alliance captain, and that will be team 3134.
The Accelerators out of Cass Lake, Minnesota.
All right, now lastly, I'd like to invite our number 1 ranked team to join me as the Alliance captain. This team ended with 23 total ranking points after 26 total matches here today. Please welcome team 3630.
Hailing from Golden Valley, Minnesota, it's Stampede.
All right, so for our number 1 ranked Alliance, who would you like to invite to join your Alliance?
Team 3630 would like to graciously invite Team 8188.
Team 8188.
That's Grand Force out of Grand Forks, North Dakota.
And how do you respond?
Team 8188 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. All right, we're on to our number 2 ranked Alliance. And who would you like to invite to join your Alliance?
Team 3134 would like to invite invite Team 5653.
Team 5653.
That's Iron Mosquitoes out of Babbitt, Minnesota.
Team 5653 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. And we'll move over to our number 3 ranked alliance. And he's giving me the finger, and that's the please wait finger. So we'll give him a second. This can be a very stressful time for teams. They want to find the best team to join their alliance. And that might not be the next top ranked team. That might be a team that is very complementary in strategy to themselves. All right, and who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 5913 would like to invite Team 4480 to join our alliance.
Team 4480.
Out of Uppsala, Minnesota, that's UC Robotics.
Team 4480 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. And now we're over to our number 4 ranked alliance, and who would you like to invite?
Team 876 would like to invite Team 8422.
Team 8422.
The Husky Howlers out of Pillager, Minnesota.
Team 8422 gracefully accepts.
Congratulations. All right, now on to our number 5 alliance. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 4539 would like to invite Team 3102.
Team 3102.
That's Techno Tigers.
Team 3102 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. And now I'm over to my number 6 ranked alliance captain. So remember, you get 2 picks in a row, so this will be your first pick. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 4674 would like to invite Team 7677.
Team 7677.
Out of Swanville, Minnesota, it's the Bodacious Bulldogs.
Team 7677 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. And so now we have invited 1 team to join each alliance, 1 through 6, and we'll now go back 6 through 1. Sometimes it can be tough to make 2 picks right in a row. Are you ready? All right, who would you like to invite to complete your alliance?
Team 4674 would like to invite Team 3277.
Team 3277.
That's Prodigy out of Thief River Falls.
And how do you respond?
On behalf of our sponsor, DigiKey, Team 3277 graciously accepts.
Congratulations, and we have our number 6 alliance formed. And then stepping over to our number 5 alliance, who would you guys like to invite to finish out your alliance?
3313.
Team 3313. You cut right to the chase.
That's Mechatronics out of Alexandria, Minnesota.
Team 3313 graciously accepts.
Congratulations, we have our number 5 alliance. We'll step over to our number 4 ranked alliance captain. And who would you guys like to invite to join your team?
Team 876 and
8422
would like to invite Team 5638.
Team 5638.
That's LQPV Robotics.
Team 5638 graciously accepts.
Congratulations, we have formed our number 4 ranked alliance. And now we're stepping back to our number 3 ranked alliance. That means only 3 more teams will be asked to join our alliances for our playoff bracket. And we look to be on the phone, so if anyone in the crowd knows a team that has not been picked yet that they want to be picked, maybe throw out a number, help them out. You good? Again, selecting teams is not an easy task, especially when so many teams have already been picked, but we do have a few left. So who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 5913 and
4480
would like to invite Team 8878.
Team 8878.
That's Aerobots out of Ashby, Minnesota.
Team 8878 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. Now we move on to our number 2 ranked alliance. Just 2 more teams will be picked for the playoff bracket. All right. And who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 3134
5653.
would like to invite Team 4238.
Team 4238.
That's Resistance Robotics out of Belgrade.
Team 4238 graciously accepts.
Congratulations, we have formed our number 2 ranked alliance. And now we will move on to our very last pick of the day for joining our number 1 ranked alliance. Who would you like to invite to finish out your alliance?
Team 3630
And 8188.
would like to invite Team 3275.
Team 3275.
They are the Regulators out of Cass Lake, Minnesota.
3275 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. So we now have all 6 of our alliances formed. A couple more things to mention, though, is that First has rolled out a new playoff bracket for the tournament. Luckily, that is the same one we did yesterday, but of note, Alliance 1 and Alliance 2 will have a bye for the first round. And during rounds 1 through 5, alliances will play against their assigned alliance just 1 time. And the winning alliance will continue playing in the upper bracket. If an alliance loses 2 times, they are out of the running for the finals. And during the final round, the championship alliance is determined by the best of 3 matches. Of note, the next highest ranked unpicked team may be called upon as a backup robot by any of these alliances if needed throughout the tournament bracket. So we will begin our first round, match number 1 at 3:15. So that's in 12 minutes. Also, captains of each of these alliances, you will stay on the field and meet with our head ref and our FTA for a quick meeting. And I just got a side note, match number 1, we're actually gonna start at 3:20. So a little bit over 15 minutes for everyone to set up and prepare. Make sure that you guys are looking at the tournament bracket and you know when to play and when to be on the field. So good luck to all of our alliances, and remember to bring your gracious professionalism both on the field and off. Well, let's get ready for playoffs.
Alrighty, as you just heard, we're getting ready for playoffs. The brackets have been put together, as you can see in front of you right now. But with that being said, we too are going to take a small break. We'll probably be back within a few minutes here. But keep here. Go just take a break yourself. You want to know what? Go get a soda. Go get some food. Come back to wherever you're at. Get
Quick
comfy.
bathroom break.
Yeah, don't forget that. My goodness. But then come on back. come on back to yourliveevent.com or Your Live Event YouTube page. Watch some fantastic NMRC Open when we get back. Stay tuned.
I'm dreaming of a world where everyone has the opportunity for education. Where classrooms are not only a place to learn, but to make an impact. I will help the next generation of game changers and difference makers. I am going to teach the world someday.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where the crack of a bat is not just a hobby, but a lifestyle. Where I can build upon long traditions from the ground up. I want to work in an industry where all people can make their own field of dreams become reality. I'm going to elevate the world of sports someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on yourliveevent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on yourliveevent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Great people, economic viability, a wonderful place to live. Pine River, Bacchus, and PRB Schools. PRB Schools is a small school district with large district opportunities, providing activities and classes that involve students, making sure every student has everything to be successful. PRB Schools also offers a variety of community ed programs, a great way to learn new skills hands-on with others within the community, making connections with families, being involved with the community, becoming a community family. PRBschools.org.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on yourliveevent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on yourliveevent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where thinkers and doers collide, where technology creates pathways for new opportunities and ideas. I want to ask questions and shape the answers that lead to real and meaningful advancements in this digital era. I'm going to innovate the world someday.
The PRB Boosters are happy to sponsor coverage of the Tigers. Like them on Facebook for events and fundraisers. The PRB Boosters could use your help. Be part of great events and fundraisers, all built to give back and present more opportunities for the students of Pine River Backus Schools. For information or to get started, email prboosterclub1.com. Meetings are the first Monday of every month at 6 p.m. at the school. Good luck, Tigers, from the PRB Boosters.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where everyone has the opportunity for education. Where classrooms are not only a place to learn, but to make an impact. I will help the next generation of game changers and difference makers. I am going to teach the world someday.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where the crack of a bat is not just a hobby, but a lifestyle. Where I can build upon long traditions from the ground up. I want to work in an industry where all people can make their own field of dreams become reality. I'm going to elevate the world of sports someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Great people, economic viability, a wonderful place to live. Pine River, Bacchus, and PRB Schools. PRB Schools is a small school district with large district opportunities, providing activities and classes that involve students, making sure every student has everything to be successful. PRB Schools also offers a variety of community ed programs, a great way to learn new skills hands-on with others within the community, making connections with families, being involved with the community, becoming a community family. prbschools.org.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where thinkers and doers collide, where technology creates pathways for new opportunities and ideas. I want to ask questions and shape the answers that lead to real and meaningful advancements in this digital era. I'm going to innovate the world someday.
The PRB Boosters are happy to sponsor coverage of the Tigers. Like them on Facebook for events and fundraisers. The PRB Boosters could use your help. Be part of great events and fundraisers, all built to give back and present more opportunities for the students of Pine River Bacchus schools. For information or to get started, email prbboosterclub1.com. Meetings are the first Monday of every month at 6 p.m. at the school. Good luck, Tigers, from the PRB Boosters.
We'll send it down to the field here for the introductions for the Alliance playoff here, postseason or playoff bracket here for the NMRC Open. Let's go ahead and send it down.
And their Alliance captain, 876.
Thunder Robotics, representing Hatton Northwood, North Dakota.
Rounding off the Red Alliance, make some noise for 5638.
Representing Waquaparu Valley High School from Madison, Minnesota, LQPV Robotics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 3102.
From Nevis Techno Tigers.
And their Alliance captain, 4539.
You'll see this team in orange from Frazee, Chaotic Robotics.
And rounding off this match, make some applause for 3313.
They're our host team representing Alexandria High School, Mechatronics.
right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are starting off with our first match. Both alliances scoring cargo into that upper hub. These are worth double points during the first 15 seconds of the match. Both alliances scoring in that upper hub. Those are 4 points apiece. As drivers cross that line, they grab the controls of their robots. Both alliances looking to score as many pieces of cargo as they can. Blue Alliance 1, 2, 3 into that upper hub. 1 for the Red Alliance. These are now worth 2 points apiece. 56-38 scoring cargo for the Red Alliance. Techno Tigers 3102 answer back along with Chaotic Thunder 1-2. Red cargo into that upper hub. Mechatronics trying to play some defense. That's 33-13. We have one more blue cargo into that upper hub, followed by 1 for the Red Alliance. These alliances are neck and neck, 2 points separating these two alliances. Now they're tied at 34 points apiece. Cargo flying through the air, 3 for the Red Alliance, 2 for the blue. These alliances are very close. They are ranked number 4 and 5 as more blue cargo fills that upper hub by Chaotic, 45-39. 84-22 for the Red Alliance, trying to play some defense. That's the Husky Howlers. 56-38, one of their red cargo finding its way into that upper hub. Thunder, one of theirs as well. Techno Tigers with another piece of blue cargo into that upper hub. Again, these two teams are so close in score. More cargo finding its way into that upper hub. Both teams very consistent with cargo into this upper hub. 40 seconds left to go. These two teams are now tied at 46 points apiece. Both have scored 17 cargo into that upper hub. Blue Alliance with more cargo. Husky Howlers already on their way up on the high rung for the Red Alliance. 22 seconds left. Red Alliance with a slight lead. 31-02 Techno Tigers on their way up on that mid rung. That's worth 6 points. 12 seconds left, 4 points separating these two alliances. LQPV is off the ground. Thunder's trying to, only 3 seconds left, 2 robots apiece. They're trying to get 3. Husky Howlers are barely hanging on that high rung as time expires for match number 1 of our playoff tournament. We'll have to wait for these official scores as these two teams were very close the whole match.
Okay, for a first round of the tournament match, and welcome back, and this is one heck of a way to get welcome back.
Yeah.
My goodness, a lot of drama here.
And
now,
you can see it there on the bottom right of your screen as we get the
this
results.
This is a close match, but it will go to the Red Alliance.
Wow,
that was
closer than close can be.
68 points.
And if you notice too, the key
60
difference
points.
there comes in the hangar, especially as between the hangar and the cargo. It's a 4-point differential with the hangar, 4-point differential with the cargo. So every point counts, but especially the key here was, again, this was the 4 versus 5 here. So when it came to the selection, and this was by the number 4 seed, again, the Thunder, who are a number 1 seed yesterday, they went ahead and selected the Husky Howlers, who earlier today had a scary fall. They ended up dropping down, and they almost had another one just then because, again, it came down to their right arm that it was trying to get hooked. They were trying to get to, the traversal bar up top there, but the problem being that they started to lose their balance, and again, when it comes to close quarters, you're able to go ahead and try to get close, and you start knocking around some of your teammates there.
All right, and with that being said, we're actually going to jump to Jeremy, who's actually in that corner. Jeremy, real quick, what were you seeing at the very last seconds in that climber with the potential slip?
Well, so what happened was 876 ran into the Pillager Husky Howlers robot as it was trying to get to the third bar to get to that tri-bar, and it hit it so hard with so much force that it made the Husky Howlers robot slip, and hold on. And then, of course, everyone was holding their breath to make sure that the Husky Howlers robot and 876 did not make contact as the final buzzer went off.
That's perfect, Jeremy. Thank you so much.
And to even add on to that as well, again, that's where, positioning matters. Positioning matters, especially because, that's why for a team like the Howlers, who, again, knew going in that they had that damage earlier, they wanted to make sure they were able to take their time, with the end game there and getting those climbing points. And so for them to get up to that third rung was huge. For them trying to get to that massive 15-point traversal run up there, trying to get up to that point, they were already starting to wobble a little bit as they were trying to reach for that top rung. But like what Jeremy had mentioned too, all of a sudden 876 trying to see if they can go ahead and get in there, maybe a little bit too much speed at that point in close quarters. That's where you saw one of the issues there.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, we're getting ready for this next match. The robots are on the field. We actually, this is cool. I love when, and this event has been so kind to us, giving us, coaches and mentors and everybody just come over and you've heard from Ryan to Sydney to Jason, and actually bringing Jason up. Jason is actually, his team was selected as a finals, team member.
Yes.
He is actually up right now. I'm actually really excited because I really dig, and it's me not knowing anything and me just being a very visual person.
Right.
Their robot, to me, kind of looks like a dragon scorpion thing. Right? Now, the cool thing about their scoring mechanism is that you see a lot of these robots that will shoot, and they will shoot much like Stampede, much like Thunder, that they are built to, when it comes to scoring, they are built for the top rung, right? The maximum amount of points. They are not. They're actually just a 1-point bottom rung machine.
Yeah.
Now, you might be sitting at home and going, well, why would you pick somebody, or why would you pick a robot like that or a team like that? The reason you do it is because it is nearly impossible for them to miss. They are basically just opening, or not opening, they have motors in that little, I'm going to call it a mouth, right? Again, there's the head of the dragon right there.
Yep, I can see
the mouth. And they're able to pick up 2 balls at a time, and they have rotors and motors that are going to push it in and push it out, and it's just going to be boom, 2 points.
Yeah.
So they are going to get the same amount of points as the top as long as they have a full mouthful.
Right.
So I'm very excited for that because, honestly, we actually have another one very similar design or mechanism, scoring mechanism, over here at 4488. So just right there, both sides, multiple teams picked these types of machines. Now, with that being said, we're going to jump right back into the action, and we'll rejoin you right after this.
And their Alliance captain, 59-13.
That's Patriotics out of Pequot Lakes, Minnesota.
Rounding off this alliance, it's 88-78.
It's the Ashby Aerobots.
And on the other side of the field, make some noise for 76-77.
Out of Swanville, Minnesota, it's the Bodacious Bulldogs.
Their alliance captain is 46-74.
It's the Robo-Jacks out of Bemidji.
And rounding out this match is 32-77.
Hailing from the north in Thief River Falls, it's Prodigy.
Let's get this match going. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Round 1, match 2 is underway. Patriotics 2 for 2 in the upper hub. The human player just bounces off the side rim of the upper hub. Prodigy shooting one last cargo in the upper hub. They miss wide though. Patriotics 3 for 3 in autonomous mode. Teleoperated mode now underway. Human players step up and drive their robots. Prodigy locked and loaded with 2 cargo there, lining up, getting ready to shoot. Bodacious Bulldogs 2 for 2 in the lower hub. Prodigy 1 up and in, 2 up and in. Patriotics missed 2 for 2 for the upper hub. Bodacious Bulldogs 2 for 2 in the lower hubby once again. .46-74 playing heavy defense against the Patriotics. Prodigy 2 for 2 in the upper hub once again. Patriotics had 3 cargo in their robot. They shoot 2, make 2 in the upper hub. Bodacious Bulldogs 2 for 2 in the lower hub. Prodigy in the Red Alliance's hangar trying to get the cargo that is tucked underneath there. Bodacious Bulldogs locked and loaded once again, 2 for 2 in the lower hub. That's a great tactic by that team. Patriotics 2 for 2 in the upper hub. UC Robotics playing defense against Prodigy. Doesn't matter, they go 2 for 2 up high. UC Robotics going to begin to hang for the Red Alliance. Same with 46-74. Both starting off on that mid-rung. That whistle signals 30 seconds left in the round. Blue Alliance already on the high rung. UC Robotics made it to the high rung. Can either of the teams get to the traversal rung? 44-80 is there. 46-74 is there. We have 2 robots heading for the red, 2 for the blue. 3, 2, 1.
Wow, beautiful strategy there on that. Sorry to cut you off there, Jack.
No, you're completely fine. This was great. This was great. Really close.
Yeah, really close down to the wire throughout this match. And we'll wait to see what the official score is, but I want to get into, after we get the official score and get the winner here, I want to get into some of the strategy of the team building here.
Oh, absolutely, because
here come the scores
here we
for
go.
that last match. It goes to the Red Alliance.
Wow. Like I said, it's going to be close. It's close.
Wow, the hanger points decided it here. 36 points in the hanger for the Red Alliance, 21 for the blue.
And this is the thing. When the scoreboard, and again, really study this scoreboard, right? When the scoreboard shows off and we actually can see the hanging again, we actually have,
Sorry, one thing.
No, you're fine.
One thing to point out: there are 8 fouls there that were also going towards blue. So
going towards blue.
Yeah, so
I didn't see the fouls.
Yeah, so I know the 8 fouls there, especially. So that was something to keep an eye out for, but. You know, I wanted to touch on this real quick, and yes. I noticed especially, you know, that was 44-80 over there as well as 59-13. The spacing was good for them to be able to go ahead and get up to that traversal rung, but especially the one thing that comes down to these alliances is the team building and the strategy side of it. And again, I've been loving being able to cover that here the last day and a half or so, but the one thing especially has been the fact that, you know, it comes down to your selections and it comes down to your picks. Taking a look at the blue team here, 46-74 routinely throughout the last 2 days. They've been going early to go ahead and start making their climbs to go for the end game. And so for them, just maybe a little bit too late, because they were the problem that they ran into was, you know, their teammates, their alliance mates, I guess, were trying to go ahead and wait for them to stop swinging. They were able to get two of your robots there on the climb up, but the problem was that you couldn't get that last one on there because of the swinging from 46-74.
And not only, and you bring up a great point with the swinging and everything else, and you at home are going to have a better view of the stadium than we do, because we are seeing there's a bit of it blocked off for us.
Right.
There was actually a blue cargo just in that, and you saw it. I noticed it because one of the robots came over to come grab it and then backed off, and then that really threw off the last few seconds. And again, it was close.
Yeah.
It was really close. You just never know what could have happened. But the best thing about it is a double elimination.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
We're going to see both of those teams again. We might see one of them for the last time.
Yeah.
But again, it's a double elimination. Those two teams, you just kept on going at. Very, 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 very well put together, very well strategied and teamed out. And it just shows the games within the games within the games.
Yeah.
Right? Again, you can't have every single shooter out there.
You're absolutely right there.
You gotta have defense. You gotta have the consistent scorer. I mean, I get it. It's the big points. You want the big points, but I mean, give me some consistency.
Yeah.
On top of the big points. Why
Well,
not?
And here's the thing, too, and again, we talk about strategy. We're getting the number 1 seed coming out here now. Again, 81-88, they are out there. The number 1 seeded 36-30 here today. Again, the Stampede. It comes down to team building. And 81-88, if you look at their robot, they're built to climb. And they're built to go ahead and have some shooting in there mixed in, but they're mainly, you can tell by their mechanism there, that they're going to be able to climb well, and they've been able to climb well throughout the day. And so that's a situation where, again, you have a team like 36-30 that, in talking with them, they're built on speed, they're built on offense, putting up those points and able to go ahead and getting the cargo up into that second rung, or into that second basket there. You're able to go ahead and move around and have that flexibility. They can worry about the cargo. For 81-88, could be a little bit of defense, get some points in there when it comes to the cargo, but it's mainly going to be about those climbing points.
No, absolutely. And now we're getting the bots ready and everything else. And just a reminder, the first 15 seconds is anonymous mode. Now, with anonymous mode, and you'll notice anonymous. You don't know who's doing it. Yeah. Autonomous.
And real quick for you here too. This is the number 1 seed today. They're facing off against the number 1 seed from yesterday, 876, the Thunder. So this is going to be an interesting battle here. Again, 56-38. Also out there today. That is LQPV Robotics. So 36-30.
Get ready for a match.
Yeah.
Get ready for a match very early.
LQPV Robotics, they weren't here yesterday. They were here for the Open. So again, getting some new teams mixed in, and that's where you start to see a little bit of a difference in the day-to-day, where you get to see some of these teams that are familiar with each other, some other teams that are here to play, and I'm excited to see how this mix kind of plays in here, especially.
All right. Now, again, going back to what we were getting to before everything else. Now, the autonomous mode, right?
Yes.
What you're able to do at the very start, and you'll notice that each robot kind of has a cargo or a ball already loaded up. You're able to do that. Again, autonomous mode is the robots are doing this all by themselves. In that 15 seconds.
Yes.
Points are scored double.
Yes.
In that opening 15 seconds, it's the only time a human can actually score, right?
Okay.
And that is it's actually right in front of us.
Okay.
It's again, I'm not sure what it's called. No one has been able to tell me, this is what this position's called, but basically, you're almost shooting I wouldn't call it a three-point shot. What do you think? You think that's a three-point shot?
I would call this Steph Curry range out here.
Really?
I would.
I think it's short. I think it's shorter than a three-pointer.
No, it's not shorter than a three-pointer. It's not shorter than a three-pointer.
Well, I'm just so good. I mean,
of course. I mean, look, when you're making it rain like that, you might as well bring rain boots. Right. But at the same time, with it being out here, the other problem is that, not only do you not have the backboard with it as well, but the thing is that inside, there's a lot of these teams are trying to get the cargo in. And so at that point, you're trying to not only arc it perfectly, but trying to not put too much force on it to where it'll end up bouncing out if it does go in.
Absolutely. And here's the thing. So in front of us, we do have one team member from 3134. We have two team members from 876.
Yes.
That is Thunder.
Yes.
Now watch what Thunder does. They don't shoot.
Yes.
Because Thunder has it down to math. Just understands, needs to be here, it can hit, right?
Yeah.
What it's going to do is actually feed it into the shooter quicker.
Yep.
It's going to shoot once, come back, shoot again.
And they do get points for leaving the hangar there as well. So that's also an added bonus for them.
Yes.
Being able to go ahead and tally that on immediately. And like you said, being able to have the efficiency to have those immediate points while also going ahead and being able to quickly fire off, and especially before you get the human control, you're able to get a free shot essentially. You're able to get a free angle at what you want at your best shot before the defense starts coming head first at you. Or I guess robot first at you. I don't know how, there's no head on a robot. So
all right, it looks like we had a little bit of it's a last second. We have a
and we do get that if a robot isn't able to isn't ready to report, that's where you get the call up. And I guess I don't know if we can call it Husky by night. I don't know compared to at this point again we're getting close to Halloween, but Howling Huskies. There we go.
The Howling Huskies. Yeah.
Husky Howlings. Yeah, totally. But yeah, no, they're getting ready. And again, keep in mind that was the team that again had some issues the last time, and they had a fall earlier. They almost had another fall in the first match of the playoffs here. Again, double elimination, so they get another opportunity.
All right. Well, I believe we're about to get the introductions here very shortly, and we are, so we're going to jump right into it. We'll be right back.
Number 1 ranked Alliance who has not played yet in the finals versus our number 4 ranked Alliance who has 1 victory under their belts. So let's meet the team, starting with our Red Alliance from Grand Forks, 8188.
It's Grand Force.
And out of Cass Lake, being a 3275.
It's the Regulators from Cass Lake.
And their alliance partner, the Stampede, is back, 3630.
From Breck High School in Golden Valley.
As we move over to our Blue Alliance, let's hear it for the Husky Howlers, 8422.
Villager, Minnesota.
Their alliance partner and the first place from yesterday's competition. Let's hear it for 876.
It's Thunder Robotics.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 5638.
It's LQPV Robotics from Madison, Minnesota.
Alrighty. Well, we still do have some ITs on the field right now. So, looks like we're coming off. Oh, looks like one's staying on. But with that being said, this is we were talking about it during the introductions and everything else. This is first place. This is their first because they had the bye week.
Correct.
The bye week. They had the bye.
They had the bye in the first round.
They had the bye in the first round.
Maybe by 30 minutes.
We did the same thing yesterday, but it wasn't me. So okay, Ryan, you got it. I understand. It's very easy to do. But yes, with the bye. Now, this is going to get interesting because, like you brought up before, if this is one of two things, could, in my opinion, and this is going to be the first time I'm really going to try to call my shot before something happens. One of two things are going to happen. Either there's going to be some really spectacular defense, or there's no defense, which could very much happen because there's scorers on each team. We might just get a massive score here.
Yeah. And the one thing to keep an eye out for, and the one that I'm going to be watching is 8422. obviously, again, they've had some issues with climbing, and so I'm going to be curious to see if for them, maybe you take some more shots during the match there.
Alrighty, we're going to jump right into the action.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go. Shot from 3630 on the Red Alliance, 876 on the blue, and 8422. Another shot from our Red Alliance. And here we go with drivers. And 2 shots from the Red Alliance, 3630. 2 from Thunder Robotics, 876 in the Blue Alliance. 8188 is shooting into the lower hub. 876 with 2 shots for the blue and the upper. 3630 for the Red Alliance is loaded up. Shoots, just over the top. Oh. And 5638 with a shot on the upper hub. Oh, 2 shots for 3630 for the Red Alliance in the upper hub. 2 shots for 876, Thunder Robotics for the Blue Alliance in the upper hub. Oh, 2 more shots, 1 in. 3630 with 2 more shots for the Red Alliance. As we get to 1 more shot for 3630 in the Red Alliance in the upper hub, as we get down to 1 minute left in the match, 1 minute left in play. We have some fierce competition out here. And we've got 2 shots from 3275 for the Red Alliance in the upper hub. 8422 from the Blue Alliance is on the middle rung up to the high rung, and we get to 30 seconds left in the match. 30 seconds. 3630. Couple more shots. 8422 on the high rung. 876 on the middle one. And 8188. Oh. All 3 red bots in the hung area. And we get down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Absolutely
and
massive.
That is the end of match.
Absolutely massive there as the Blue Alliance over here. Again, the number 4 seed, and we're going to see what the result is here momentarily. And result coming in. Yeah, the Blue Alliance, huge win, and the upset win.
Big. And this is the big thing. And look at the hangers.
Yeah.
Look at the hanger point. Getting 2 on the 15 bar.
Yeah.
Was huge.
Yes.
They don't win without that.
Correct. And that's the biggest part here as well. You know, you notice that obviously you can see how far you go with the cargo. Obviously, Blue Alliance, they're the 4 seed. They ended up beating out the Red Alliance there, the number 1 seeded, 3630.
Yes.
They upset the number 1 there. So again, 876, the Thunder, they end up taking down the number 1 seed after being the number 1 seed yesterday. So this is a wide open field at this point, no pun intended with it being the open here today.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, you saw the move, the quick thought when it came to 8422 there, 8422 when it came to Husky Howlers. You know, they quickly moved up and then were able to go ahead and actually climb up to that traversal rung, as well as the Thunder were able to make it up there. And like you said, that was the difference in the match.
Oh, that was big. Now, we got Jeremy on the other side. Jeremy, anything you saw on your end?
Well, to Jack and Mac, I did see something. the Red Alliance team members, as they were trying to go and make their climb, they ran into each other, knocked one of them down, and they got lucky enough to climb back up there in a matter of seconds and got two of them. And it looked like, from my point of view, their expression when they found out that they lost was, if we did not knock each other off, we could have gotten that third one up on the bars.
I truly appreciate it. Love having you down there. That was good. That's good. That's good.
It's an interesting thought.
It is big because you just don't know. It wasn't. Again, you might look at the score and say, hey, that's a 20-point lead. They beat him by 20. They beat him by this. It's not. It's not because of that climb, because of the double points and everything else. And real quick, I want to go back to the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Right? Now, there was an interesting, which I haven't seen, because Thunder, he's a machine. This robot is a machine when it comes to scoring and everything else. Just like I predicted, with the human element, they do not shoot. They feed it to Thunder, right? Or they feed it to Thunder. They feed it to the robot, right? Because they are Thunder. They are Team Thunder.
Thunder Robotics feeds it to Thunder Robotics robot.
Yes. Thank you. They feed it to the robot. For whatever reason, it's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah.
The robot did not grab it. And again, it's very hard. They have it down to math, and that's what it is, folks.
Yeah.
But they have it down to math where it pulled up, the robot, got to its position, and you heard it like, okay, there should be a cargo in here. And you heard some like pistons or whatever or something going off, and it just wasn't in there. Something misfired, the ball was, or the cargo was off a little bit. Again, I honestly thought, I was like, that might be it. But my goodness, the amount of teamwork that, and again, we saw it with the draft. We saw it with the draft. There's an entire pit area that, yes, they're going to be able to talk, and that's the game within the game that we're just not able to see. But like that whole like, hey, we're both going up.
Yeah.
There's only enough room for X amount of space of failure of screw up there.
Right, and that's where again it comes down to the details, and especially just having the understanding and having the awareness of going, okay, you know what, I'm going to move over a little bit, make sure that my other teammates here have enough space in my alliance that they can go ahead and make that climb. Because, again, you don't have enough space to have everybody up there on that top rung. So that's where, again, you have somebody able to go ahead and just get into that quick spot, able to go ahead and, find that area. But that's where you saw, on the one hand, doing it early, when it came to 46-74, they were able to go ahead and figure that out. But again, that's where it comes down to the details.
No, absolutely. Now, we're going to jump right into the action. We'll be right back.
Versus our team in blue. So let's go ahead and meet our two alliances. Starting off with Team 56-53.
The Iron Mosquitoes.
Along with their alliance partner, 31-34.
It's the Accelerators.
And rounding out this alliance is Team 42-38.
Resistance Robotics.
For our blue alliance, please welcome back UC Botics 4480.
UC Botics.
Along with their alliance partner, Team 59.
It's the Patriotics.
And rounding out this alliance, Aerobots are back 88-78.
From Ashby Aerobots.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go. Some early shots in the upper bin by 59-13 on the Blue Alliance. And more shots. 42-38 in the upper hub for the Red Alliance. 2 from 59-13 for the blue. And we are officially with drivers. 44-80 shooting into the lower hub for the Blue Alliance. All teams scrambling to find some more cargo to shoot. And 2 shots from 59-13 for the Blue Alliance. 1 in. Now 56-53 with a couple more shots on the upper hub. .44-80's got a couple for the lower hub. .59-13 with 3 shots in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. And we are at almost 1 minute left in play. 1 minute left. Oh. 44-80 UC Robotics scores in the lower hub for the Blue Alliance. And 59-13 also scores in the lower. 56-53 in the upper hub. And we get close to the 30-second mark. UC Robotics is hanging on the middle, going to the high rung. We've got 31-34 and 56-53, both for the Red Alliance. Hanging on the middle, shooting for the high rung, going for that top rung. Can they do it? All 3 Blue Alliance teams are in the rung area. All 3 are hanging with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of match 4, round 2.
Amazing display out there. Amazing display between both teams, as it looks like 42-38. They're kind of obviously.
That's going to be
their mechanism. It's hanging a little low.
And that's the big thing. None of the bots parts can touch the ground.
Here comes our.
Here it
and
comes.
The win goes to the Blue
Wow.
Alliance.
Again,
wow. And sorry to cut you off, Jack. Again, that's the number 2 seed that just went down. So
really?
Yes. So that is the number 2 seed that just went down. So we've already had in a double elimination tournament, we've had both top seeds go down here in the after their first round bye. So really interesting look when it comes to this overall.
Alrighty, and we actually do have a interview over with Jeremy. So Jeremy, we're going to toss it to you, my man. It's all you.
Well, Jack, it's not really a interview. It's more of a topic of discussion about what happened with the Husky Howlers coming over to the 876 team. I was talking to a referee about that after their match, and it turns out that when the Huskies got caught up with 876, they now become a part of that alliance. So now 876 has 4 members to their alliance moving forward. Even when the other bot gets connected, 876 could still go, we may go to you, we may stay with the Huskies, it just depends. And like what Mac was saying with one of the Red Alliance team members, that one was dangling and bouncing off of the ground, and they said that due to it bouncing off of the ground, they will not get any points for that red robot. Back to you.
Oh, wow. Okay, a lot of insight there. A lot of insight. Jeremy
breaking it down.
Jeremy breaking it down. My goodness.
Look, getting the hard-hitting facts down there.
So now we have a team with 4 members. They're going to be able to switch about. And Jeremy is giving us the side of like, hey, one more time. Okay. So we're going to toss it to him one more time.
Alrighty, thank you, Jack and Mac. Well, now I actually do have an interview.
Oh, look at that.
With a Thunder Robotic member. As along with the Pillager Husky, I'm going to move on over so the Husky can come on in here, as he is now a member of the Thunder Robotics team. So with that being said, obviously I broke that down. You guys picked the Husky Hollowers. What went through that choice when you found out that your other Alliance member was down, was not going to be able to participate, and then you chose the Husky Hollowers, and it paid off with a win in that match. So with that being forward, why did you choose the Husky Howlers?
Well, we realized that they were a very good defense spot, and we really need one of those, and they can climb really well. So picking them was a really easy choice, I guess. And yeah.
Well, the Husky Howler, I got the Husky mascot with the human clothes on. Husky, you must be happy. You're now with one of the better teams here, 876. So how did that make you feel?
Bark.
Bark. He says bark, ladies and gentlemen. So now going forward, you will have the Husky Howlers for the remainder of the time, even when your other Alliance members get back and if their robot is able to move. So with that being said, I know as a strategy-wise, who would you go with if your other Alliance member is back?
I'm not exactly sure. I know that there's lots of great teams here. I'm sure any of them would work. So if that ever happened, you just have to see if then.
All righty. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Husky. All righty, Jack and Mac, back to you.
Jeremy, we appreciate you and love the hard-hitting analysis there from the Husky.
Absolutely. I mean, the inside of Wolf and the inside of Bark.
Yeah,
I mean, my goodness.
Jack, it's truly a difference between Wolf and Bark. You know, I mean, that's all the difference in the world.
Yeah, the miles apart. I mean, a very, very gutsy move to go with Wolf.
And you know what? I mean, I would say this. At least they didn't go ARF. At least they didn't go ARF.
Very true. That'd be even gutsier.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Yeah.
But
never go full ARF. That's what I've always said.
But I will to get back on the serious note. That was fantastic. Great interview.
Right.
And you heard it. We've said it throughout the entire 2 days, and you've probably learned just by watching, listening, everything else. It's not just about points. It just isn't. They got picked. The Howland Huskies got picked because of their defense.
Yeah.
Defense is big, especially when it comes down to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, and especially, too, it comes down to team dynamics.
Yes.
And that's where, again, it's synergy and figuring out what your team needs. And, you know, talking with Curtis Robertson earlier today, you know, head coach of those, head coach of the UC Robotics, excuse me, talking with him, and he said, look, it's a humbling experience to get that synergy down and saying, look, if you need me to play good defense, I'll play good defense. If you need me to just be off in a corner, I'll be off in a corner. But at the same time, you know, again, when you know what you need from your team at that point, that's where you look at when you look at the Huskies, and that's where you look at them and say, you know what, they're really good at climbing. And I would say this: credit to them for selecting the Huskies, despite the 2 drops earlier today. Again, being able to come back out there, hey, third time's the charm at that point, and able to go ahead and get back up to that traversal rung up top. And again, for them, great addition, and honestly, could be the turning point for that kind of a team.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things where it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays in. Are we going to see the Huskies more? Are we going to see them less? Are we going to see them one more time? Or, you know, just like, hey, they were there for that, but we had our original squad, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
But being able to have that rotator, that's big.
Yeah.
That is a big one. So And again, the reason they're able to have the 4 is one of the bots could not go.
Mm-hmm.
And in the rules, if the bot cannot go during the playoffs, you can pick from an eliminated team.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the Huskies were able to come up and go in. And we're going to jump right back into the action. We'll be right back.
The competition. So let's get ready and meet the teams. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we have 76-77.
It's the Bodacious Bulldogs.
Joining them on this side of the field is 46-74.
Looking to chop down the competition, it's the Robo-Jacks.
And rounding off this alliance is going to be 32-77.
From Thief River Falls, it's Prodigy.
Over here on the blue side of the field, make some noise for 81-88.
From Grand Forks, North Dakota, it's Grand Force.
Joining them is their alliance captain, 32-75.
They are the Regulators.
And rounding off this match, it's going to be 36-30.
They're Stampede out of Golden Valley, Minnesota.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Round 3, match 5 is underway. We have Stampede cashing in quick on that upper hub. They're 2 for 2 in that upper hub. Trying to make it 3 for 3, but they run out of time. No bell. Drivers, step up and drive your robots. Bodacious Bulldogs quick to attack on that low hub. They go 2 for 2. Bodacious Bulldogs locked and loaded for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, Stampede goes 1-2 in the upper hub. They score quick with another one in the upper hub. Bodacious Bulldogs trying to go down low. One rolls out, the other one scores. Prodigy 2 for 2 in the upper hub. Robo-Jacks playing heavy defense this round, trying to stop the Blue Alliance's robots from scoring points. Stampede are ready to fire, but they're getting defense played on them by Robo-Jacks. They get 2 off anyway, and they go 2 for 2 in the upper hub. Grand Force has 2 red cargo in their robot. Stampede again goes 2 for 2 in the upper hub. Prodigy 1 up, 2 up, they both miss. Stampede cashes one in, but it bounces out. Robo-Jack's gonna begin to climb for the Red Alliance, gonna start off on that middle rung. Only one hook is on, they have to readjust. Now they got both of them on there, way more secure. Prodigy cashes in 2 red cargo in the upper hub. Bodacious Bulldogs score 2 for the Red Alliance in the low hub. Robo-Jacks on the traversal rung for the Red Alliance. Stampede trying to get there for the blue. They get that done. We have 3 red robots hanging, 2 blue robots hanging. We have 3, 2, 1.
Wow, wow, wow. My goodness, a lot of strategy in there.
A lot of strategy, and
the winner of this match will continue on in the bracket system. The loser will be done for the day.
Oh.
So we're waiting on the referee signal here, but if there was one word to describe this, and
referees sorting out some last second scoring.
I would say, if I had to choose one word to describe it, I would say scrap.
Yes.
And no pun intended for scrap.
The Blue
Wow.
Alliance.
Wow.
Number
okay,
1
even
seed.
without.
Blue Alliance will be moving on. It was a close one, 59 to 58.
Ooh. Wow. Advancing by a point.
Thank you for competing today.
And again, that's where we talk about
And
every point counting. Every single one of those individual cargo points, massive there. And again, the 4 fouls apiece, really key there.
Well, 4. I'll say this. It almost makes it – I'll say this. I actually think it worked in the favor of the red team, of the Red Alliance.
Yeah.
Because you saw it. It was all about we're going to isolate and try to stop 36-30.
Correct.
Right? Stampede.
Yes.
We're going to try to stop them. If you're telling me, hey, it's a wash between that and it's a 1-point game, give me that anytime. Anybody else, and again, this is just my speculation.
Yeah.
But if I can figure it out, I'm going to probably guess you have enough coaches and everything else in the pits going, look, it's not about we have to be sparkling clean.
Right.
It's going to be how much can we get away with?
Right. And Jack, one thing I want to point out here is that, so again, in the losers bracket, you have the number 1 seed move on. The next match
the number
here coming
2
up,
bracket.
or in the number
lower
2
bracket.
lower bracket. Thank
lower
you.
Bracket.
Thank you. Lower bracket here. The number 2 seed will be facing off against the number 5 seed, and so it's going to be interesting because the winner of this will take on the number 1 seed. What we saw yesterday was the number 1 versus number 2 in the championship. Now today, we might get this in the lower bracket here before we even get to the semifinal.
Oh, you are right. Look at that. Just how stuff works out, huh? Now, we do have Jeremy. So we're going to toss it over to Jeremy. Jeremy, what did you see?
Well, Jack and Mac, yes, it was a 1-point differential. I was looking over at a red. The red team had it on a bar. Their last robot was on a bar, number 7677. Got their hook wrapped onto the bar, just could not get it raised enough to get it off of the floor, and that is how that's how the Red Alliance lost that match, just because they did not have enough time to get their robot raised in time.
That's
Wow.
that's heartbreaking. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, you again, and this is where we talk about every match and every point counting.
Yes.
You talk about some of the 1-point cargo that you're able to get. Obviously, we've seen a lot of these robots be able to kind of rain down those 2-pointers here throughout the day. But that's where, again, every point counts, and especially every second counts.
Oh,
that's where
absolutely.
you see some of these teams have been going after and really again we talked about them before, but I believe 46-74. They've been a team that's routinely gone out and made sure that, hey, we're going out, even if we're going into our climbing phase a little early, we're making sure that we have enough time to be able to climb all the way up for that traversal rung. So again, it's making sure that you have the time and knowing how much time is left on the clock for you to be able to take some of those extra chances.
Oh, absolutely. And in front of us, on your screen, on the very behind, you're going to be able to see it now on the left-hand side here. The officials are all huddled up. They're actually pointing. I think they're just kind of talking over what they saw in that. And again, you used the correct term, and it was scrap. It was a scrap. So it is one of those things, and I think we both kind of were sitting there going like, oh, man, to only see 4.
Yeah.
4 foul points awarded to each team. But subtracted from each team.
Yeah.
That was a little bit surprising.
Yeah, honestly, and that was the biggest thing is that, you saw, we talk about teams that, play very defensive, but it really did seem like, obviously, the main focus, there was far and away, Stampede. Stampede, obviously, is a team that, like we talked about it ad nauseum, but, it's a team that very much will go ahead and continue to talk, continue to move, continue to be offensive there, and trying to throw them off their game. You saw a lot of times where they were just being bashed into the wall sometimes and trying to be thrown off. That's something that you're keeping an eye out for the officials and watching to see just how much physicality. It's funny to say that with robots, but again, the physicality between the robots and seeing which ones are getting thrown off.
Oh, absolutely. And real quick, we do want to thank our sponsors for the interviews. Enbridge Energy, Life Takes Energy. Learn more about career opportunities. Visit enbridge.com. And we're going to jump to the action right now.
2,
It's the Techno Tigers out of Nevis, Minnesota.
Joining them on the Red Alliance is going to be 45-39.
Out of Frazee, it's Chaotic Robotics.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, make some noise, it's 33-13.
It's Mechatronics.
Over here on the blue side of the field, make some noise for 56-53.
It's the Iron Mosquitoes out of Babbitt, Minnesota.
Joining them is none other than 31-34.
It's the Accelerators.
And last but not least, please welcome 42-38.
Hailing from Belgrade, Minnesota, it's Resistance Robotics.
All right, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Round 3, match 6 is underway. Human player for the Blue Alliance cashes one in. Well, welcome to teleoperated period. Drivers, step up and drive your robots. Far side of the field, we have 56-53. The Iron Mosquitoes trying to score in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. They missed both of their shots. Chaotic Robotics, one cargo in there, robot ready to go. They shoot, they miss just short of the upper goal. Techno Tigers out of Nevis, they have two cargo in there, robot looking to score in the upper hub. One's up, one's in, trying to get that second cargo up their elevator. They have two more cargo ready to score. They're parked at the base of the hub. One's up, one misses, two's up, that one scores. Let's hear some noise for these teams competing. All 6 teams battling for cargo. 42-38. Resistance Robotics goes 2 for 2 in the upper hub. 31-02. Techno Tigers 2 for 2 for the Red Alliance. We're under 1 minute remaining in this round. Techno Tigers 1 up, 1 in. Chaotic Robotics, they have 2 cargo locked and loaded. They're parked ready to go for that upper hub. One's up, two's up, they both miss. Accelerators for the Blue Alliance going to begin to ascend in their hangar. We have 33-13 tangled up with 42-38. The Resistance Robotics. Accelerators up to the high rung. 56-53, the Iron Mosquitoes starting to climb. They missed their hook, got to get realigned. Still missed that hook. Accelerators on the traversal rung, that'll score 15 points for the Blue Alliance. Can Red match any of the hanging points? They have 8 seconds to do so. All 3 blue robots hanging. 56-53 hanging on by a hair. We have 1 second remaining.
Oh my goodness.
Man, oh man, we had a few things there at the last second. It looks like we have 2 hanging for the red. It looks like we have all 3 hanging, luckily, for the blue. Once we figure out...
Scores incoming for the last match.
Here we go.
It's going to go to the Blue Alliance.
Blue Alliance.
Wow.
Again, these have just been close.
We will miss you.
And again, it's cargo was big. It's 30 to 18.
Let's hear for the Red Alliance.
Now,
and it came down to the hangar again.
Now, real quick too, the Red Alliance over here, 45-39, 33-13, and 31-02. 2 of the 3 members were on the championship team yesterday. And they ended up being eliminated. Here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So really interesting. Again, now the 2 seed moves on, and it will be 1 versus 2 coming up in the semifinal here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, during the last few seconds, like right before the end game, and again, the end game is the last, I believe, 30 seconds.
Correct.
Where that is kind of the key, or it's the key. It's the tone that, okay, time to go and try to get those climbing points or those ascending points, right?
Right.
Now, right before we had a collision, and I'm sorry I've forgotten the two bots, but we had a collision right in front of us, and this is probably one of the biggest, maybe not the biggest, but one of the biggest things that damages that I've seen. A wheel was physically just left, but like I said, you wouldn't know which one did it because it just went off. Both of them went off their separate ways, and it looked like they both were working just fine.
Well, in the two teams that you were talking about that were colliding there on that second rung, that was 56-53, and that is the Iron Mosquitoes, as well as 42-38, the Resistance Robotics. And again, so those two, it came close. It looked like the Iron Mosquitoes. It was basically hanging on by a thread there.
Oh, absolutely. And so we're getting it looks like they're going back with the Huskies on this one. Wow, the substitute team still in. Wow. Now, we do have Jeremy. We're going to toss it to him real quick. Jeremy, what do you got for us?
Well, I don't know what the point differential was of that last match, guys, but I will say if 3102 got to the bar area first, they would have had a shot at maybe beating the Blue Alliance team, because 3102 was the only member of the Red Alliance last match that had two arms, one to grab onto the bar first and the second one to hold on so they can move the first arms back to the higher bars, and they were unable to get to the bar area first, so they got eliminated due to not being there on time. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, no, and it's big that again, it's about the synergy, and again, to get synergy, like, sure, let's just say minutes, let's say hours, right? Like that's tough, and it's not like, okay, it's like right now we have three people running a broadcast.
Correct.
Like you, myself, and Jeremy. You see three robots out there.
Yeah.
Three robots doesn't mean three pilots, three humanoids or humans controlling it. It's a team of sometimes 6, sometimes 8
so we are
people. So it's a massive amount of people that get that synergy.
7.
You're absolutely correct.
So
we're going to
both
throw
of
it back
these
to the field.
Have not lost a game
And
yet
we'll be
in
right
the
back.
tournament. We have our number 4 ranked alliance versus our number 3 ranked alliance in blue. Winner of this match will move on to the finals. The other alliance will play again to get to the finals in match number 9. Let's meet our red alliance, starting with the Husky Howlers, 84-22.
It's a Husky Howlers from Pillager.
Let's make some noise for Thunder Robotics, 876.
From Hatton Northwood High School.
And rounding out this red alliance from Lac-Qui-Parle Valley, 56-38.
It's LQPD Robotics from Madison, Minnesota.
Representing Uppsala for the Blue Alliance, Team 4480.
It's UC Robotics.
Up next, Patriotics 59.
It's the Patriotics from Pequot Lakes.
And out of Ashby, please welcome back 8878.
It's the Ashby Aerobots.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go. And shots fired from the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance. Points for both teams. And 2 from 59-13 for the Red Alliance. 876 shoots in the upper. 88-78 scores in the lower hub. 59-13 scores twice in the upper. Got some fierce competition here. Teams 3 and 4. And 2 shots by 876, 1 in. 59-13 gets 1 in the upper hub. And here comes 4480 with a shot in the lower hub for the Blue Alliance. 2 shots made by 876 Thunder Robotics for the Red Alliance with 1 in. Oh, 2 shots for the Red Alliance made by 876 Thunder Robotics. And 2 shots by 59-13 for the Blue Alliance, and we are nearing down to the 1-minute mark here pretty soon. We are at 1 minute left in the match. 1 minute. And 4480 UC Botics for the Blue Alliance shoots 2 in the lower hub. And 8422, the Husky Howlers makes their way up to try to get to the upper, higher rung. And we are just over 30 seconds left in the match. UC Botics heads over to the rungs and starts to climb. Husky Howlers on the traversal level. 2 more shots by 59-13 as we go under 20 seconds. 876. Thunder Robotics up on the upper level hung. And 4480 reaching the top as we go down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of the match. 3 Blue Alliance hanging, 2 Red Alliance hanging.
This one's going to get interesting.
Honestly, looking at this one, there's 2, and let's see what the call is.
That match ends at the Blue Alliance.
Wow.
Wow.
So
big. Wow, look at this again. Close.
And this is what we were talking about here, the hanger bonuses. And if you look at the hangers here, again, 30 points for the Red Alliance over here, but they only had the 2. The 3 making the difference and make it close enough to get the win. And especially look at the cargo points, 41-25. That was the big difference here. And again, getting those shots up, and this is where we talk about synergy here and the efficiency. You know, we talk about 4480. That's a team that goes ahead, and they basically are like a vacuum cleaner.
We'll play one more time. I'm sorry.
There we go.
Okay, so at the beginning, real quick before you go on.
Yeah.
But the Red Alliance, we were told that this was an elimination game. It was not. Red Alliance is going to play one more time.
Okay.
So they do have one more.
Okay.
Hey, go on with your point.
So when it comes to the Blue Alliance over here, you have 4480, and again, this is where team dynamics come into play. 4480, they're a team that's basically, their mechanism that they use, a lot of times, it's basically just like a vacuum cleaner, and almost similar to Hungry Hippos, where they have the 2 up front. Yeah, where you go ahead and just pick up the 2 and able to just drop that in for 2 points apiece. But it's efficient. You're able to go ahead and get those 2, and you're just adding those in, adding those in, adding those in. 88-78, they were aggressive on defense, but they weren't getting too crazy. You didn't see many foul calls there. So they know their role when it comes to defense. 59-13, we saw it yesterday. They're raining down those 2-point shots. So again, that's where you saw the cargo come into play in that match there. And again, they made it close enough. Despite the fact that you saw 2 Red Alliance members get up to that traversal rung, you still saw them able to go ahead and get that and get the win because of the close enough spacing, and you had all 3 team members all on the rung. That's where you saw the big change.
Alrighty. Well, we're going to toss it down to Jeremy. Jeremy, what do you got for us?
Well, obviously during that, I might over here on the Red Alliance sidelines, and 56-53 was just doing circles. It turns out that they had an issue with turning their robot. They were in their own zone, but then eventually they wiggled their way out of it, then was just stuck on the corner of the field, and that's where they stayed there for the rest of the time. If they did not have that issues, then it could have been a different story. But for the red team, they do get to, for the Red Alliance last match, they do get to talk it over, fix their robots any way that they can, and come back out there for the next match, if I do believe so. Otherwise, back to you guys.
And thank you so much, Jeremy. And yes, no, big, and again, just things, freak occurrences like, hey, our controller is not speaking to our robot.
Yes.
Or the robot is not speaking to the track, or something like that. There's nothing you can do besides just kind of be mad at the situation for a little bit.
Yeah.
But again, just like you were bringing up before, it's about knowing the role. It's about being consistent enough in that role.
Yeah.
That's going to make the difference. And if you know, hey, I'm good at the climbing, okay, make sure I'm consistently good at the climbing.
Yes.
Even if, and I saw it a lot today with, I believe, 3102, where I didn't see a lot of climbing from them yesterday, but today they were getting in and trying to get those climbs in. So
yes.
It's one of those things where even if you're not consistent with it, it's knowing when to pull that card, when not to pull that card, when to grab the wedge versus the driver or the putter or what have you, right? Sorry, a little bit golf in there. But it is the game within the game here, in my opinion, is something that, and you heard it yesterday, for those of you who were with us yesterday, you heard it yesterday from Ryan. And again, I applaud him for doing this. He was with us the entire day. We had multiple announcers. You had me, Jake, yourself, and we had Jeremy down there. Now, with that being said, we do have Jeremy giving us a thumbs up real quick. But I do want to shout out Ryan one more time. Thank you so much. We will toss it to you here in a second, Jeremy. We're going to join the action real quick.
Let's introduce these teams again, starting with our North Dakota team, Team 8188.
It's Grand Force.
Their alliance partner from Cass Lake, 3275.
The Regulators.
And their alliance captain, 3630.
It's Stampede.
Now let's meet our Blue Alliance, who is our number 2 ranked alliance, starting with the team from Babbitt, Team 5653.
The Iron Mosquitoes.
And their alliance captain, who is an all-girls team from Cass Lake, Bina. Please help me welcome 3134.
The Accelerators.
And last but not least, 4238.
Resistance Robotics.
Number 1 ranked alliance in red, number 2 ranked alliance in blue. Who will this match go to? Let's find out. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go. 36-30 starts out with a shot to the upper hub. 32-75 with 2 shots to the upper hub in autonomous play. And now fully drivered up. And we have the Blue Alliance with 2 shots to the upper hub, 2 for the Red Alliance. As all 6 teams, one more, in and out. All 6 teams try to gather up that cargo to try to get some points. One upper hub point for the Red Alliance as both alliances struggle because they are 1 and 2. And all right. We have 2 more score for the Red Alliance at 36-30, and we have 1 minute left in play. 1 minute. And it will be a close match. 2 up in the upper hub for the Red Alliance. And 1 more in the upper hub as 31-34. The accelerators comes to the upper middle rung and starts climbing as we near the 30-second mark. 30 seconds left in the match. 56-53 and 31-34, both hanging at this point. 36-30 for the Red Alliance is up on the middle rung, reaching for that high one. $42-38 for the Blue Alliance, trying to get up as well as 32-75. We are down to 3, 2, 1.
So, a lot of things happened there. Early on in the match, the blue side's traversal hanger,
there,
hanger. It's called a hanger.
Yeah, there
the
you
hanger, massive hit.
Yes.
By a Blue Alliance, and moved it a good foot. So you got to sit back and think something might have played into that. Do we have 3 hanging for the Red?
It doesn't look like it. 81-88 seems to be 81-88 is still on the ground, so they didn't have enough time to go ahead and get themselves pulled up there. So it's going to come down. It's going to be a close one here. And again, this was 1 versus 2.
This is 1 versus 2. It's scrappy 1 versus 2. We have a lot of referees talking, everything else. This is big. Now, real quick, we do have Jeremy down there. Jeremy, we're talking how many bots are in the air for Red down there?
There's 2 bots in the air for the Red Alliance in this match. I do have some news regarding the 876 team once again.
Okay.
They had to pick up another team.
And the winner
Send it back to you guys real quickly.
Hold up.
And we're just waiting on the result here. Again, getting one last talk with the official. So they're all good, and let's see who pulls out of this one. Result coming in.
It's the Red.
It's the Red team, big.
Wow, #1 seed winning there.
So
and
congratulations
again,
to the Red Alliance. They
wow.
will be playing right away again after this
And
match.
that's where, again,
we want to say thank you so much to the Blue Alliance, the Iron Mosquitoes, the Accelerators, and Resistance Robotics. Thank you.
Yeah, great job. Great job by them. Again, nothing to hang your hat on. Again, 1 versus 2. You don't expect it in the semifinal.
Very short break.
And as you just heard, there's going to be a very short break, but we are going to toss it back to Jeremy, because Jeremy said he had some stuff for us. So, Jeremy, go right for it.
That is right, guys. I was overhearing a member from Team 87-6. They had to pick up another member for their team, and that turned out to be 33-13, the hometown team of the Alexandria team here today. So they're going to have 2 non-original members from their alliance now, going forward, depending on how well they do after the break when we come back. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. And
huge news there. Huge news.
Big news. And again, it's just one of those things. Like, unfortunately, there's. I don't want to. In a perfect world, it's not. It's not super physical. It's not a super contact and everything else. And again, we're talking about robots here. But it happens. And just like we said, defense, you know what defense looks like? It looks like something's running into another thing.
Yeah.
Right? And so it happens.
And real quick, I know you had mentioned, one of the Blue Alliance members there running into that side. They're actually fixing the
you can
course
see it
here
on screen right now.
But the noticeable part, I didn't notice until you pointed it out, and when I was looking at it,
it moved a foot.
You could actually see it on the plastic or on the metal piping, where you could see it actually, the wood actually moving in. So it had adjusted the entire frame of the hangar. So at that point, again, we talk about how crucial those little things, those little aspects of the match are, and when it comes to spacing, especially when you're trying to climb, that foot might have made a big difference there.
Alrighty, and we're actually going to go back to Jeremy. Jeremy has something else to add here. Jeremy, what is up?
So I just talked to a member from the Thunder Robotics team here, 876. The Pillager Huskies were the Husky Howlers were originally their first pick of the Alliance selection. 56-38 was the team that was their second pick. They can no longer participate because their robot is too badly damaged. So they had to go out and get the Alexandria team at 33-13. And so, holy moly, that is a mouthful. Especially over here. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have them talking with Alexandria, talking about strategy for when they get back and resume. Mike, no, not. Mac and Jack, back to you guys.
There we go. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate you.
There we go. I appreciate it, Jeremy. And again, so not like the Husky substitution where the other bot was able to get functioning again, but we have a bot that's done.
Yeah.
So 2 completely new teammates.
Right.
Or at least one guaranteed completely new.
Right. And so that's a situation where, again, we look at, and we've talked about, just how difficult it is just to get that synergy and just to get that on the same page. Now you're throwing in another, not to throw a pun into this as well, but you throw a wrench into the mix there.
Yes.
At that point where, again, you're getting a new team. You're getting a new teammates mid-tournament and mid-playoffs. Now you have to get all synergized all over again. And, again, that's where credit needs to be given. And, again, a veteran team like Thunder Robotics, an organization that, has that history, that's what you kind of expect out of them. They've seen a lot. And so at this point, for them, getting a chance to, go into this and have that experience, I think that makes a big difference for them where, look, a lot of teams, it might be more difficult to figure out who does what. How do we get on the same page? Now, you know what? I think that they're a team that really has shown that, hey, we can mix you in. We can get you ready.
Oh, absolutely. Now, talking about getting ready, we are getting ready for the last leg of the tournament here. Now, as you can see on the screen, we got a little bit north of 10 minutes, so we're gonna actually take a break here. Please make sure you're coming back. Get back a little earlier. I promise you're gonna want to hear what's going on, everything else. It's been fantastic, but we will be right back.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where everyone has the opportunity for education. Where classrooms are not only a place to learn, but to make an impact. I will help the next generation of game changers and difference makers. I am going to teach the world someday.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where the crack of a bat is not just a hobby, but a lifestyle. Where I can build upon long traditions from the ground up. I want to work in an industry where all people can make their own field of dreams become reality. I'm going to elevate the world of sports someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Great people, economic viability, a wonderful place to live. Pine River, Bacchus, and PRB Schools. PRB Schools is a small school district with large district opportunities, providing activities and classes that involve students, making sure every student has everything to be successful. PRB Schools also offers a variety of community ed programs, a great way to learn new skills hands-on with others within the community, making connections with families, being involved with the community, becoming a community family. PRBschools.org.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Alrighty, and we are back. Thank you for joining us on the YourLiveEvent.com's coverage of the NMAC Open.
RC. Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference.
I was gonna say, I was like, I cannot believe I haven't just been calling it the
NMRC.
Yeah. Okay. The NMRC Open. This is Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Open. Thank you for joining us. I am Mac. I'm joined.
Did you just say I'm Mac?
I am Mac. He is Jack.
I'm Jack.
Yeah, he is Jack.
I'm Jack. I shaved my beard off, and I'm a little bit shorter and not a ginger anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We had an entire line of media row.
Seemingly none of us can see, and so both of us are blind. So
we're going to regroup over here. We're going to send it to Jeremy.
We need to get our stuff together.
Absolutely. Jeremy, it is all yours.
Alrighty, thank you, Jack and Mac. As you guys figure out what's going on over there on your guys' end, I just found out that if the Red Alliance wins, I was told completely wrong information. If the Red Alliance wins, that would propel them into the championship for first place. If one of these three robots get destroyed where they can no longer compete, they would go out, the NRMC guys would go out and grab the next lowest remaining competitor robot out and bring that to 876 team. So then it would be a 5 alliance for the 876. So I was told two different informations on that. Hopefully you guys have figured out who you are and what you guys are, as I'll be sending it back to Jack and Mac over there, as they'll be leading things off here as we are going to get back from break here shortly. Jack and Mac?
Jeremy, I have no idea who I am any day of the week anyway, so I barely know what day it is.
Absolutely.
But I am Mac.
And I am Jack. There we go. We got it there.
There we
High
go.
five.
All right, got it.
Okay.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Absolutely. Now, what we just heard there, that is an interesting thing, and the only reason that has even come up, and I'm going to guess it doesn't happen a lot, where
I'm sure it doesn't.
There's a possibility of a third robot breaking down for a possible, finals team here.
Yeah, and that's where, again, we've seen a lot of the pits come down, obviously, as the playoffs have gone on. Teams have been eliminated, but at the same time, it might be beneficial to stick around, at that point. Again,
right.
you deal with robots that have issues, that break down, and there are times where, hey, you know what? You might get the call up. I know we talked about it with baseball, but hey, you know what? You might get the call up to the championship game, and not a bad time for you at that point if you're able to go ahead and get the call up last second and be able to get a ring out of it. You might pull Robert Ory.
Well, that's okay. No, that's a reference there. But we do have the bots on the court right now, or on the field. We got a little north of 30 seconds here left in the break, but it seems like the two teams are just raring to go.
And it seems that Jeremy has another tidbit here for us as well.
Alrighty, Jeremy, it's all you.
Yes, Jack and Mac over there, I do have a little tidbit. The only reason why the NRMC guys will go out and get the next lowest ranking robot is because all of the other replacement robots, backup robots, have all gotten up and left the building and have gone back to their respected areas. That is where the NRMC guys will come in and go, all right, this robot can no longer compete. We're going to go look at our standings, look at the next lowest scoring one, and grab them for the team. So regardless, whoever gets broken in this match will have a hand-picked NRMC guy pick their next teammate for their alliance, whoever gets injured in this match, if there is any injuries in this match. Back to you guys over there.
All right, I appreciate it very much. We're actually going to join the action on the field right now.
Come up with a solution. So we came up with the NMRC backup rule. This means that the first eliminated alliance becomes the backup robot based on the lowest qualification rank. So this brings team 33-13 back onto the field in the fourth alliance on the red side. So with this, we have the fourth seeded alliance versus the first seeded alliance. Let's go ahead and meet the teams. Starting us off on the red side, make some noise for 84-22.
They want to hear you howl. It's the Husky Howlers.
And joining them is going to be none other than 876.
It's the team captain, Thunder Robotics.
And please help me give a warm welcome back to the field, 33-13.
They are Mechatronics.
Against them on the blue alliance, make some noise for 32-75.
From Cass Lake, it's the Regulators.
And they're going to be joined by 36-30.
Out of Golden Valley, they are Stampede.
And rounding off this alliance, make some noise for 81-88.
It's Grand Force.
All right, let's get this started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Round 5, match 9 is underway. 2 red cargo in the upper hub. Almost 3 blue. Stampede 876 lining up for a second chance. Incoming red cargo from the human player. That just falls short. Teleoperated period now. Drivers step up to control their robots. Stampede 2 for 2 for the Blue Alliance in the upper hub. 876 Thunder Robotics frantically gathering cargo for the Red Alliance. They go 2 for 2 in the upper hub. 84-22. Husky Howlers have 2 blue cargo in their robot. They need to get rid of those and continue on scoring points for the Red Alliance. 876 up top once more for the Red Alliance. Stampede with their swerve drive. They are swerving all over the field trying to get that cargo in the upper hub. They do that 2 for 2. Thunder Robotics from way downtown. 1's in, 2's in. Those are deep shots from Thunder Robotics. Stampede 2 for 2 once again in the upper hub for 4 points. 33-13 Mechatronics trying to play defense on 36-30. Regulators parked ready to try to score a piece of cargo on their side of the field. Thunder Robotics 2 up, 1 bounces out. Grand Force playing heavy defense against Thunder Robotics, stopping them from gathering cargo and scoring points for the Red Alliance. They are pushing them all the way across the field. Meanwhile, we have 84-22. The Husky Howlers, they've regained control of their robot. They have begun to climb on that middle rung. They've got the high rung. Husky Howlers made it to the traversal rung. That's 15 points. That whistle signifies 30 seconds left in this match. Stampede 36-30, making their way from the middle rung to that high rung. They're latched on and ready to go. 36-30 Stampede all the way to that traversal rung. That's 15 points for the Blue Alliance. Regulators 32-75 on that middle rung. Can 81-88 get there before time runs out? They have 1 second. They get that done. We have 3 blue robots hanging, 2 red robots. Mechatronics is missing a bumper.
We got some bumpers on the field still, but again, a lot there.
Now, keep in mind the point total. It was leaning towards the red, but the Blue Alliance was able to get all 3 on, so that might be the difference.
Might be big. And you kind of saw, especially when typically when one bot is going to go and try to hang early, you're typically going to get the 3.
All right, here comes the result here.
All right, let's see it.
Wow. And look at the difference there. 8 points as the difference there. Again, the major point difference coming in that in the cargo, but looking at the fouls. The fouls were the difference there.
Third place. Let's give a big shout out to the Blue Alliance, 36-30 Stampede, 81-88 Grand Force, and 32-75 the Regulators. They are your third place team for this competition.
Wow. My goodness, we have seen all types of upsets and everything else. That's Stampede out.
That has been the story of the day. You know, a lot of basically pure chaos at this point here today.
The best type of chaos, though. My goodness, it's been fantastic to watch. Hopefully everybody's enjoying this as much as we are enjoying this. We just have microphones in front of our faces, to be quite honest. This has just been, it's been just us watching. This has been fantastic to watch. But my goodness.
And now you got the Husky pumping up the crowd, getting everybody ready to go and fired up.
Oh, absolutely. And talking about fired up, we have Jeremy with something to add. Jeremy, what is up? Jeremy.
All right, thank you, Jack. I will take it over from here.
There will be a 15-minute
the Husky Howlers robot was stuck
in
close to the bucket zone where they would get the points for shooting. They did have a blue ball stuck in there. They took one big hard contact. That seemed to get the wiring back up and going, and immediately they spun out the blue ball, and it quickly went over to the bar area and started climbing. And for the blue team, well, they got their 3 robots, but the penalties just ended up killing them. Jack, back to you.
Oh, thank you. And yes, penalties were big there. Penalties was the difference. It's a tied game, if not. Now, I will definitely say this, as you probably with Jeremy's little insight there. We are going to have another 15-minute break here.
Okay.
Now, the reason we're doing this is because this is it. When we come back, it is the championship round of the Northern Minnesota Robotics Open. Conference, thank you. Conference Open. Now, again, whatever you got to do, go do it. Call who you got to call. Go get a drink.
Warm up the pizza rolls. Get it fired up.
Oh, absolutely. I will absolutely take some pizza rolls. That sounds delicious right now. But make sure you're coming back. Make sure you're telling people, hey, I'm watching something really cool on yourliveevent.com, Your Live Event YouTube page. Tell them about this. This is a lot of fun, and there's no better time to start watching than right now. It is time for the championship round. the championship round.
And by the way, as well, if you're looking for more information about the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference, you got to check out their website. They do have live match rankings going on at thebluealliance.com as well for keeping up with some of the stats that we're using here as well, keeping an eye out for that. But
yes.
For more information about the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference, visit nmrcconference.org as well. Again, tons of great people here, a great event here as well, and happy that we've been able to broadcast it, but just tremendous people and tremendous event.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. You are listening to YourLiveEvent.com, Your Live Event YouTube. Make sure you're coming back now.
I'm dreaming of a world where thinkers and doers collide, where technology creates pathways for new opportunities and ideas. I want to ask questions and shape the answers that lead to real and meaningful advancements in this digital era. I'm going to innovate the world someday.
The PRB Boosters are happy to sponsor coverage of the Tigers. Like them on Facebook for events and fundraisers. The PRB Boosters could use your help. Be part of great events and fundraisers, all built to give back and present more opportunities for the students of Pine River Backus Schools. For information or to get started, email prboosterclub1.com. Meetings are the first Monday of every month at 6 p.m. at the school. Good luck, Tigers, from the PRB Boosters.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where everyone has the opportunity for education, where classrooms are not only a place to learn, but to make an impact. I will help the next generation of game changers and difference makers. I am going to teach the world someday.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where the crack of a bat is not just a hobby, but a lifestyle. Where I can build upon long traditions from the ground up. I want to work in an industry where all people can make their own field of dreams become reality. I'm going to elevate the world of sports someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's Jerrid.
Great people, economic viability, a wonderful place to live. Pine River, Bacchus, and PRB Schools. PRB Schools is a small school district with large district opportunities, providing activities and classes that involve students, making sure every student has everything to be successful. PRB Schools also offers a variety of community ed programs, a great way to learn new skills hands-on with others within the community, making connections with families, being involved with the community, becoming a community family. prbschools.org.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter. Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's Jerrid.
I'm dreaming of a world where thinkers and doers collide, where technology creates pathways for new opportunities and ideas. I want to ask questions and shape the answers that lead to real and meaningful advancements in this digital era. I'm going to innovate the world someday.
The PRB Boosters are happy to sponsor coverage of the Tigers. Like them on Facebook for events and fundraisers. The PRB Boosters could use your help. Be part of great events and fundraisers, all built to give back and present more opportunities for the students of Pine River Bacchus schools. For information or to get started, email prbboosterclub1.com. Meetings are the first Monday of every month at 6 p.m. at the school. Good luck, Tigers, from the PRB Boosters.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter. Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Alrighty, we are just north of 2 minutes away from starting the finals here at the Northern Minnesota Conference, the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Open.
There we go.
There we go. I am Jack. Look at that. I actually got it right this time.
There we
I
go.
am Jack. This is Mac.
Hello, hello.
And we do have Jeremy down in the red corner. Now, I mean, it has been one heck of a day.
Yeah.
It really has. And it feels like it's gone by, and I'm being honest here, it feels like it's gone by in like 2 hours.
Yeah.
For me. This has been way too much fun, way too much action. We got two teams. This is
the Husky now has a crown after being slashed by the large blade of 4480 there during the break. So, just you mentioned it. It's been a day, again, a very, very long event here, but at the same time, the crowd has been fantastic.
Oh, the crowd's been fantastic, and it's just going to get more hyped.
Yeah.
But, I'm going to say this. Do you understand how weird that sentence is for people that are just coming in?
And
I
know.
Only
welcome.
The only thing I have to say is welcome to Robotics.
Yeah.
This is absolutely crazy. It is a lot of fun. You got to check it out. I highly suggest trying to find a competition, an open, anything. You don't have to participate, but come in and watch. It is a heck of a time.
Right.
Especially if you just like a good time, high energy. I mean, the crowd's a little low right now just because it's gonna pop here in a minute.
By the way, Jack, my sources tell me that after being slashed, the Husky did respond with "bow wow." So it seems that he is okay, and that he was able to get up and hype the crowd up a little bit there. But yeah, no, like you said, and I know I sounded like a broken record yesterday saying it, but at the same time, this I feel like you call this an event, and I feel like you're not doing it enough justice. This has really been an experience. And I know that jokingly off the air yesterday, you and I likened this to a Attitude Era style WWE, WWF, event at that point. This has been so much fun, and again, a lot of great energy from these kids, from these teams, from the overall experience, the music playing, the lights playing here, and again, also I just want to say kudos to everybody here with the setup here at Alexandria High School, because this has been a phenomenal setup, and it's been great. Honestly, it's been great, and again, just great people. They've done a great job of helping us and getting it to the point where I sound competent at least when it comes to some of these, and it's really been so much fun, and I've really enjoyed the last day and a half here.
Alrighty. Well, we're going to jump to the action on the field here right now.
Teams have worked very hard to get here today in the finals. So we have our number 3 ranked alliance in red versus our number 4 ranked alliance in blue. For the victory and to be today's champions of the NMRC Open, they have to win 2 out of the 3 matches. So the previous ones were winner takes all, 2 out of 3 for these 2 alliances. So let's start by meeting the teams. On our red alliance, we start with our captain who took 2nd place here yesterday. Please welcome to the field, 59.
Patriotics.
And their alliance partner from Uppsala, 4480.
It's UC Robotics.
And rounding out this red alliance from Ashby, Minnesota, 8878.
The Ashby Aerobots.
This Red Alliance is taking off against the Blue Alliance. Again, they're our number 4 ranked alliance. We will bring these alliances out on the field to join us, and we will start with their captain, who took first place here yesterday at our tournament. Welcome to the field, Team 876!
Thunder Robotics.
And we'll also welcome their alliance partner to the field. They're from Pillager, Minnesota, and they are 8422!
The Husky Howlers.
And last but not least, the third member of this Blue Alliance. They took first place here yesterday as well, and they also won our Chairman's Award in our varsity division. And they are our home team, 3313!
Mechatronics.
So in the spirit of gracious professionalism that we love to display here at First Robotics, these two alliances will now come together and shake hands. Please do so now.
And again, just like you said, just like they said, it's all about professionalism. It's all about competition. It's about having that professional competition in them. Gotta love the handshakes before the match here. This is going to be very, very fun. I'm very excited for this. Now, real quick, we're going to toss it over to Jeremy because he has something going on over there. Jeremy, what's up?
So, guys, as I get lined up with my mic or camera over here, I don't know if you guys saw that, but at the center on our side, the Husky and a 4480 member hugged it out, showing that sportsmanship that you guys were talking about. Now, also going back to what Max said about WWF, well, that is now WWE, and I was kind of hoping for, I noticed that there was a cartwheel and then the slicing of the Huskies. So now I'm going to send it back to you guys because the match is about to get underway. Jack and Mac, take it away.
Absolutely, and we're going to join the field right now.
All right, drivers, behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go. Scoring already for the Blue Alliance in the lower hub is 33-13. Shots fired to the upper hub from both Red and Blue Alliance. And scoring for the Blue and the Red. And we are now driver driven. And we have Red Alliance scoring 2 in the lower, 1 in the upper, 2 in the upper. And 4480 with a shot to the lower. 8422 with 2 shots to the upper for the Blue Alliance. 2 more for the Red Alliance, 59-13. Oh. And shot for the Blue Alliance with 30-13 in the upper hub. 2 more by 876 Thunder Robotics. And another one for the Red Alliance. 2 more. And we are close to the 1 minute mark. One more for the Red Alliance in the lower hub as we are just under 1 minute left in play. More scoring for the Red Alliance in the lower hub. 2 more in the upper hub for the Red Alliance. And we are nearing the 30-second mark. And 1 more for the Blue Alliance in the upper hub. And 30 seconds left as we have the Blue Alliance heading towards the hanging. 2 more for the upper. For the Red Alliance, 876 and 8422 up in hanging. 2 out of 3 Red Alliance teams are hanging. We are down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, real quick, Jeremy, real quick, just let us know.
Here comes the
result. Oh, here we go.
It's a Red Alliance.
Wow. Okay. And this is actually going to answer the question we were having, and that was, how is the hanger points going to be
The score of
divvied
75
up?
to 66.
So 27.
Won by the Red Alliance. Next
So they
round,
counted it on the
if
lower.
The Red Alliance
They
wins
counted it
again,
on the lower.
They will be the champions. If the Blue Alliance wins, we have a 1-1 tie.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, Jeremy, just do me a favor. If you could, let us know. Is 4080? It's 4480 over there. Is that on both rungs of the low and the mid?
That is correct, Jack and Mac over there. 4480 is on both the first bar and the middle bar on that, and I think they're going to get the point for the middle bar because they did not fully get off of that bar, or get the point for the first bar. They will get that point for the first bar and then won't get the point for touching the second bar because they could not get off of that first bar. Last time I checked with the referee, that was how the points were divvied up.
Perfect. Thank you, Jeremy. Now, and I'll say this again, just more and more things that we just have not seen today. That's a first. I haven't seen a double bar grab.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out how we divvy out the points on that one. But it seems like if you are touching the 2 bars, be that mid-high, low-mid, you're going to get the lower points, which I understand. But again, it's one of those things where I guarantee for that bot or that team, they're going sugar.
Yeah.
Sugar.
And
now, yes.
I was going to say that's again where timing comes into play. You know, again, just being aware of the situations that you have around you. And again, with Coach like Curtis Robertson, you know, again, he's somebody who has been around. He's done a good job with that program, especially. But you know, he talked about it with me. Every second counts. Every point counts. And so at that point, no pun intended. You know, that's where you look at and you know you can look back at what things could we have done better? What things could we have tightened up a little bit? Some different movements that might have freed up a couple of seconds there that would have allowed you to go ahead and get off of that second rung to go ahead and get up to that third rung to get those extra points.
Absolutely. And we're actually getting a thumbs up from Jeremy again, so he has some more insider information on this one. So, Jeremy, it's all you, man.
That is right. I'm standing over here in the red corner area, but that doesn't mean I'm just paying attention to the Red Alliance's team. I'm also looking at the Blue Alliance team. Number 3313 for Alexandria is getting major work done. Their robot stopped in the middle of the field close to where we are at. And so they are going to try and see if they can get that thing rebooted, restarted. It could be a low battery. It could also be something terminal, which means that 3313 would possibly be out. And that means the NMRC would have to go out and pick the next lowest remaining backup to put on the 876 Alliance team for the final time, for the potentially the final match of the day. Back to you guys over there, Jake and Mac.
There we go. We got a slip up there. That's Jack and Mac. It's okay, Jeremy. No sweat. But, we're actually getting that. And again, it's hard driving. It's hard defense. It's hard. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Things are wearing down.
It's a grueling couple of days, and especially, we talk about, the Mechatronics. Mechatronics, again, they are a team that won yesterday. they won the championship yesterday, being a part of a team along with, the Thunder. So at this point, getting a chance to be in the mix back-to-back days, this is where you start to see, the wear and tear on these robots here over these couple of days, and where you see that many matches. Again, you're going the distance in the playoffs at that point as well, along with your qualifying matches. That's where you're starting to see all of that wear and tear get taken and put onto that robot.
Oh, absolutely. And as you can see on your screen right now, we got a little bit north of 10 minutes. The reason we are getting breaks in between is because it's championship round. It is win or go home for one of these teams. Honestly, I'd love to see 3. I'd love to see 3. But if we crown a champion this next one, hey, great, awesome. It's
Jack,
been
I'd love to see 7.
I'd love to see 7 more. You want to know what I'd take it?
Best of 7. Best of 7.
We're making an executive decision down here.
If I had a gavel, I would bang it on the table here, but I don't know if they're going to give me one.
No.
Nor would they allow me to. I don't know if they trust me with it.
But, again, just south of 10 minutes, we got 9:40 left. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We will be right back. Thank you for watching Wiley, your live event. Again, I just keep on dropping the Wiley. But thank you for watching yourliveevent.com or watching it on Your Live Event, the YouTube channel. We will be right back for what possibly could be the final match of the competition. We'll be right back.
I'm dreaming of a world where everyone has the opportunity for education. Where classrooms are not only a place to learn, but to make an impact. I will help the next generation of game changers and difference makers. I am going to teach the world someday.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where the crack of a bat is not just a hobby, but a lifestyle. Where I can build upon long traditions from the ground up. I want to work in an industry where all people can make their own field of dreams become reality. I'm going to elevate the world of sports someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on yourliveevent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on yourliveevent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Great people, economic viability, a wonderful place to live. Pine River, Bacchus, and PRB Schools. PRB Schools is a small school district with large district opportunities, providing activities and classes that involve students, making sure every student has everything to be successful. PRB Schools also offers a variety of community ed programs, a great way to learn new skills hands-on with others within the community. making connections with families, being involved with the community, becoming a community family. PRBschools.org.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where thinkers and doers collide, where technology creates pathways for new opportunities and ideas. I want to ask questions and shape the answers that lead to real and meaningful advancements in this digital era. I'm going to innovate the world someday.
Alrighty, welcome back. Welcome back to the NMRC Open here on Wiley, YourLiveEvent.com. If you're watching, you're watching on YouTube. If you went to the Your Live Event homepage, it brings you to the YouTube page. If you just go to YouTube, and do me a favor, I don't think we never ask this, but I'm going to do some YouTubing right now. Do me a favor, at least subscribe.
Well, you know what? I will add one more. Do us a favor, go ahead and hit the like, and one more favor there. Go ahead and hit that bell. Get notified as soon as we go live. We got a ton of different games going on. So,
yes, especially now.
Yeah,
especially now.
It's the heart of the playoff season as well, and so again,
Minnesota and Northern Dakota, Northern Dakota,
the most northern of the Dakotas.
Yes.
But yeah, so just hit that bell, you get notified, and again, it helps us out. So again, just feel free to go ahead and like, subscribe, hit that bell, and you'll be doing us a huge favor. And make sure you share with your friends.
Yes, that's big too. Please share.
Check our social media, by the way, too. We're on Facebook as well as on Twitter. On Twitter at your YOUR liveevent.com or Your Live Event 1. There we go. That's the handle. YourLiveEvent.com is the website.
Yes.
There we go.
There we
Got that figured out.
Look at that. We did it.
Congratulations. We did it. That's going to be a gold star on the fridge when I get home.
Absolutely.
You're welcome, Mom.
Now, the bots are back on the field. We still have just south of 2 minutes left. That's a 150 as of right now.
Yeah.
Now, again, this is win or go home.
Yeah.
For, I believe, the Blue Alliance here.
Correct.
Now,
I believe that's right. Let me. I'll double check.
I was going to say, please double check.
Yeah, give me a second.
But it is win or go home.
So yes, it is win or go home here for, or it is the win or go home for the Red Alliance here.
Yes.
As the, let me see. Wait, nope. Sorry, got my wires crossed.
Okay, no sweat.
So, getting the win last time was the Red Alliance there. They got the win there. Now we're going into number 2. So the blue, again, 876, won yesterday.
Yeah.
33-13. They also won yesterday with 876. 84-22 is the newcomer of the trio here. And again, we've seen a couple of bots for them. Again, 33-13. They dealt with a control issue. And then 84-22 dealt earlier today. They had a couple of falls, so they've had some issues. They had to be a replacement for 876's Alliance there. So it's been interesting as this is kind of going on, and we're having 33-13 get worked on here currently. But it's been just really interesting.
Not to cut you off, but you bring up 33-13. 33-13 actually had during the break actually had some big repairs. Apparently, they had to get in the receiver for the controller fixed.
Yes.
They seem to have fixed it, but we did just see, just like you were bringing up, we saw the pit crew kind of come out, check it out. We're now getting into it, so let's see if they fixed it. We're going to jump right onto the field to get all of the action.
Yeah, but these two teams have already faced off against each other in finals match number 1, which went to our Red Alliance, who is our number 3 ranked alliance. They were victorious over our number 4 blue ranked alliance by only 9 points at the end of the match. So with that being said, another victory for our Red Alliance, and they will be our NMRC Open champions. And a victory for our Blue Alliance, and these two teams will face off again for a third and final match. So let's hear it for these two teams. Let's introduce these teams once again from Uppsala, Team 4480.
It's UC Robotics out of Uppsala, Minnesota.
And their alliance captain, Team 59.
It's Patriotics out of Pequot Lakes.
And out of Ashby, Team 8878.
Hailing from Ashby, it's Ashby Aerobots.
Taking a look at our Blue Alliance's first team hails from Pillager. Please welcome back 8422.
It's the Husky Howlers.
Next, we have their alliance captain in the middle station from Haddon Northwood, North Dakota, 876.
It's Thunder Robotics.
And last on this Blue Alliance is a team from right here in Alexandria, 3313.
They are Mechatronics.
Finals match number 2. Drivers behind the lines. And everyone count it down with me. 3, 2, 1, go!
Finals match number 2 is underway. Quick off the draw is Patriotics 2 for 2. Thunder Robotics 1 for 2 in the upper hub. Both Patriotics and Thunder Robotics going back to grab more cargo, trying to score as much as they can. That upper goal is getting bombarded with cargo. Again, 2 fall in for Patriotics, only 1 for Thunder. Thunder Robotics up with 1 in the upper hub. It's good. Patriotics 2 for 2 in the upper hub. That's 4 points for the Red Alliance. Both 8877 Aerobots and 8422 Howling Huskies have a piece of the other alliance's cargo in their robots. Patriotics 3 for 3 in the upper hub. UC Robotics trying to get another piece of cargo in their infeed. Meanwhile, Mechatronics deposits 2 pieces of cargo in the lower hub. Once again, Patriotics 2 for 2 in the upper hub. Thunder Robotics from downtown, 2 for 2 in the upper hub. Mechatronics gonna deposit 1 more to the lower hub for the Blue Alliance. They get that done. Patriotics 1 up, 2 up. They both score. Oh, one pops out at the last second. Currently, Red Alliance is leading 46-26. Thunder Robotics from way deep. They score 1 in the upper hub. Patriotics 2 for 2. Mechatronics 1 for the lower hub. Big collision between Thunder Robotics and UC Botics. Under 1 minute left to play in this match. Mechatronics trying to get 1 in the lower hub. They miss. Thunder Robotics from downtown. 2 in the upper hub for 4 points for the Blue Alliance, closing that gap from 52 to 37. UC Botics going to begin to climb for the Red Alliance. 84-22, the Husky Howlers. They're going to begin the same thing for the Blue Alliance. Patriotics, they are owning that upper hub. Another 2, good for Red Alliance. 1 more for good measure for the Patriotics. They're going to begin to climb with their Alliance member, 44-80, UC Botics. Thunder Robotics and Husky Howlers, they're going to try and get to the traversal rung. Thunder is on the high. So is Patriotics, 88-78. Better be careful not to knock their teammate off that high rung. Patriotics make it to the traversal rung, so does Thunder Robotics. We have 1 second remaining in the match. Looks like we have 2 red robots hanging and 2 blue robots hanging. Let's see how the scores are going to play out.
A lot of drama
Who thinks the Red
here.
Alliance has it? Who thinks the Blue Alliance has it?
All right.
We're just waiting for the final score here. We're going to see if we have 1 more in us or...
Scores have been confirmed.
We are out of...
Here it comes. It's the Red Alliance for the victory. They are NMRC Open champions. Blue Alliance, they are the 2nd place team here at the NMRC Open.
And it's close. Again, very close.
And the big factor there was the cargo points. You know, you see the difference. That was the difference in the match. 15 points, even with the hangers.
Oh, wow, they were even.
So dead even hangers, no fouls, pretty clean match. And again, that's where you see the cargo being the big difference there in the match, and that's where you saw the difference, and that's how you get your champions there. Again, we talked with Curtis Robertson early on today, and getting to see him, again, come away with the championship here with his team over there at UC Botics. Again, just very methodical and knew what they needed to do. Didn't necessarily try to go above and beyond when it came to some of the point totals there.
Wow, just big, big, big. Now, again, I'm super happy for the Red Alliance. It was awesome, awesome, awesome. It stinks that somebody had to lose. It really does, because, again, just talking with everybody that we've talked to for the past 2 days, I mean, just the amount of work, preparation, and honestly, probably a wee bit of blood, some sweat, a lot of sweat, and probably some tears.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. And the other aspect of this, too, is we talked all day about strategy when it comes to the alliances and how you go ahead and pick out who to go to.
All right. And talking about who to go to, we are going to go to Jeremy. He does have some interviews for us. So, Jeremy, it is all you, my man.
Thank you, Jack and Mac. I'm joined by the winning team, three to four representatives from the winning team, or the winning alliance. And, of course, we're going to start off with the Pequot Lakes Patriotics. You know, they got second yesterday. Now you come in today and you guys win. What has been that emotion like for you guys yesterday and now today?
It was really defeating the first time, but I'm glad we got that redemption. 876 was our opponents in the finals yesterday, and I'm glad we finally got that comeback.
Yeah, very scary team, 876. We lost yesterday. We came in today hoping for the best, and we did great.
Now I'm going to bring it over to you guys. You know, you guys were also on the losing team yesterday. Or, well, you guys got bounced out early on against the patriotic. Now you get to join them, and now you get to go home with a plaque. How important does that feel to you guys and your school?
It feels great. You know, we get to be here, compete, and then join them and win.
And then lastly, what has it been like for you? It's probably been an emotional roller coaster, you know, up and down all day long. How important did it feel to get this win here today?
I mean, it felt really good. I mean, we were a rookie team last year and we had nothing, and now this year we've done really well considering all the issues we had in the beginning of this competition and stuff. So we're really glad that we got to bring home something.
All righty, well, thank you guys, and everyone have a fun bus ride, car ride, plane ride, or however you guys transported here back to your respected areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, Mac and Jeff, Mac and Jack, not Jeff. Too many names I have to remember over here, guys. I do want to say a quick thing real quickly before I do send it back to you guys so we can wrap it up. The Red Alliance team did have one red robot down on the ground, could not get it up in time, and when they got it up partially there, the relaxation time came and it fell right back down to the ground. That is all I have to say. Jack and Mac, back to you guys.
And thank you so much, Jeremy. I truly, truly appreciate what you've done today. This has been fantastic. Now, look, the tournament, the Open is open. It is open. The tournament, the Open, has ended. But we still are going to, I believe we're going to have a awards ceremony. We will be broadcasting that as well. So we're not going anywhere too quickly. But we are wrapping. There has been some wrapping up here. So we're going to see how quick this awards come. Now, the awards, we do have a few different awards. We have the Engineering Award, the Judges Award, and the Team Spirit Award, and I believe we have one more award. I am trying to find it here, and we have the Chairman's Award. Now, again, I was actually able to talk with Sydney about the Chairman's Award. That is the big one. That is the one, and it's, again, for a lot of us who may be listening, for me especially, I think for everybody here, we're used to being like, okay, it's the MVP. Who is the MVP of the game?
Right.
It's not that. It's actually the Chairman's Award honors the team that best represents the model for NMRC. This could be from teams that have been eliminated to some of the best, or the ones who best embody the mission of the first and the NMRC. My goodness, did I trip up that entire thing. So, Mac, do you want to attempt to tell us what that is?
Yeah, so basically, I was talking about it with Natalie here a little bit, and it's basically, it represents
Everybody, can I have your attention for
setting a model. And hey, you know what?
We're just
down to Natalie.
Because I guarantee they're going to explain it a lot better than any of us could explain
Absolutely.
it. So we are going to join the action on the field right now. Once the awards are done,
Minnesota, if you can all
we'll come
make
right
your
back
way
and we'll
to
probably
the
sign
bleachers
off.
for our
But
award ceremony and closing
let's
ceremony that will be
jump
starting
right
in just
to
a
it.
couple of minutes.
The PRB Boosters are happy to sponsor coverage of the Tigers. Like them on Facebook for events and fundraisers. The PRB Boosters could use your help. Be part of great events and fundraisers, all built to give back and present more opportunities for the students of Pine River Backus Schools. For information or to get started, email prboosterclub1.com. Meetings are the first Monday of every month at 6 p.m. at the school. Good luck, Tigers, from the PRB Boosters.
And honestly, what a weekend. Can we give a round of applause to each and every team that's competed? You all definitely brought some fierce competition. Now, when I first heard about the NMRC event, to say I was inspired was an understatement. I knew that I needed to drop everything and fly all the way from Oregon to come out here and meet you guys. And wow, you did not disappoint. I understand that you are all running this event with the hopes of embodying FIRST. But honestly, I think it's backwards. I think FIRST should be taking inspiration from you. What I have seen this weekend is absolutely breathtaking. The sportsmanship you have shown is unparalleled, and I'm so excited to have been invited to your community. Now, with all that being said, I think you all deserve some recognition as well. With that, we're going to start our awards ceremony. One at a time, I will be inviting the teams up to enter through that gate, receive your plaque, and exit through that gate. So let's get started. Recognizing our third place alliance, welcome to the field, 3275.
They are the Regulators out of Cass Lake, Minnesota.
Next up is 8188.
Coming from Grand Forks, North Dakota, it's Grand Force.
And now for the captain of this alliance, Team 3630.
It's Stampede out of Golden Valley, Minnesota. Let's hear it for Stampede, everybody.
Now to bring up the members of our second place alliance, starting with our call-up robot 3313.
It's Mechatronics out of Alexandria, Minnesota.
Home team's not here.
And next up is 5638.
That's LQPV.
Next up is 8422.
Out of Pillager, it's the Husky Howlers.
And their alliance captain, 876.
It's Thunder Robotics from Northwood, North Dakota.
And now we're on to our first place alliance, starting with 8878.
It's the Ashby Aerobots out of Ashby, Minnesota.
Next up is Team 4480.
It's UC Robotics from Uppsala.
And please welcome up the captain of the first place alliance, Team 5913.
Out of Pequot Lakes, it's the Patriotics.
And I would like to wrap up our closing ceremonies by saying this. Students, coaches, mentors, and volunteers of the northern Minnesota area, keep raising the bar. After seeing what I've seen this weekend, you are the real trendsetters for FRC. But I don't want you to stop here. All of you have the ability to change not only your teams, your schools, your communities, but the world. Thank you all so much for having me. Good luck in the 2023 season. It sounds like I'll be seeing a lot of you at the Worlds. I hope you all have a wonderful night and have a safe trip home. Thanks for coming out.
And as you can hear the cheers, that is it for the award ceremony. And it's been amazing.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to say besides it's been amazing.
It truly has been. And, you know, again, to be able to go ahead and cover this event throughout this weekend. And like I said, I know I've said it before and I'll say it again. You know, this has truly been an experience. And for me, for this to be, you know, my first, I know it's your first, Jack, event that we've been able to cover like this, first robotics event. And, you know, honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better one. At this point, just great all around, great entertaining, great teams, great matches, and, you know, again, great hospitality. And like I said it before too, but special thanks to, you know, all the people that make this work. Again, all of the volunteers, all of the production staff that, you know, put all of this together. They were phenomenal, and everybody very, very helpful throughout this weekend. And, you know, again, it's been a tremendous experience, and I've had a great time with it.
Oh, absolutely. And with that being said, just one last thank you to everyone. Seriously, thank you. This has been fantastic. Hopefully we can cover more events here, but okay. Sorry about that. Last second little technical difficulties there, but that's completely fine. No sweat, no worries. But with that being said, it has been a complete blast these last 2 days from Mac Robinson, Jeremy, and myself. Thank you guys for joining us. For those of you who have joined us, thank you so much. It has been an honor to kind of learn with you guys, to be quite honest. But with that being said, we will see you next time. Make sure, do us a favor, make sure you are tuning in to all of your live events, be that sports, be that robotics, be that any type of competition, anything that yourliveevent.com is doing. Make sure you're tuning in. Make sure you're watching. Be that on YouTube, be that on yourliveevent.com. Check us out. With that being said, one last time, have a good one. We'll see y'all later.